Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is April 11th, YC127, and this is the Eve Universe Show. Hopefully I didn't peg the mic this time. Y'all let me know. How's it going, guys? It is Friday, and it is the Friday before next week, which is when the Nexus event is coming. I just realized I pulled up all of this information, but I didn't actually pull up the information about the event itself that's coming. Give me 1 second here. I pull that up real quick. Just for everybody's edification, there is the Capsuleer Day event is coming next week on the 15th. Capsuleer Day 22, and it's going to be a big one, folks. They have been building up this Drifter crisis storyline for the last 6 to 8 months or so, and it's kind of hit a climax in the last few months. There was recently a competition to get the top 5. There's 10 different groups within New Eden that competed to be in the top 5. Those 5 will be attempting to occupy the 5 different Drifter wormholes. I assume 1 each. That is starting on the 15th. So get ready. There's a lot coming. We've talked about it already in previous episodes. If you want to go watch about that, what happened and what is coming, like as far as the event goes. Although there isn't that much that we know right now, except for it seems like they're going to just kind of take all of the temporary stuff that they've done in the last year or so when it comes to the Drifter Crisis stuff, like everything from the fishing event with the deep flow rifts to the crisis sites, the Homefront sites, to the Event Siege Horizon sites from before near Zarzak. All of that's coming back for this big Capsuleer Day event for 1 month. And because of that, you will be siding with one of the 5... Well, I mean, there will be the 5 different groups attempting to occupy their wormholes. And according to the stuff, it looks like we will be able to help assist or prevent each of those empires from taking their prospective territory within the Drifter Hives. Not 100% sure whether or not that's true, but what I do know is that these 5 empires, or these 5 groups, all have a history with the Drifters, or the Jove, for various different reasons. And I figure that today would be a good opportunity to go over all of that with you guys, the different empires, Amarr, Caldari, Minmatar, Edencom, and the Triglavians. Galente didn't make it in. Angels, all of them didn't make it in. So those are going to be the 5 groups that we're going to be looking at today. And rather than, you know, like in a couple weeks ago, we did a big, long 8-hour stream about the latest news involving the deathless, and before that we did like the Eve, like a few years ago, 3 years ago, we did the Eve lore speed run. And so but a lot of that stuff has focused on the ongoing breakdown of diplomacy between the empires, as well as the rise of smuggling and criminal factions within New Eden, culminating in the deathless. However, the Deathless, being interested in Jovian technology, has kind of woken up the ire of the Drifters, and so that's what's kind of led to this whole thing. So rather than going over all the stuff involving the Deathless and whatnot in the last few years, which you just covered, I figured that we would go over the history of these different groups and maybe some of the stuff about what happened when the Drifters were first being introduced, and kind of that timeline, 2015 to 2018 ish timeline. So I've got a whole bunch of videos set aside for us to look at as we walk through how we got to where we're at, and why these empires might be interested in the Drifters and what their histories have been. Mastered the sound levels. Yes! Sweet. Good to hear. But before we jump into all of that, I do want to cover, there is some big news today. Free Omega to stand your ground. So until the 14th of April, which we're recording this live on the 11th, like I said, so until Monday, there will be free Omega time to make the most out of your impact of your final stand against the Drifters. Capsuleer Day 22, codename Nexus Reckoning, is almost here. And with Omega status, you can claim even more great login rewards. Now, here's the thing, okay? There's a caveat to this. So when you are doing the Drifter, or when the Capsuleer Day event comes out, there will be a login event. And so you get different rewards every day of the login event. And there will be Omega rewards and Alpha rewards, right? Probably, well, actually, no, I heard that the ships might actually be part of the event track this year. But usually there's some pretty decent stuff in the Omega track. And if you go Omega at any point during that stuff, during the track, then you can reclaim, or then you can claim all of the Omega prizes prior to that for any of the days that you've checked in. What this means is that the closer to the 14th that you redeem these 5 days, the more time within that login key, that login time, the more days within the login reward track, you will get Omega for free. Okay. So that's the first thing. The problem is, and hopefully we get some sort of clarity, if you're really interested in this, if you're an alpha clone and this is something that's very, very important to you, I would pay attention to this, because I don't know if there's a definitive answer right now, because it says until April 14th. So I don't know, and I can't find any like timer or anything that would indicate whether or not this means that on Monday, the 14th, this will be claimable, right? I don't know. Until April 14th, historically, that has meant that on the 14th is when it ends. So, like, it wouldn't be available on Monday. But that also means that, like, the patch is coming out on Tuesday. Like, having the last day to sign in be a Sunday is kind of odd. So it may go either way right now. To be very, very safe, you should probably claim this on Sunday. If you want Omega ASAP, you should claim it now. And if you want to get the absolute most out of it, and you can redeem it on Monday, that would obviously be the best, to be able to get 4 or 5 days full of logging in as an Omega for the track to get the maximum rewards. Now, granted, the track is going to be longer than 5 days, so no matter what, you're going to want to be Omega to get the best stuff in the track, but just something to think about. Also, if you are Alpha, and this is going to be your Omega stuff, just realize that you will train twice as fast as you were before. However, anything that you train will go towards your 5 million skill point maximum. However, it will allow you to train above your 5 million skill point maximum during the 5 days that you're Omega. And any skills that you train as an Omega, if you do revert back to Alpha, you will retain any Alpha skills that you had or that you have trained while Omega, right? So if you train an Omega-only skill, like, say, if you start training planetary interaction, which some people have been using that this as an opportunity to train planetary interaction on some alts or whatever. But the problem is that most planetary interaction skills are locked out of Alpha. So if you train those and then you revert back to Alpha, it'll shut off those skills while you are an Alpha. However, if you train, say, Galente Cruiser 3 with your Omega skills, then when you revert to Alpha, you will still have access to it. You have access to all Alpha skills that you have trained, which there's a grand total of about 21 million Alpha skill points available. And you can find the full list of everything that is Alpha compatible on eUni. But assuming that you stay within those boundaries, then all of those skills will remain available to you once you go Alpha again. So just something to think about. Also, if you are going Omega, or if you are Omega because of a subscription, one thing to remind you is that these kind of free Omega days, you may have a 30-day subscription, but that doesn't mean that it bills you every 30 days. It means that when you run out of game time, it then purchases an extra 30 days of game time automatically. So if you always buy your Omega time on the 5th of the month, for example, this will push it to the 10th, because you'll get that free extra days of Omega, and that will push your time 5 days out, which means it'll renew 5 days later. Just some things to consider when it comes to this. Now, in order to redeem these things, you just open up your Nest store, which is where you buy like skins and other services and stuff, and you can see right here, 5 days of Omega for free. Usually, if you haven't already, there'll be a 1,500 skill point pack that appears every week that you can get as well. And you just click that and you redeem it. And boom, you now have 5 more days of Omega skill time. And I didn't show you that. Hold on. All right, you can see that, like, it was up here where the skill points is. I clicked on it, and then I hit buy, and that now it's purchased, and I get 5 more days of Omega. So very cool. I feel like I scammed this reward a bit. I used my additional 6 accounts that had not used 1 million skill points and skill extracted them on the main. I mean, there are a lot of creative solutions or creative things that you can do with 5 days of Omega time. You know, yeah, you can use it to skill extract. You could use it to, you know, all of your alpha accounts that you might have, especially like your blank clones that you might have done that I've recommended before. Now's a good time to just pick up the 5 days of Omega for it, give you a little bit of extra skill training, whatever. This does also allow you to train above 5 million skill points. So yeah, if you do want to just use it for an extraction, it's just an opportunity to get a little bit more skill points. You're obviously not going to get, I don't think you certainly don't get 500,000 skill points in 5 days, but it'll help out. 5 days free Omega gas mining fleet, anyone? Well, what's funny about that is that gas mining is actually able to be done as an alpha. Ice mining is what needs Omega for it. Yeah, I wouldn't call it scamming it. I would say, like, you know, creative use of game mechanics, but you know, just it's, feel free to think outside of the box when it comes to these kinds of things. It is 5 days of premium time with everything that entails. So yeah. If you, it also means like your opportunities, right? If you're earning opportunities for the month, you can claim the Omega opportunities. All right. But that is what's going now. This is, so normally they, if I remember correctly, they usually only save these kind of days of Omega time for like major expansion releases. I want to say this is the first time that they've done it for Capsuleer Day, but I could be wrong. Yeah. But for alphas, make sure to use the daily skill injectors before getting the 5 days of Omega. Right. So if you have alpha skill injectors, alpha daily skill injectors cannot be used while Omega. So you can pick up on the Plex in the Nest store these daily alpha skill injectors. You can use them once a day. You can wait, hold on. You can only buy them 10 at a time. I thought you could buy individuals. Huh. Interesting. Oh yeah, no, here it is. So you can buy a daily extractor for, or a daily injector for 25 Plex, which gives you, man, I don't even remember what these guys do. 50,000 unallocated skill points a day. So if you happen to have these built up, you want to use them before you go Omega, or I guess you could wait until after you go back to being Alpha again. Never buy them for Plex. It's 53 million ISK on the market. Well, there you go. Don't buy them for Plex. Buy them for ISK on the market. I haven't. I'll be honest with you. Alpha skill injectors were after my time as an alpha. Well, actually, well, I've thought about doing it with like my alpha accounts or whatever, but either way, doesn't matter. So there we go. Is there anything else that I need to cover before we jump into the big stuff? I don't think so. Okay, so I have just a lot of videos and a lot of stuff to cover. I originally split it up between the different empires, but then I sort of started to fold them in together. Hold on. Try and make sure this all looks right before we start. Perfect. Okay, so let us begin. So I want to begin with a little bit of an introduction. The goal of this video is if you are relatively new to EVE, and you, or at least the lore of the game, And this Drifter Crisis stuff has gotten you interested. You know, the last event asked you to choose which one of the factions you wanted to support. And with 5 of those being winners, I thought it was important to go and look at these 5 different groups that won, that will be highlighted in this next chapter of the event. So that way you can make a good decision about who you might want to support or who you might not want to support and why. So we're going to begin with a little bit of just a general overview of of New Eden, and then of the different empires, and then we're going to look at the history of the drifters with these different groups: the Amarr, the Caldari, the Minmatar, the Triglavians, and Edencom. So, because they all have a history with them in different ways. But to begin with, let's just go ahead and talk a little bit about what is actually happening in this game. So it takes place in the distant future. Basically, Earth had expanded beyond to the limits of its capabilities with its FTL travel, and was creaking under its own weight when they discovered a natural wormhole that they named Adam, and the other side of that wormhole they named Eve, and the space on the other side they named New Eden. And this started the largest colonization effort in the history of mankind. I'm already explaining it, but there's a trailer for it, so let's go ahead and play the trailer. Hold on, let me make sure sound's on.
Earth, the origin of our ancestors. A century had passed since they discovered the Eve Gate. A wormhole. Passage to a remote corner of the universe. New Eden. It was the largest colonization effort in the history of man. The mass settlement of hundreds of strange new worlds. We thought nothing could stop us. After the Eve Gate collapsed, countless colonies perished. The scattered survivors forgot the old world. Fragments of mankind, light years apart, lost contact. Thousands of dark years passed until humanity rose again to be with the stars. In different corners of New Eden, great empires had evolved. 4 different faces of humanity. When they clashed, the wars were merciless. Out of the years of conflict, a new kind of human emerged. One capable of immortal life. To transform into this rare breed, we pay the ultimate price. At the moment of death, our mind is transferred to a fresh clone. We have become immortal. In the sky, we reach farther. On the ground, we strike harder. The empires are losing their grasp on power. And as our age begins to dawn, they will learn to fear us.
All right, cool. So basically, as this showed, hey, what's up, Roughnecks? During that thousands of years of time, like most of history and most of the technology that they had at the time, like most of the groups that existed at the time collapsed. And so for the most part, all of the modern empires that we see today are more modern existences that have kind of emerged from the ashes of this, dark age. Technically, I think the Amarr have kept the most track of their history, but like technologically speaking, all of them effectively had to start from scratch again. There was another group that didn't actually have to start from scratch, and so while they were relatively low technology at the time of New Eden's colonization, by the time the Amarr takes to the skies again, the Jovians have become the most powerful or the most technologically advanced civilization within New Eden. However, in the process, they did some extreme biological modifications of their own body, turning their entire race into clones, and in the process accidentally broke their DNA, causing what is known as the Jovian disease, which infects, basically they're all, it's effectively a genetic deficiency that survives cloning that will lead to the madness and death of every Jovian on a long timeline. So the Jovian society is kind of in its decline, it's in its twilight years, but they see the rising empires, the Amarr, the Minmatar, the Caldari, and the Glente. The Minmatar become enslaved by the Amarr, and the Caldari were part of the Glente but broke free. And so these great wars between these different groups start up, and the Jovians feel like it is their responsibility to kind of get things to be right. So, for instance, the Glente, who are much more populous than the Caldari, are able to fight better because they've got just more soldiers. They've just got more numbers, so they can overwhelm the Caldari. And so the Jovians gift the Caldari a technology that they've invented that allows an individual to basically plug in and become part of a starship so that one person can command a starship better than an entire crew can, potentially, with much more precision and capability. And so these were known as capsuleers. And this helped the Caldari kind of push back. And between that and the Amarians being goaded into attacking the Jovians, causing one of the most significant losses in Amarian naval history, known as the Battle of Vakatioth, this leads to the Minmatar Rebellion. And so these kind of moments of conflict, the Jovians are able to step in and bring a relative peace to the cluster by bringing all four of these groups together and agree that peace is more important than their current squabbles. And so they form a unification of all five empires, and they name it Concord, as an organization to help maintain the balance of power between the four empires going forward. Now, about 100 years pass, and eventually somebody takes a wild hair up their ass and realizes that cloning technology, which the problem with cloning technology is the act of scanning people's brains in order to be able to clone them, basically cooks the brain. So it kills them in order to clone them. But they figured out, like, hey, if they're in this capsule and the capsule gets breached, they're going to die. Like, the next thing that happens in that sequence of events is they're ejected into space and they die. That's the end of the story. So if we put one of these brain scanners called a TEBS into the capsule, so there was cloning, but it was for rich people as like a life preservation tool, right? Some rich people were able to be cloned, but even then, there were questions about whether or not you were still you. You had to regularly get yourself backed up because, like, for instance, when the the president of the Federation, was assassinated, and she actually was able to be restored from a backup clone, but she lost time because of that, because it's whenever they last scanned them. So this was a kind of a more perfect version of cloning technology, where they know that if the pod gets breached, it's time to scan your brain and clone you. So that's how our immortality works, okay? And that's what leads to the rise of what we know of as the Empyrean Age, which is, you know, the influence that Capsuleers have on the political situation. So, to begin, nice, 2013. That was a good time to join Eve. When the alert in the video played, I instinctively checked my ship. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so before we get too deep into the history, we're going to go. There's a video to kind of highlight each of the different empires. We're going to start with the Amarr Empire.
These anointed worlds, these glittering spires, these golden fleets, these beams of holy fire. To create these wonders is our mission. To reclaim the wayward and deliver them from evil is our calling. We are the chosen, and by the hand of the one true God, our destiny is written in these stars.
So the Amarr are extremely religious. They believe that their god, Amarr, is the god of the universe, and that the rest of the the rest of the universe, the rest of the cluster, has fallen from the true path, that they've been corrupted by demons. And so it is the right and responsibility of all true Amarr to take their rightful place, to reclaim the universe, and that there's a hierarchy of the universe. And because the Amarr stayed faithful, they are supposed to be the leadership caste of the cluster, and that's kind of how they operate, right? That's why when they started to expand, they basically enslaved anybody that they ran into, most notably the Minmatar. And as I said, with the help of the with the help of the Jovians indirectly, i.e. when the Amarr attacked the Jovians, that loss was so critical that it led to the rise of the Minmatar rebellion, which of course caused now we see the Minmatar Republic, which are the freed Matari people from the Amarr, right? So about 40% of all Matari people in the universe are part of the Minmatar Republic. That means that the rest of the 60% are still enslaved by the Amarr. But here is the Minmatar.
Let me tell you who we are. We have a legacy. A legacy that shaped us. A legacy that we've built. We united on this mother world. We rose together as the 7 tribes. One people forging our future. They came to destroy it. They tried to break us, divide us, to scatter the tribes. But we fought back. We rose as brothers and sisters, seizing victory from the vile chains we broke. And today we stand. We stand as the 7 tribes of Matar. We stand as Minmatar.
Minotaur one is probably probably the best ones of all of them. But so this guy here is named Malatu Shakur. He is the current head of the Minotaur Republic. He gained power during the Empyrean Age, so back in 2008, where he effectively ousted his competition, Karen Midgelar. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 60% of the population still is enslaved, and the 40% of free Matari people are divided between the Federation and the Republic, and of course, you know, like Thucker off going. But I think that I'm pretty sure the 60% is the group, because they say that most of the Matari people are still enslaved by the Amarr. So I think that's 60%. And now I've said enslaved enough that I'm probably going to get demonetized. So make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. Kind of just kidding. All right, so of the different empires, the one that is left to show off of the core 4 empires that are going to be in this event, we have the Caldari, which the Caldari, as I mentioned, they were the Caldari were born on in the same solar system as the Galente. Galente Prime is one planet closer to the star than Caldari Prime. And Caldari Prime had, like, the Caldari people were lagged behind technologically. The Galente helped uplift them into the space age, but the Caldari eventually overtook the Galente as far as like technological prowess and whatnot, and eventually they chafed against the Galente leadership and so rebelled, which caused a big conflict between the Galente and the Caldari, leading to the Galente orbitally bombarding Caldari Prime, where one of their greatest heroes in Caldari history fought with his carrier around Galente Prime until his carrier was so damaged that he ended up piloting the carrier into the planet of Galente Prime to cause enough chaos and commotion that would that would give a window of opportunity for the Caldari to escape Caldari Prime and flee to New Caldari at the time. So this is during the first Caldari and Galente War.
Cold wind remembers the darkest of days. When the rains of our world became laced with fire. One warrior's fierce duty seared a path to our future. The ultimate sacrifice made in blood and steel. We remain Caldari, no matter the cost. Everything we are, we owe to our ideas. They fuel our rise as the heart of a raging storm. Beacon of strength and a shrine to our identity. Honor and preserve your family, your corporation, your state. Without hesitation, without remorse.
So we will talk about this guy's leader and the Amarrian one later when we get to this point. I don't know. What was that? I guess it's apparently French. I don't know how that happened. Anywho, so the Caldari, the Amarr are a religious theocracy ran by the 5 noble houses, or heirs. The Republic the Minmatar is a republic that is actually kind of ran by a tribal society of the 7 tribes of the Matari. And the Caldari is a corporate autocracy. I can't remember. It's a meritocracy, but basically there are 8 mega corporations that kind of combine together to form the Caldari state. And so the Caldari state doesn't necessarily have that much of a central leadership. They have what's called the Chief Executive Panel, which is supposed to be the leadership of all 8 of the mega corporations and then the Chief Executive Panel has a chairman. Now, usually the Caldari have avoided being centralized as power, but during the Empyrean Age, a guy by the name of Tibus Heth, this populist leader, managed to kind of unite the Caldari in this sort of fascist organization in order to kind of bring power back to the Caldari, seize control, regain control over Caldari Prime for the battle of, during the Empyrean Age, and but eventually, kind of he gets ousted. So the Caldari are kind of trying to create a newer identity, and we see this rise of this new leader, which we'll get to when we get to. It's a board of directors of the board of directors, if that makes sense, right? It's because it's the chief executive panel of all of the CEOs of the mega corporations. So it'd be closer if like Microsoft, Amazon, and like Johnson and Johnson and a few others, all of them kind of came together to make their own government and kind of divide up the services for the within the country, and you know, you are born into your corporation and whatnot. That's kind of what the Caldari is like. They're also Japanese and Finnish, so they're very traditional and family oriented and duty, honor, etc. All right, so we begin our story in roughly 2008, right? So during the Empyrean Age and all that sort of stuff, there was a earlier leader of the Amarr Empire, Hadrian II, and he died. And the problem was that at the time, when an Amarrian emperor dies, the various houses, the heir, the head of each of the houses, must compete with each other, and the winner gets to be the new emperor or empress, and the loser, the losers must die. They kill themselves so that way. God, this is definitely not going to get monetized. So, at any rate, the losers all have to go away to prevent some sort of, like any sort of power struggle after the fact, right? But the Amarrian leaders at the time were fairly pragmatic, and so they didn't want to risk the chance of having to die in order to become the emperor, because they had enough authority. Hey, Malin, thank you for that. 07. That helps. So they opted to not attempt to become emperor or empress, which left Karsoth, which was the kind of the chancellor, as the de facto leader of the Amarr Empire. And Karsoth is an absolute mutant of a monster, of a terrible person. And so he loved the power, and so he helped encourage this whole thing from happening. Anywho, he during the Empyrean Age, the Minmatar managed to unveil a secret navy that they had been building up, and took down Concord's defense systems, and then attacked deep into Amarr territory, making it all the way to the home system of one of the noble houses, House Sarum. And in fact, they were above the planet of the birthplace of Jamyl Sarum. Hold on. I forgot something. So, eventually, I forgot. I got this a little bit backwards. So, the Empire did do their succession trial, and Jamyl lost. And so she had to kill herself. But against the laws of Amarr, they had illegally cloned Jamyl. And because it was all secretive and because it was all hush-hush, they managed to... Hey, thanks again. Thanks, DK. Because of this other manages to sneak a ride into Jamyl's brain. We will talk a little bit about the other in a little bit. Actually, I just realized that we should probably have covered this already. So let's go ahead and talk about that. So you remember those Jovians that I talked about? Well, back in the day, back when they were more powerful, more functional, they would operate a certain amount of their population remained in suspended animation, where they lived inside of a virtual reality construct, where in order to be in the construct, you must have a physical body, because that way everybody that's in the construct is a real person, right? Now, the Jovians' empire collapsed a couple of times, but at the end of the Second Jovian Empire is a moment that's known as the Shrouded Days. It's one of the most mysterious times in Eve's history. The Jovians go into it as a fully functional empire, and they leave the Shrouded Days an absolutely broken people with the Jovian disease. And during this time, they appear to have scared off these those who stayed within the virtual reality construct, who leaves the Jovian Empire and follows them through another ancient race's technology known as the Talican to the Talicans' kind of sculpted systems, which we now know of as Anoikis, or wormhole space, and they settled down there. And without the support of the Jovians, over time, within that construct emerged an artificial intelligence, right? Everybody in the construct is supposed to have a physical body, but this was a violation of that one body, one mind law. And eventually there were multiple copies of this, and even though who are now called the Sleepers rejected those artificial intelligences, it seems that over time that artificial intelligence managed to take over the construct, enslave the Sleepers, and then reach out into the cosmos to find a way out. And that is when this entity, which we now know as the Other, or at least the Other is kind of a title that we give for the collection of entities that are this artificial intelligence. We don't know how many instances there are of them. But either way, the Other manages to find Jamyl as she's being cloned and stitch itself into her brain, and help reveal to her ancient technology, including this super weapon that was developed by, one of the ancient empires that are... I have my suspicions that it was the Yanyong, but we don't actually know which empire had been experimenting with this weird material known as Isogen 5. Isogen 5 is this extremely rare material that exists only around in systems with blue stars, and it is normally seen as very theoretical, but there's this ancient super weapon that uses this material that the Other revealed to Jamyl, and so then she used it when the Mimitar came and attacked. Oh, we are 10 years away from Trig time. When the Mimitar attacked the home system of Sarum, Jamyl, who again was believed to be dead, appears out of nowhere with her ship and then uses this super weapon to single-handedly stop the entire the entire Mimitar attack, which I had, here we go, which you can see here.
Cycle of life and death was supposed to end with us. We were to be the
start of a new age. A destiny of light. An Empyrean age. Yet these tombs call out to us. All the heroes and villains vanquished within cry out at once, begging for justice.
There's the Mimitar attack on Concord.
We will fight for what we believe in. We will take a side, and our wrath will be furious.
So here's the Mimitar Elder Fleet. And there's Jamyl and her super weapon.
Welcome to the Empyrean Age.
So now, obviously, there's a lot more to all of this. I'm skipping a lot of stuff involving Apocrypha and the Empyrean Age and all this stuff. Empyrean Age is a book. We've covered all this stuff before. I'm trying to keep this somewhat reined in so that way we can get to the important stuff when it comes to the Drifters. So that's what we got for that right now. And as a result of this, because Jamyl kind of shows up out of nowhere after being believed to be dead, it is declared that it was a miracle of God, and she is crowned Empress.
On a momentous day that shall be honored for time everlasting, our glorious empire at last heralded the coronation of Her Majesty Empress Jamyl. As billions of faithful beheld a scene of unprecedented imperial might, she arrived with her guardians to announce the dawn of a new reclaiming. The legacy of her reign began with a decree to every soul of New Eden.
I am the harbinger of hope. I am the sword of the righteous. And to all who hear my words, I say this. What you give to this empire, I shall give back unto you.
The question is, was this a live event in-game? So while many of these things are live events in-game, specifically these events around the Empyrean Age were not. All of these videos about the Empyrean Age specifically, the previous one I just showed and this one, like, were put out during downtime, right? Like, this was an expansion, and of course, back then, expansion downtime was much longer than normal, so it was like 12 hours, and during the course of that downtime, they released these different videos to let us know all of the different stuff that was going on, so that way when the game came back up, and Faction Warfare was live, because that's really what all of this was to justify, you know, all these things had just happened, right? This is one of those things that I remember CCP talking about back in 2015 when they were just starting to introduce the Drifters, that they talked about how much they loved this lore event with Empyrean Age, but they wanted it to play out over a longer course. Like, it was all in an afternoon. So they were interested in this kind of unraveling story, but they wanted to have it be a longer period of time. Like, the Intaki invasion is actually a really good example of that, where there's a build-up, like, this stuff happens, including in-game events, for, you know, several months, but then the critical moment happens at the expansion, right? So, but that's, you know, 12 years later that they did that. So this is just like, during the Empyrean Age, they just released a whole bunch of videos that kind of advanced the plot at the same time that they, again, released an entire book. So a lot happened in a very short period of time. Anywho, so Then Jamyl's superweapon kind of vanishes from history for a little while until it gets discovered by originally a Sisters of Eve ship that gets destroyed by a bunch of rogue drones that were scavenging or have integrated with the Jamyl superweapon. These rogue drones were effectively hijacked by these ancient structures that around the blue stars, apparently an older race, whoever made the superweapon most likely, created these caches of Isogen-5 where drones were sent out to go collect tiny amounts of it and kind of collect it in this one facility over the course of thousands of years. And so they had brought the superweapon there. The Sisters of Eve, who were tracing the superweapon and its use, managed to find their way there. They get destroyed by the rogue drones. However, they are followed by the Blood Raiders. The Blood Raiders try to get the superweapon. However, as they're trying to do so, a Thucker pilot decides to sacrifice himself by shooting the Isogen-5 cache, causing it to detonate. But because the Isogen-5 caches were apparently quantumly entangled, this caused a simultaneous explosion in 10 different locations in New Eden, causing a chain reaction with the stars, the blue stars that they were involved with. And this explosion caused the old chained wormholes, or the old network of connections that were made by the Talakan when they created Anoikis, to begin to fluctuate randomly, creating wormholes in New Eden, throughout New Eden, and connecting them to the previously unknown wormhole space. Sorry, Chekhov's gun is Jamyl's superweapon? Kind of. So that leads to what's known as the Apocrypha event. So with the wormholes opened, that exposes us. While there was some sleeper remnants in known space, this event and the opening of the wormholes really exposed New Eden to sleepers in the modern day for the first time. Now, remember, Jamyl is effectively infected by the artificial intelligence from this construct, from these places. And so as we begin to raid this wormhole space for the new technologies that are exposed, and developing things like Tech 3 ships off of it, Jamyl begins to send her forces inside of the enclaves, which are these big discs. Basically, these big discs here are where they keep the clones for the construct, which at this point now, the construct actually runs, at least in part, on the brains of the people inside of the construct. So, but what Jamyl did was she sent in her people to go and harvest those clones. because the way that they work is they've managed to grow a fifth lobe of their brain and then had the part of have the growth of that part of the brain shut off. So they kind of have a missing lobe in their brain, and there's a special piece of tech, an implant, that replaces that lobe in their brain. So unlike the TEBs, which is kind of this external thing that scans their brain, like this is a computer that's fully integrated into their brain, which makes it far more efficient. But she takes those implants and she uses them to make immortal clone soldiers, right? This is a thing that can be integrated into the brain, so you no longer need a TEBS. You can now have foot soldiers with these things in their brain that make it so that when they die, they can be cloned just like a capsuleer can. Now, it's not as perfect. It's a lot more rudimentary, but who cares? These are just foot soldiers. They just need to be able to aim a gun, right? But the problem is that this was actually a secret plot by the other in order to, take rebellious sleepers and lock them, remove them from the construct by getting them locked away inside of people. And also for the other to escape from the construct by hitching a ride within these implants. So that leads to the rise of the Templars, which are the first instance of immortal clone soldiers.
Look at this place. Over here. This one seems to be intact. Okay, let's bring it in for analysis.
The implant recovered by the extraction team has fascinating properties. An instant transfer of consciousness, even at the moment of death.
So much blood has been spilled in the name of our faith. Too many have died at the hands of Imperians.
Imagine the military application.
But we have been blessed. I will unleash this new power and end the war.
We cannot allow one nation to control it.
They have done enough to leave their mark on history. Their soldiers would be dangerous beyond measure.
The power they would have, they would be
immortal.
So, the book Templar 1 tells this story. Not only does it talk about the deployment of the very first immortal clone soldiers, the Templars, but also it gives us a lot of the information that we have about the other and the construct and the sleepers. So that is also another very important book that we've talked about before. For now, the biggest thing is that this group, so like, she eventually tries to stop the Templar project, but by this point, it's gone too far. Obviously, they can't hunt down all of the soldiers, but more importantly, the other empires have gained interest in this, and so begin to develop their own clone soldiers, by their various different methods. And so this is where Dust 514 comes from, with the different clone mercenaries, and these original kind of clones that are running around continue on after this happens, but they kind of become more rogue mercenaries and eventually form up into a group that is known as Arkhambine that eventually joins the deathless. So, yeah, the empires do have different languages. We just have an auto translation. Like, auto translators are the least of our technological concerns, I guess. All right, so everything's kind of quiet in this regard for a little while. We do see around the same time a guy named Hyland Tukos defects from the Caldari towards the Mimitar in order to start a research project about Anoikis, working with the Capsuleers in order to discover more about Anoikis. And this was known as the Eric Jalan Project. And that was a pretty big deal until the book came out, because the book kind of answered a lot of the questions that the Eric Jalan Project was chasing. And so after that, it kind of fades into the background. Also, CC Dropbear, who is the main lore dude that was making that happen, leaves the company, and we get into Sanche incursions and that sort of stuff, which Sanche incursions are kind of associated with all of this, but Sanche isn't involved in the current event, so we're ignoring him for now. The next major thing that I want to talk about, though, is in 2015. So that Apocrypha event, it turns out that in Jovian space, there's a star, W477 TAC-P. And this star was, there's a Dyson swarm, or a lattice of power collectors built around the star by this ancient race known as the Talakan. And the reason why they seem to have done this is so that way they can warp space-time to connect solar systems that weren't normally connected, and that's how they created Anoikis, right? Those connections are kind of what got destabilized with the Apocrypha event. But, well, no, it's not a Dyson sphere because it's not a solid object. It's like a bunch of individual collectors that are chained together and stabilized. So it's not a solid object, it's a Dyson sphere, or it's a Dyson swarm, which is why you can still see the star. A Dyson sphere would actually block out the light of the star. Either way, doesn't matter, technicality. The point of the matter is that the energy of the explosion of the Apocrypha event basically sent a feedback through that entire chain network, which poured energy into W477 TAC-P, which caused it to lash out with this big coronal mass injection, destroying a bunch of the lattice and destabilizing the star. The Jovians became fearful that this could potentially, or that it would soon blow up and could destroy their entire civilization. And so most of the Jovians either left or hid, because remember, the Jovians are like a shadow of their former selves. So by 2015, less than 100 Jovians existed in the entire cluster. And at that time, W477 TAC-P exploded. But we didn't know that at the time. Dark Link, that's great. We didn't realize all of this stuff that was going on at the time. At the time, a hauler, a real person, a player named Caroline Grace, noticed a star in the sky was getting a little bit brighter than normal.
News of a stellar anomaly rocks New Eden. What was initially thought to be a sudden, massive stellar explosion, nicknamed Caroline's Star after the pilot who first spotted it, the distant anomaly has since baffled the scientific community. Shortly after its appearance, a team of astronomers triangulated its location, suggesting that these are the remnants of the star W477P. Located deep within Jove's space, the star was previously believed to be stable and not massive enough to cause an explosion of this scale. However, its unreachable location eliminates all possibility of confirming the actual cause. Scientists also remain puzzled by the anomaly's sudden, simultaneous visibility throughout New Eden. According to physicist Balti Katai, starlight appearing simultaneously across all systems in New Eden doesn't make any sense. The energy required to create such an event is incomprehensible. Given the unusual nature of the anomaly and the lack of any conclusive scientific explanation, its existence has inspired rampant speculation from all quarters. Popular theories explain it as either the discharge of a Jove superweapon against a Sanche invasion, a herald of the prophesied coming of Bob, or a sign of the impending apocalypse? We'll have more on this as the story develops.
Well, we're going a little late today, so that's good. All right, so Caroline's star begins to appear in the sky. Everybody's kind of wondering about it. From there, we begin to learn about, basically, Caroline's star represents a second explosion, right? Obviously, W477 TAC-P explodes, which creates an even bigger shockwave through the Anoikis network, blowing open the inner worlds of Anoikis. Now, these explosions also cause the stars to detonate, which means, you know, in all of the systems, the 10 systems that had the initial Apocrypha event, the first planet of those systems are shattered. Well, these new star systems that we were able to find, which, by the way, are all blue stars, inside of Anoikis, are kind of the power centers of Anoikis, supposedly. Those exploded with such fierceness that when we are able to go in there, all of the planets are shattered, or at least most of the planets are shattered. So we call those the shattered worlds or the shattered wormholes.
New theories about the alleged supernova known as Caroline's star continue to surface. Many now speculate that the explosion is linked to a group of recently discovered wormholes that lead to the uncharted space of the so-called shattered worlds. Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on Sisters of Eve officials to explain how and why SOE stations were already present when pilots entered those previously unknown areas. Nemos was one of the first scholars to suggest the connection between Caroline's star and the shattered worlds. He now claims that the increase in sleeper activity could be linked to the sudden appearance of gigantic cloaked structures around New Eden, and that sleepers are secretly transmitting messages to pilots through their implants, using the star as a beacon. Scientists continue to offer
That's me! Yay! All right.
variety of other explanations, including connections to the Salin incident, or possible Jovian or even Talican involvement, but are far from reaching any consensus on the true cause. We'll have more on this as the story develops.
So as far as it being seen simultaneously, like that's what the whole point of this formula is because it was visible simultaneously throughout New Eden. And so I actually talked to Balta, and they thought this was really funny because they posted this formula, and apparently it was at least halfway bullshit. It was just like a random like guess or whatever of what it would take to do this kind of thing. But part of the whole thing is that, remember, this explosion isn't just like an explosion. It's also like passing through space-time through these wormholes and stuff. So it was always noteworthy that it was visible simultaneously everywhere. It is worth noting that CCP has, at least at one point, halfway jokingly suggested that Caroline's star, or maybe something else that was like Caroline's star, was a total accident. They've actually made a joke before. I can't remember the exact phrase, like what they said or whatever on the art team, but they seemed to imply that the original Caroline star was a mistake. Now, the thing is that there is actually an earlier event where a star in the sky was kind of weird. So I think that might be the one that they were referring to. And Caroline star was like them replicating it, because they sometimes do that. Like when something exciting happens on accident, they sometimes kind of recreate it. Like, you know, they were very excited when there was this fight between 3 different NPC groups back in 2019, because it showed like how far their AI was going. And so they kind of replicated it again in the next event just to kind of show how cool it was. So I don't know if that's necessarily true, but there has been some implications that this entire plot line started as a graphic bug, which is kind of funny. But I don't know if that's 100% true. Anywho, so with the shattered wormholes, with the Jovian structures, with all this stuff, we start to see a new kind of sleeper emerge, which are these circadian seekers, which are now known as Autothisian Lancers. This is a new type of sleeper that started to show up. Thomas, you're crazy, right? Like you're bullshitting me, right? Hold on. Yeah, that would be really cool. Watch. So, if I... Hey, sheesh! Oh, 70 you. Thanks for that. If I go to Jita, right? And I set a destination to Jita. It's probably going to be a little bit harder because I'm out in the middle of, like, right near the star. Let me warp away from the star really quick. And... just for maximum clarity. Hopefully this doesn't make my computer shit itself. Yeah. So we should be able to... Do I have it? Maybe I should choose a longer one. Do I have it? Do I have it set up? Hold on. There is... So the short of it is you can absolutely see your route in space. Each of the star... Not every single star in space is a real star out there, but they are there. Like... We've actually had lots of times where people have thought that they saw another Caroline star because it's like, oh look, there's a big star or whatever. Yeah, let's go ahead and try like. Let's do 1DQ. I guess it would help to know where 1DQ is from here. Hold on. So if we go here, it's going to be towards the south. So it should be this direction? Why am I not seeing it? Hold on. How do you turn on... Oh, I don't know why it wasn't checked. Now it is. Do I have to... There it is. There. Whew. That took too long to find. There we go. So you can actually see those are the different stars for those star systems. You can see them in space. So that is actually true. The skybox in space is at least partially the actual stars that are around you. And the gate, yeah, the gate is aimed correctly. So we can go and... It'd be fun to see zaps when someone gets a gates a Titan or Super. That could be pretty cool. But you do, I mean, we do see like the stuff jump out, but you don't see it between the different star systems. But I mean, like, that would be a crazy thing to see, right? Like, an individual Titan flash is, you know, a big event. See, you can see it's aimed directly at that next star. So that star in the sky right there is Oriphae. I mean, if you see a whole bunch of Titans jumping is a very bright, flashy thing, but it's nothing compared to the brightness of the star. So I don't think you'd see that from a distance. I think that you underestimate how big space is. But either way. It would be fun. So there is a thing where I thought you could see it. Well, yeah, you can kind of see the line flow. The colors kind of flow between the dots. So you can see like the direction of the movement for your autopilot. But yeah. I mean, that is what you asked for, though. You can see the stars in the sky. All right, moving on. Yeah. I think that there's definitely a lot of stars in the skybox that are not actually stars, if that makes sense, or like not like locations you can go to. Anywho, so the Circadian Seekers, or now known as Autothesian Lancers, showed up first and starting to scan people. But then within a short period of time, we start to find drifter battleships.
Gigantic listening towers, presumed to be of Jove origin, began decloaking all over New Eden this week. These coincided with the sudden appearance of heavily armed vessels that Concord is calling drifter battleships. Like the listening towers, the pilots of these ships carry signs of Jove origin. One of the first engagements involving drifters is causing great concern across New Eden. This footage shows fighters from the Thanatos-class carrier Rex attacking a lone drifter battleship. At first, the carrier seems to have the upper hand, its fighters slowly but surely wearing down the drifter's shields, until the drifter ship suddenly unleashes its primary weapon, destroying the carrier with a single shot. The ship's capsuleer and sole survivor, Dantheus, claims he was taken by complete surprise and that he's never seen such power. All attempts to communicate with the drifters have thus far proven futile. Fortunately, they don't appear to be hostile unless provoked. In related news, the Sisters of Eve released a statement this week confirming that Caroline's star originated in system W477P and also caused the unexplained cataclysm in Thera. But the group remained silent on the listening posts and drifter battleships. We'll have more updates as these stories develop.
Did they say
Communicate with the
Thanatos?
drifters with a single shot. Drifter ship suddenly unleashes its primary weapon, destroying the carrier with a upper hand. Its fighters attacking a lone drifter battleship. Great concern across New Eden. This footage shows fighters from the Thanatos-class carrier Rex
No, that is
attacking
not how to
a
pronounce
lone
it.
drifter.
No, that is not how to pronounce it. I've never heard it pronounced that way. I've heard Thanatos, and I heard Thanatos, but I don't. What did she say?
Eden. This footage shows engagements in. This footage shows fighters from the Thanatos-class carrier.
Thanatos? No, that's not right. That's not good. That's not it. Sorry. Thanatos. All right. Well, cool. So, at this time, it was very much a mystery as to what was going on. The Jovian observatories start to show up, et cetera, et cetera. So then.
The mysterious drifters have begun showing a disturbing new behavior, according to reports coming in from across New Eden. It began when, according to eyewitnesses, a rescue pod containing capsuleer Draven Osron was destroyed and his corpse collected by a drifter ship. There is a rising concern that the drifters are harvesting captured bodies in an attempt to manifest themselves, as some scientists had feared. Furthermore, as this footage from Hakonnen clearly shows, the drifters have started dismantling the Jove observatories. Once detached from the structure, drifters transport the pieces through mysterious wormholes that neither Capsuleer nor Empire ships have thus far been able to enter. Samples of the fragments known as Antikythera have been collected from Drifter Rex, and its characteristics and potential use are currently being investigated. Whatever their ultimate purpose, these new drifter discoveries are raising more questions than they answer. This is Alton Havery reporting on location for the Scope.
See? I forgot all about this video. This really does imply that the pickup sticks inside of the drifter wormholes are potentially pieces from here, but it does suggest that the Antikythera elements do come from the Jovian observatories, which is true. You can Entosis link Jovian observatories to get the gleaned fragments as well as Antikythera elements, and of course you can get Antikythera elements in by blowing up drifters as well and getting them as loot from the drifters. So, and also, by the way, just to point out, because we're probably going to see her a few times, Makoto Priano here is a real capsuleer, he's a real person, player. They are the founder of Arataka Research Consortium, I'm pretty sure. And also The important thing about this video is that up until this point, this was the very first time that NPCs actively potted players. So that's why this broadcast is talking about how the corpse was harvested, because, you know, it was considered a pretty big deal that they would pod players and collect their corpses. So that leads to a Emergent Threats Symposium, which was, of course, FanFest that year. Like it's taking 2+ weeks after finishing Drifter invasions. I don't understand what you mean. Well, technically, the Drifter crisis is happening still. It was kind of like it happened over time. Obviously, remember, this is actually right now. This is the event that CCP was talking about when they talked about Empyrean Age, where they said they wanted it to play out over the course of like a couple of months or a couple of years or whatever, instead of it all happening in one downtime.
Prominent capsule.
Also, it's worth noting that these scope videos were made by like one dude. You know, I think it was CCP Loki just started making these scope videos more or less on his own. So there was a lot of scope videos during this time that kind of advanced the story, but it was like once a week or so. So that has to be kept into mind too.
Prominent capsuleers and statesmen from all corners of New Eden are gathering in Uli over the next few days to attend the Symposium of Emergent Threats. The event will be overseen by Matshi Raish, the elder mentor of the Society of Conscious Thought. The symposium is intended to provide a neutral platform for delegates to discuss the recent uncloaking of what has been identified as Jove observatories, as well as the near-simultaneous appearance of drifter battleships. These events have caused alarm throughout New Eden. It is hoped that the symposium marks the first unified step toward addressing the strange appearances. This is Lena Amber in Uli, reporting for The Scope.
So FanFest begins. Shortly thereafter, so remember, at this point, the Drifter wormholes have not been accessible. Drifter wormholes appear in systems with Jovian observatories, and the Drifters appear in systems with Jovian observatories, but the wormholes themselves could not be entered at this time. And then we get a message from Highland Tukos. Highland Tukos being that guy that defected to the Mimitar and helped the players inspect information about Anoikis wormhole space. He also posts on the forums at this point, around this time, asking for Jovian body parts to be brought to Site 1, which is his little research center. Oh, what was that? That was... there should be a lore master for each of the factions in CCP. Decide which faction should do this and that happens. They could also roleplay as important NPCs. They don't have a person who's dedicated to roleplay as Caddis, but they do have an RP team, and they do a lot of the in-game acting and stuff like that. That does happen. All that person does is act as the Amarr Empire. That's a lot for just like somebody's job. Most of the time, these are secondary things that these people do. They also write like the chronicles and stuff like that.
This disturbing recording was recently acquired by The Scope, and despite DED protests, we believe that the public has the right to know.
This is Hillen towards Scout vessel Erect Jalan. There's an emergency into an uncharted hundreds of these signal, but we for as long as we can. Notify the DED. We may be facing a possible major... More and more ships have been arriving at this enormous structure. Detected and it is possible that things hail.
It has been confirmed that the person speaking is indeed Hillen Tukos, former employee of Eifer & Company. The date of the recording is still unknown. A spokesperson for EFR claims a search and rescue has already been organized in partnership with the Sisters of Eve. They are offering reward for information leading to the whereabouts of Hilan Tukos and his crew. Officials are urging the population to stay calm as the footage is investigated further. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
So eventually, shortly thereafter, these drifter wormholes became navigatable. And in each of the 5 drifter wormholes were found one of these gigantic hives towards the center of this structure, or this, I guess, complex. And in one of them, I can't remember which one of the drifter wormholes, the body of Hilan Tukos was found. And Lucas Rahlan, I think it was, got close to his ship and ended up scooping up his brain slice, which ended up having a bunch of people like Concord put out like a 50-plex, and this is old plex, so it'd be like 500 times that, for killing and recovering Lucas's ship, or like, you know, blowing up Lucas's ship, recovering the brain slice and turning it in. They gave everybody his ship information and what system he was last seen in, which was pretty fun. But he ended up turning it over to the Amarr Empire to confirm his holder status. So that was kind of the end of that. But eventually we were able to access these drifter wormholes, which is where we're able to go do the drifter dives, like what Dutch Gunner has been doing for the last several years. Inside of the drifter hives is this kind of network of gates and a kind of a maze where you hack different cans, and you basically bring one of the doodads from the previous site, and you bring it to this one to turn it in for this site's piece, right? So it's like there's 5 different wormholes that are all kind of, it's a chain. So like the first one gives you the piece to unlock the thing in the second one. The second one unlocks the one in the third one, all the way to the 5th one, which unlocks the thing in the first one. So you have to go through all 5 wormholes in order, and then come back around and do the first one again, so that way you can get all the pieces to put together to make this special element, which was completely not useful for any reason until 7 years later, when suddenly the Deathless needed them in order to turn on Zarzak. So the drifter wormholes have kind of existed in New Eden from this point on, for like the last 9 years. They're highly connected. They can be connected to any system that has a Jovian observatory, and at any given time it has about 10 to 15 different connections, as well as some other unique sites, and of course these fortresses that contain the doodads and special drifter drugs that you can use. And also there's like a Sisters of Eve flotilla, but these are the 5 drifter wormholes that are the 5 that are going to be occupied starting next week by the 5 different groups. Okay, so this is where that comes from. So, well, they can be connected. They can be connected to wormholes, and so I don't know if they can ever be connected to each other. I feel like that would be so amazingly rare that it might not ever been like detected. Was one account 3 characters ever explained in lore, like 1 consciousness, 3 bodies or something? Oh, like why do you have multiple characters? Well, there are multiple places in Eve where they kind of suggest that a lot of Capsuleers have like multiple identities that they can hop between. So they kind of seem to imply that those are different clones that you can occupy more than anything. But yeah. So they recently got a C2 static. Okay. So either way, there's a lot of different connections. I don't remember whether or not, know if they can actually connect to each other, but they connect to all different bands of space, including wormhole space. They also, their wormholes are different than any other wormholes. No, I don't think, hold on. Do they connect? So this is why the Deathless Circle is interested in the stuff we're pulling out of the Deep Flow Rifts. Yeah, this is why all of the Empires are interested in the stuff that we're pulling out of Deep Flow Rifts. Because well, the Empires in particular, especially the 5 groups, want to occupy these wormholes and start to take drifter technology for themselves. So, At this time, the drifters appear to be more focused on messing with the Amarr Empire than anywhere else. Now, remember that at this point, the Empress, Jamyl, has the other in her brain, and only her inner council, or like most inner circle, even know this. But the drifters are theoretically more instances of the other. The drifters are using sleeper bodies in order to escape the construct, in order to, you know, come around and find stuff, right? Hold on. This is, back then, we did a lore panel with Hydrostatic Podcast. And so this is the voices of us all speculating about what's going on at basically this point in time in history. I like how the subtitles just say the same thing.
Strange, I don't know what you call it exactly, anomaly, a light anomaly, a star anomaly. And apparently the closer you get to Jove space, the better you can see it.
It has been nicknamed Caroline's Star.
Whatever happened there is massive.
What caused that whole thing to happen? Jovian stargates have gone offline.
The circadian sleepers have also been appearing.
All those things have been scanning everything that comes near them.
The unidentified structures that have been popping up and disappearing.
They are listening to you.
Preparing to explore, preparing for war.
Is it possible that the sleepers have found a way to break away from the construct?
There's no telling what they might do out of self-defense. Maybe the sleepers are the ones needing the body parts so that they can reconstruct bodies, because their actual bodies have withered away.
So I don't actually know what the rules of the Omega redemption is right now. Like, I don't know whether or not you're going to be able to redeem it on the 14th based on the wording of it. We might want to double check. But given that, either Sunday or Monday, depending on whether or not it will still be available on Monday. So we might want to double check that. I don't know 100% right now. Sunday is the guaranteed best time, or like safe best time. And then Monday, if it is available on Monday, would obviously be the best time, because that gives you the most time as an Omega in the event. So this was the Emergent Threats trailer. This kind of gave us an insight as to what was going on a little bit. But at around this time, the drifters begin to escalate their interest in the Amarr Empire in particular.
Imperial Navy forces have been mobilized in response to reports of increased drifter activity across Amarr space. A state of emergency has not yet been declared. However, tensions are high in systems where fear of an imminent threat is present. Many speculate that the escalation began following Cartham Conglomerate's decision to market the Entosis link. It is a device that allows the user to project their consciousness into system mainframes. It is believed to be the result of reverse engineering technology acquired from sleeper scanners. Connecting the device to Jove observatories in attempts to retrieve Antikythera has also yielded what looks to be sections of garbled surveillance logs dating several decades back. It still remains unclear what information was being collected by the Jove observatories, or for what purpose. but evidence from those logs proves they have been watching us for decades. This drifter show of force and the unprecedented drifter incursion into Uli last week has strained the already fragile standoff, and concerns of a full-scale war seem more founded with each passing day. This is Alton Havary reporting for The Scope.
Oh no, I missed a video. Where is it? Oh no! That's okay. So that incursion into Uli is actually a reference to this video.
We are currently waiting to receive a live broadcast from DED headquarters in Uli, where the body of a drifter was delivered earlier today for analysis. The 4 scientists who performed the preliminary autopsy have provided the Scope with an exclusive first look at the full autopsy report. The report confirms similarities between Drifter and Jove genetics, despite significant physical differences. Noted by doctors Anslo Tetua and Mizir Starsurge was the odd absence of vocal cords and abnormal blood composition, the latter believed to be connected to the low-level radiation still being emitted post-mortem. The autopsy also confirms that the augmentation present in the subject is necessary for its survival. Further study is already underway at... It would appear that the broadcast has started. After an initial statement, we expect that we will be permitted to ask questions.
It does appear that the broadcast signal has been lost. However, we will resume as soon as the broadcast is...
So yes, that was part of a live event where they did release the Drifter autopsy. But then there was a drifter attack in Uli, so players had to deal with that. So that's what they were referring to about the attack on the Amarr. Did we do this one already?
Freely distribute. The order of Her Imperial Majesty Jamyl Sarum to freely distribute new shield technology out to Capsuleers has infuriated DED and Concord officials. The Imperial Order was issued following a demonstration of the extremely efficient shield generators developed by a joint Amarr and Lidai research project. Possible to use even by substructures, their shielding is virtually impenetrable. Since it's based on the same technology exclusively reserved for Concord to protect stargates and stations in Empire's space, then it is certain that multiple treaties have been broken. The growing likelihood of a drifter invasion is seen as the main motivation behind this move, as it is clearly an attempt to bring hostilities in nullsec space to an end. In a message, Empress Jamyl Sarum urges all Capsuleers to unite and give their support to the Amarr Empire, emphasizing the famed mantra, "What you give to this empire, I shall give back unto you." Having still not appeared in public, the Empress is rumored to be more and more isolated. Today's events are seen by many as further indication of desperation or even irrationality taking hold. This is Alton Havary reporting for The Scope.
So once upon a time, they actually had a show called the 07 Show. And they had a whole segment that was about like how to pronounce different things. And so they'd go around and ask different people on the staff how to pronounce different names. And it was really funny because like you could definitely tell the people that were like Icelandic and so knew exactly how to pronounce like the weird Icelandic names that they have, but then like don't know how to pronounce the other names. And then they had CCP Pen who pronounced everything as click click because it was a pen. It was funny. Anywho, so what this is the conversion of the old system to Entosis system, right? As we saw, the Entosis link was just introduced. The Entosis link it allows us to project our consciousness into other systems. And she releases this new shield technology, basically making it so that player-built structures or rather the outposts at the time, no longer required, like it used to be that you attacked them to take over. But with this new ultra powerful shield technology, you can't attack them anymore. Damaging them doesn't do anything. So this was the introduction of Entosis as a mechanism for control for sovereignty and operations of structures and stuff. Back when we had outposts instead of upwell structures. Shortly thereafter, we get the fate of Highland Tukos confirmed. This is when we now are able to go into the Drifter wormholes.
Footage has started pouring in, following the sudden and still unexplained opening up of wormholes, leading to uncharted systems. As the fragmentary information from explorers starts coming together, it looks like there are multiple systems containing enormous hive-like structures, similar to those reported by the late Highland Tukos. These hives are surrounded by sleeper enclaves filled with bodies. It's not clear if all the structures were built together at the same time, or if hives were built later in an effort to harvest the corpses contained within the enclaves. The body of Highland Tukos was discovered and examined by Lucas Raholan while taking part in an Ikame-led expedition into wormhole J174618. This location has also been confirmed as the one seen in the final broadcast made by Tukos. While J174618 and the other systems all contain formidable drifter presence, there is still no sign of the massive armada seen in the Tukos recording, and that is certainly a matter of great concern to all the people of New Eden. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
All right, so then, shortly thereafter, more information about the Entosis link starts to come out.
Mind projection technology has entered the public sector with the discovery of new uses for the Entosis link. The device's ability to manipulate Jovian systems has been known, but recent tests on non-Jovian systems by Capsuleer Max Sneak, including control of station services, have now proven successful. Only 2 weeks prior, Empress Jamyl Sarum controversially gave Capsuleers advanced shield technology in hopes of swaying them to her cause. The Entosis link appears to be able to negate its benefits. Observers have noted this development's adverse impact on the Empress' ability to rally Capsuleers to aid the Amarr against the so-called Drifter threat. For now, the Amarr Navy continues to prepare and maintain its vigilance. Alone. This is Alton Hovery reporting for The Scope.
So, congratulations, we discovered that the Entosis link completely undermines Jamyl's entire shield system, and to this day we don't know, like, because, oh shoot, yeah, I mean, you can always jump into the Discord using this link, but, so, Jamyl was corrupted, or at least infected by the other at this point, but there's a lot to suggest that Jamyl did a pretty good job resisting the other, especially once she understood what was going on with the Templars. So I personally believe that her releasing the shield systems in the Entosis link stuff was kind of the last gasp of the real Jamyl in resistance to the other, but we don't know for sure. What we do know is as time scaled up, the Drifters seemed to focus specifically on the system of Safazon, where a new ship was under construction for Jamyl, a new flagship.
A large drifter force has just appeared near the Amarr Navy headquarters in Safazon. This is the second time in only 2 weeks that the system comes under a major attack. The Amarr Navy has been on high alert and still seem to outnumber the drifters to about 3-1. But more and more drifters are still coming out of warp. How many of them there are in the area is impossible to say, but the region has been Amarr reinforcements are coming out of warp, led by the Seraphim, the flagship of Admiral Ren Coretta, who is in...
Pilots, the Empire is under attack from these unholy abominations, and Her Majesty Empress Jamyl Sarum requires all able loyalists to render assistance to the Imperial throne immediately. Do your duty and give no quarter to the invaders.
It certainly seems like the Amarr Navy has dug their heels in and intends to throw everything they've got into this fight. Reinforcements from both sides are now constantly joining into the fray, and there is no way of telling for how long this struggle can go on, as both sides are taking heavy losses. Why the drifters seem to be so determined...
Drifter Doomsday screwed up their connection. Because that's what a Drifter Doomsday... So, like, this is the Drifter Doomsday...
As both...
you can see the Drifter Doomsday spooling up. Right there. And then as soon as it fires, it causes the connection to be lost. Which makes sense because the Drifter Doomsday breaks all locks. It's like a giant ECM burst when it goes off. But, so this is kind of the beginning of the major escalation with the Amarr Empire specifically. Jamyl begins to announce the construction of this new flagship, the Arturitas, which is a solid gold Abaddon. She visits it once in order to have the keel laying ceremony, and that's when Matashi Reich from the SOCT comes and scans her with an Entosis link before we were all ordered to attack. We were all everybody was ordered to attack Matashi Reich, so we did. That to follow up that story is continues with Inheritance, the Chronicle. But the point of the matter is, about a week or two later, at the launching ceremony of Jamyl Sorum's new flagship, she arrives with her avatar and she's giving a speech, and she goes, "All shall see the might of the Amarr Empire as we..." And then this happens.
There is utter confusion here in Safasan, as the condition of Empress Jamyl Sarum remains unknown after a Titan carrying the Empress was destroyed by Drifter forces just a few minutes ago. The Empress was to attend the inauguration of the new Imperial flagship, the Arturitas, at the Safasan headquarters of the Imperial Navy. Traveling in the Seraph, an Avatar-class Titan, the Empress was believed to be well protected and accompanied by a formidable escort. Despite this, the Seraph came under attack from a large Drifter force, appearing almost immediately after the Empress arrived in Safasan. Imperial guards attempted to intercept the attackers, but the Drifters used new tactics in their assault, utilizing their superior speed to head straight for the Seraph while ignoring all other ships. Within a matter of seconds, the Seraph was completely engulfed and obliterated by simultaneous fire from the entire Drifter force. It is obvious that the Empress was the sole target, and once the Seraph was destroyed, the Drifters warped away without concern for any other ships present. The speed and precision the Drifters displayed while executing their plan seems to have stunned the Imperial Guard, as they were unable to react in time to put up any defense during the short but devastating attack. While search and rescue efforts are still underway, there have been no announcements made, nor have we been able to confirm anything regarding the condition or whereabouts of Empress Jamyl Sarum. We will of course keep on reporting as the situation develops. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
And it cannot be expressed how big of a turning point this is for the Amarr Empire and for this entire story, okay? You got to remember, Jamyl Sarum came into power under the belief that she was resurrected by God, chosen to lead the new reclaiming, to lead Holy Amarr to its rightful place within the universe. And now she's dead, right? I was 14 kilometers away from where she was when this happened. Her ship was destroyed by Doomsdays. They potted her and then warped off. Now, so Amarr heirs at this point were not allowed to be cloned. It's against their rules. They have the right of sacred flesh, or the doctrine of sacred flesh, I should say. But remember, Jamyl was already illegally cloned. So, but people don't know that, right? But CCP has effectively confirmed. They've said that Jamyl is as dead as a can of Spam. But this is why there's so much focus on Jamyl, even to this day, right? A lot of people, both players and in-game, are focused on Jamyl, that feel that Jamyl should come back, that they still, Saint Jamyl, there's the tarot of Saint Jamyl. There's a big kind of cult following within the Amarr, still feeling that that there's something special about Jamyl, even though this happened. And there's even people, there's always been this joke that, just like Highland Tukos, it could be that the Drifters hijacked Jamyl. And so, like, the Drifter Queen will show up one day and be a hybrid of Jamyl. But we've never heard from her again from after this point. But, this was a huge turning point for the story and for the lore. The Jamyl being taken out of the picture really put a wrench in everything that we were kind of expecting going on at the time. And of course, this leads to the need to make another, we need a new empress or emperor. There's no, Jamyl's dead. Time to move on. But like when Caddis Tash Murkon talk about the demons of the Drifters and what they did, this is what she's referring to, right? They killed the previous empress. She was a Capsuleer, but not necessarily a clone. Because remember, you can be a Capsuleer and not a clone. Shakur is, well, I wouldn't say, yeah, of all of the current leaders of the heads of state, of the different empires, Shakur has been the leader the longest. In fact, Shakur is the only person who was in charge during the Empyrean Age and is still in charge of his group now. Every other empire has had a turnover in their leadership. All right. So this leads to the Amarr Championship.
It's time to rejoice. It's time to rebuild. The Empire has prevailed.
The words of Security Commander Ori Jaleh echoed through the Amarr Empire today as the Imperial fleet stepped its status down from at war to high alert. The collective sigh of relief could be felt following the statement as Amarr citizens now look forward to more peaceful times. Surprisingly, the Ministry of War acknowledged the part Capsuleers played in neutralizing the Blood Raiders' threat and promised swift justice upon the inevitable capture of Blood Raiders' leader, Omer Sarakusa. Even though Blood Raiders' activity is declining and Drifter presence in Amarr space has been limited, some have suggested that celebrations are premature. External observers have pointed out that the Imperial Navy had not achieved a decisive strategic victory during the conflict against the elusive Drifters. Minmatar statesman Ketan Yun is reported to have remarked on the irony of Amarr Empire claims of victory at the same time the championships are about to start to find a replacement for the Empress they so utterly failed to protect. As the Imperial Navy winds down for much-needed rest and repairs, champions are arriving in the Throne Worlds, determining via combat which heir from the 6 royal houses will take the throne and which 5 are destined to commit ritual suicide. This is Alton Hovery reporting for The Scope.
So this was November 7th. So that's after Crimson Harvest. That's one of the references. I skipped over the Crimson Harvest stuff because it wasn't as important to the Drifter stuff. So then 4 days later, we have more Drifter attacks. Yes, you can participate in this upcoming event even if you did not participate in the race. Ketan Yun is not nice to the Amarr. He's probably Amar's biggest critic.
Just days after the bold announcement of victory by Imperial Security Commander Ori Jallet, the Amarr Navy is once again caught completely by surprise. The drifters are launching a large-scale invasion into the heart of the Amarr Empire, and current reports indicate that the Imperial Navy is struggling to mount a coherent defense. These images from Shushran show the destruction of rows of Amarr Navy vessels, which were manned with only skeleton crews while waiting to be refitted. These attacks coincide with the discovery of immense drifter structures, the purpose of which remain unknown. Whether or not these findings have triggered the attacks also remains unknown at this time. While scientists try to determine the objective of the drifter attacks, the Amarr Empire tries to hold on. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
So the drifters launch an invasion of Amarr while we are able to get into the heart of the hives. So past the hive is the Nexus room, which is what this room is with the giant pickup sticks in it. And then the trial for succession begins.
From all over New Eden, Capsuleers travel to Amarr to watch the final rounds of the Imperial succession trials. Fighting on the behalf of Aritzio Kor Azor of House Kor Azor is Lysis, and fighting for Katiz Tashmerkan of House Tashmerkan is Kellen Darklight. Stakes are high as the fight will determine who will become the successor of the late Empress Jamyl I. Drifter threats, new emerging technologies, and conflicts in the Outer Rims are but few of the challenges that will await the new ruler. As prominent Capsuleers leave their ships at the Emperor Family Academy and prepare to go planetside, they as well must be wondering what the future has in store for them. From Dom Torsad, reporting for The Scope, this is Lena Amber.
And of course, the official reveal of the Amarr Championship. This is a badass movie, too.
Under the rituals laid out in the scriptures, succession to the imperial throne has begun. The royal heirs shall select their champions through the ancient trials of fire and blood. Sworn upholders of the faith, warriors without fear. These champions shall decide who will ascend the throne. All shall witness the power of God's chosen. And to those who dare threaten holy Amarr, it shall be known, retribution will be righteous.
Cool. So the Amarr Championship happens, and in the end, the team supporting Katiz Tashmerkan wins, and Katiz Tashmerkan becomes the new Empress of Amarr.
The headquarters of Concord's Inner Circle remain a hive of activity, where the annual summit of the Council of Stellar Management is currently taking place. The 14 delegates forming the CSM are elected annually by Capsuleers and represent a myriad of professions and organizations from all over New Eden. While the details of this year's summit have not yet been disclosed, it is believed that the delegates will be meeting with representatives from the Empire, State, Federation, and the Republic to discuss topics that range from sovereignty recognition through to new developments in cloning technology and potential changes to pilot licensing legislation. The summit is expected to last for 4 days. In the Empire, Imperial forces remain on high alert after several failed attacks against the Imperial Guard during preparation for the coronation ceremony of Empress Katiz. The group claiming responsibility for the attacks have named themselves as Purity of the Throne, in opposition of the ascension of Empress Katiz. In a statement released by the group, they vow further attacks on the Emperor family, claiming that the Empress is unfit to rule based on the Eudorian ancestry of her family. A joint statement by the Theology Council and the Ministry of Internal Order has ratified the Purity of the Throne as a heretical organization, placing bounties on all those who claim allegiance to their cause. Despite these threats, it's been confirmed that the coronation of Empress Katiz will be taking place as planned on September 27th. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
All right. So, yeah, they're getting ready for the coronation. This is the CSM meeting. This is when they're talking about revealing. This is when they reveal alpha clone technology, and they start talking. Well, actually, I think this is before they reveal alpha clone technology, but they are, they might be discussing it at this point. But more that they're talking about like the removal of the old clone grade system and sovereignty changes and stuff. So, yeah.
Amarr Prime, home of the imperial city of Dom Torsad, capital of the Amarr Empire, where the coronation of Lady Katiz of House Tash Murkon is scheduled to take place later today. After the coronation, Lady Katiz Tash Murkon will be known as Her Majesty Katiz I, Empress of Holy Amarr, first apostle of the true faith, and sovereign defender of the imperial right. High above the planet, Capsuleers are already gathering to witness the traditional first honor paid to a newly crowned empress by the Amarr military, the assembly for inspection of the throne world's fleet of the Imperial Guard. The failure to protect the late Empress Jamyl I from a drifter strike in the very heartland of the Amarr Empire has tainted the Imperial Guard's reputation among the conservative and unforgiving elites of Amarr society. The Honor Guard inspection's traditional purpose is to bind the Imperial Guard to the new ruler of Amarr. On this occasion, it will also be a necessary step in restoring the honor of an Imperial Guard that has been rebuilt with a new draft of experienced and dedicated veterans from the Amarr military. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
So, to this day, you can go to Amarr Prime and find this honor guard laid out, and you'll also find the 5 Titans that I think they showed it in the previous video. Yeah, you can see them down here. These different 1, 2, 3. Is there 5? Or is there more than 5? I thought there was 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe there's 6. Is there 6 royal houses? Yeah, there's 6 royal houses now, isn't there? Because they include Khanid. So these are the Titans were the 6 champions of the Amarr championship. And then, of course, the Royal Guard is arrayed in front of the Amarr homeworld. And you can go and see that to this day. There were no alphas in the game before that. Yeah, so it used to be that you could get a 14-day free trial of EVE Online. Or with the buddy code, you could get a 21-day free trial. But I think it was 2016 that they finally introduced the free-to-play version with alpha clones. So it's actually worth noting that there's the Chronicles Sine Wave Alpha and Sine Wave Omega. Sine Wave Alpha takes place 1 day before the coronation of Katiz Tash Murkon, and is basically about one of the guys that's working on the alpha clone stuff, basically pumping his buddy who works for Concord to find out how much Concord's figured out before assassinating him by blowing them both up. So, yeah, the historical sites are really cool. You can also go to, you can go to Safazan and find Jamyl's wrecked ship, Titan, And you can go to the Mechios graveyard in Sarum Prime to see where Jamyl destroyed the Minmatar Elder fleet, and there's now a statue of Jamyl with her Abaddon super weapon. It's pretty cool. But any rate, so this is like at the same time, secretly, the sisters are using drifter technology in order to develop alpha clones. Okay. I think that we paused this kind of plot for a little while. Well, yeah, there's this one. Yeah, Molio Cemetery is great.
Withdrawal of drifter forces from Amarr space has brought a sullen end to their attacks. The Imperial Navy has been embroiled in an endless string of staggering losses, including the assassination of Empress Jamyl I, making this a much-needed reprieve. The sudden drifter pullback to the 5 known hive systems are believed to be connected to the Capsuleer reports that gate restrictions in those systems have been removed, clearing the path for Capsuleers committed to pushing back the drifter menace. The conflict has certainly taken its toll on the Amarr military, and talks of the withdrawal being a reaction to Sisters of Eve, and Capsuleer actions only adds insult to injury for the Amarr. Meanwhile, Sisters of Eve has launched a crowdsourced analysis of collected drifter data, entitled Project Discovery, and rallied under the banner of Citizen Science Begins With You. They hope to unlock the new drifter tech so that they may be made public and shared with all. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
So this leads to the releasing of drifter technology, but the problem is that this Amarr, like mechanically speaking, that drifter invasion, one of the problems is that technically speaking, it just didn't work. Okay, when they first deployed it, when they had it on the test server, it worked great, but then when they deployed it to the main server, here's the problem. Prior to this event, actually, let's take a step back. What is really happening with the drifter tech, with the drifter plot, with everything involving the drifter, is that CCP is working on their new artificial intelligence, right? So they have the AI that controls all of the older rats, right? They have the mission rats. You have, eventually they have sleeper rats. Oh, Evil Motorsports, I'm sorry. Yeah, I talked about this last time. I actually had to give up my cat to one of the vets because she needs like pretty constant treatment, and I can't afford pretty constant treatment for her, so I don't have my cat anymore. But I get to go visit her at the vet, which is nice. But I still got my puppy, and so I'll bring her over here soon. But yeah, sorry. It's one of the reasons why I've been away for a while. But anywho, that aside, so the drifter tech, wow, well, now sorry, that got me derailed completely. Oh yeah, so the drifter invasions were the first time that NPCs actually attack other NPCs. If you go into like old school missions or whatever, oh, sorry, I forgot what I was talking about with the AI. Let me take. So yeah, you have the old school AI, which are very, very limited in their capabilities, which you see in missions, and then they kind of made the AI a little bit smarter and more powerful when it came to the sleepers, and then they kind of toned down the sleeper AI a little bit to make the incursion AI, the Sancha incursion AI. But that was kind of the extreme of what they could do with that AI. And so they began trying to work on a new artificial intelligence system that, instead of being very formulaic like the old school AI, they were building it on what's called a decision tree matrix, where effectively the AI has priorities, and there's a it takes a look of the current situation and decides what to do based on its own decision tree, based on weighted desires, etc. It's just a more advanced way of doing AI, and that is what drifters are, right? Like, in essence, CCP started in experimenting or working on this AI, and the drifters were the mechanic by which they brought it into the game. And eventually, as time went on and they perfected it, like, it got spun out to be like Diamond Rats, for example. Diamond Rats are a side project from that original drifter AI tech. So that's a big piece to all of this, especially when, as I said, they launched this big Amarrian invasion, and it didn't work. The problem is that when they deployed it at scale on Tranquility, all of the decisions that are having to be made between the AI, because it was two AI forces fighting each other, it would actually cause the server nodes to become overtaxed. So they ended up having to take them down for a little bit, and then they put it back, but then the rats didn't fight each other anymore. With the advancement of AI, do you see EVE Online using it in this universe? Well, that's the thing, is that CCP has always been, like, especially during this time, that was very much like they were on the leading edge of AI development in video games. Because you got to think, like, this is just about the time where things like Left 4 Dead came out. So the idea of, like, having an AI director was pretty new. So I know that CCP has a lot of desire to continue to advance the AI to make it so that these empires are more living creatures. And in fact, they use AI in a lot of places where we like to accuse CCP of doing it on purpose. Like, for instance, invasions were ran by an AI actor, not CCP. But the point is that, like, the original Drifter, their plan for the Drifter attacks failed. They like, their tech failed. They had to pull it back, and in the end, it just became a way to farm ISK, so they removed them completely. So if you think about it, like, people ask a lot, why did Drifters stop becoming a thing in the lore, or, you know, why did everything kind of go quiet for a while? This is a big reason why. The other big reason why is because, as we noticed from the beginning, a lot of this Drifter information, a lot of this lore is related to the shooter. We talked about the development of the Templars, the release of the Other. Everything involving the Other is tightly connected to the shooter. So the shooter also was constantly delayed during this time, right? They came out with Dust 514, then they tried to port Dust 514 off of PlayStation 3 to PC, but the architecture was so different they would have to start from scratch, and the game itself wasn't necessarily worth it. And so they ended up scrapping that, and then they tried to make a new one, and then they tried to make a new one, and we have you have Legion and Nova and all this stuff. I've done videos talking about the shooter and the history of it, but this is happening at the same time. So they kind of get into this holding pattern where they can't really do anything with the Drifter story because, Vanguard. Yeah, exactly. Vanguard is the reason why we're seeing so much information about the Drifters now, right? Because as we get closer to the shooter, it's time to bring back all of this stuff about the Other and the the Drifters, etc. So yes, I believe that Vanguard is a big reason why the Drifters have become so big into this focus again. So the point is that in 2016, when all of this happened, it totally fucked up their plans. Totally fucked up their plans. Whatever idea that they had for the big Drifter invasion, the one that Highland Tukos talked about, never actually happened. And the entire Drifter storyline is more or less shunted to the side for about 3 years. Because they're working on the tech, right? So what they do instead is they begin to create the Abyss. And one of the reasons why they created the Abyss, one of the reasons why the Abyss is instanced to all of those who freaked out about it being instanced, is that because it is instanced, they can load balance the Abyss, right? They can send people to different systems to make sure that they're on different nodes. And therefore, the AI in the Abyss are significantly more advanced than the AI outside of the Abyss, because they know that they have the computational power to throw at it in order to make the AI work. So that's why the rats in the Abyss often operate a little bit more independently of each other than what you would expect with the normal rats, right? Even more modern rats, because we'll talk about that. So basically, as the invasions happen, they start working on how to use what they've learned about the Abyss and the AI and bring it to the modern world in known space. And that's why we get like the kind of the modern rats that we see with Invasions and Beyond, where they can be affected by E-War and they operate in fleet formations and they behave a lot more like players. And they can do the whole pounce thing where they warp off 400 kilometers and warp back onto you, like all that stuff. And more importantly, they can fight each other now, right? They finally made it so that now the rats can fight each other, which is kind of cool. Anywho, all of this is to say that basically the Drifter story kind of fades away until in 2019, we start finding balls of drifters, big packs of drifters that all seem to be terribly damaged and have their doomsday weapons shut off, which leads to the discovery of these trinary data relics inside of the Drifter Rex, which gives us snippets of camera shots of what would eventually be known as, or revealed as the Triglavian Collective. Yeah, that's cool. That was always cool, Wizard.
These recordings, released by Concord, show the capture of a heavily damaged ship found drifting a few days ago in the system of Raynilles. No information has been released on the whereabouts or the fate of its crew, but within hours of being boarded, the ship was towed to the Concord Directive Enforcement Department headquarters in Ulai. There it remained quarantined outside the station for 48 hours before it was deemed safe to dock. Little is known about the crew or the builders of the ship at this time except the name Triglavian, possibly connected to the frequent occurrence of the number 3 in their designs. For the past month, damaged drifter fleets have been mysteriously emerging around various jump gates in New Eden. Appearing in previously unseen numbers, these drifter fleets have been nicknamed Death Balls by Capsuleers. Passive unless provoked, the drifter ships are heavily damaged after some unknown engagements. This has been the cause of speculation about who or what damaged those ships. The Arataka Research Consortium has been the leading element in the drifter investigations, mercilessly attacking them at every opportunity. While these unprovoked attacks on the drifters have raised controversy, they have also been justified as they have provided clues to what has been happening to the drifter fleets. Trinary data vaults have been salvaged from the Drifter Rex. The data they hold is partly corrupted and believed to be Triglavian. The Arataka Research Consortium has been quite successful in extracting fragmented footage from this data and stitching it together. The footage shows drifters engaging Triglavian ships. It is due to these efforts and consequent questions raised by Capsuleers that Concord has finally come forward to shed some light on these events. In the short amount of time since its capture, the Triglavian ship has provided Concord with a wealth of information. Equipped with what has been named a filament device, it allows cruiser-sized ships to enter what Professor Mayer of Concord Deep Space Research calls Abyssal Dead Space. After observing energy spikes spread across New Eden, he has theorized that these are potential entry points to self-sustained pockets of space and time, Abyssal Dead Space. In a daring experiment, an Enforcer-class cruiser was fitted with the filament device to test this theory. Upon activation, the ship instantaneously opened up and entered one of the countless millions of Abyssal Dead Space pockets. This experiment confirmed Professor Mayer's theories, and as also predicted, the entry point closed behind the traveling ship, removing all hope of rescue in case of emergency. Initial observations of the pocket showed that it was surrounded by a harsh flux of space-time. Any ship venturing too far from its center would be crushed by the gravitational forces. Hazardous phenomena were also detected within the pocket, requiring careful navigation to avoid damage or even destruction of the ship if flying into or too close to these hazards. Almost immediately, the expedition came under attack from 3 Triglavian ships. Frigate-sized, the vessels were easily identified as Triglavian by the distinctive sphere of energy. This sphere is in fact an engine for a weapon called Entropic Disintegrator. Operated completely differently from any existing capsuleer weaponry, it needs a baseline of capacitor to initiate a continuous beam of energy aimed at its target. Initial damage inflicted is limited, but quickly its energy levels ramp up, increasing its damage capability significantly. Once it reaches full capacity, its damage output is higher than any other known weapons of similar size. The Concorde cruiser received considerable damage before managing to destroy the attacking frigates, but due to the damages sustained, communications with the ship became sporadic throughout the remainder of the expedition. With no way to turn around to safety, the crew had no choice but to press on, going deeper into the dead space, traveling through at least 3 pockets via what looks like some sort of transportation gates. 12 minutes after entering the abyssal dead space, the last transmission was received from the expedition. Engaged once again by ships of Triglavian design, this time the cruiser was clearly outmatched by the larger vessels. While fragmented, it seems the Concorde cruiser tried desperately to limit the damage received by the entropic disintegrators by repeatedly trying to move out of their range before their damage output reached maximum. But since the safe area within the pocket is limited, it kept getting cornered by the Triglavian ships. Each time the cruiser was forced to make another run past the Triglavians, it took incredible damage whenever any of the beams managed to reach its optimal output. Eventually, the cruiser hull was breached, and a fraction of a second later, its signal was lost. Data from the expedition is still being analyzed, but preliminary findings show that the cruiser traveled through 3 distinct pockets that all shared similar environments. It is believed that the gate seen in the 3rd pocket would have provided a safe passage back to the point where the cruiser entered the abyssal dead space. What is interesting is that the footage collected from the Drifter wrecks in the past weeks showed at least 5 different forms of environments, which clearly indicates that more is yet to be discovered. Furthermore, the footage also shows drifters engaging Triglavian ships in the abyssal dead space. So it is only safe to assume that drifters will very likely be encountered in future expeditions. Another interesting observation made during the expedition were readings of high concentrations of biotech that has been named mutaplasmids. Also found in the captured Triglavian cruiser, Concorde researchers have been experimenting with the substance and discovered it can have immense but unpredictable effects on existing technology. In the first experiment, mutaplasmids were allowed to bond with a standard micro-warp drive, resulting in vastly improved performance and reduced capacitor need while taking some penalty in the form of power consumption. When conducting the exact same experiment again, the results were completely different. Performance decreased while also seeing increased capacitor and power requirements. Subsequent testing has yielded everything from extremely positive to extremely negative results on the modules tested. Once the mutaplasmids have bonded to the modules, then these changes become irreversible, which makes use of the substance a risky gamble. But it is obvious that if this material can be harvested in large quantities, then it is set to revolutionize current space technology. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
All right, so that was the introduction of the Triglavians into the game. Was there something else? Something I was going to say about this? I don't think so. Yeah. So, Abyssal Dead Space becomes accessible to us. And inside of Abyssal Dead Space, there's a bunch of records that we got that seem to indicate that the Triglavians have had previous interactions with what they refer to as corrupted Hive-Link Foreign Neurania, the ancient enemy Azdaja, and augmented foreign neurognia, hive-linked corrupted foreign neurognia, deviant automata, and ancient enemy Asdaja. Now, from piecing it together, we can kind of figure out who they're talking about. But eventually, the Triglavians took over the billboards of New Eden and started broadcasting their message to everyone, which kind of clears up some of the stuff. I've done an analysis of these videos in the Ancient Enemy Asdaja video and in the Who Are the Triglavians video, but we can look at it real quick right here, and I'll give you guys a quick summary.
This is The Scope reporting live. Billboards across New Eden have been hacked and are looping a message apparently delivered by a Triglavian entity named Zoria Triglav.
We are Zoria Triglav. We speak for the congregation of Triglav outside the struggle.
We are an emanation of the clades.
We are an emanation of the clades of Perun, Velis, and Svarog.
Hear the words of our prayer.
Hear the words of our prayer.
Heed them.
And heed them.
The ancient domains beyond.
The ancient domains beyond the floor of Viraj were lost to us.
Intruders from the ancient domains have entered the flows.
Intruders seek to corrupt the flow of Viraj and the domain of Bujan. The ancient enemy Asdaja must be extirpated.
Deviant automata must come forth or be extirpated.
Corrupted Narodnia must be extirpated. Human augmented Narodnia must prove the direction of their flow.
I'm going to pause right here and go back just in case, because it's confusing to people. What they're doing is they're telling you what they feel about each of those four groups, okay? Extirpated means to be rooted out and destroyed completely. So they're saying that the ancient enemy Asdaja, which are the drifters, must be destroyed, right? The deviant automata, the rogue drones, must either conform, must either fall in line or be destroyed. Hive-linked corrupted Neurodnia must be extirpated, must be destroyed. And human augmented Neurodnia must prove the direction of their flow. Human augmented Neurodnia is us, okay? Capsuleers.
Human augmented Neurodnia must prove the direction of their flow.
Moving with the flow may be fit to enter.
Narodnia without fitness will be expelled from the flow. The congregation of Triglav outside the struggle invoke cladistic proving.
Speaking of which, there's a lot of calls for them to bring back the proving grounds, and boy, should they do that, in my opinion.
Glorification for the fit and mortification for the
unfold on the flow. Triglav outside the struggle will be glorified anew.
Glorified.
Nothing can halt the flow of Viraj.
We speak for the congregation of Triglav outside the struggle. We are
Zoria Triglav.
We are Zoria Triglav.
So, what is the struggle? Again, I have a video called Who Are the Triglavians where we go into a lot of this stuff, but basically, the three groups of the Triglavians are named clades. And clade is a very specific term. It's a biological term. It means biological categories within the same tier, right? Like there's the ape clade, right? Like, so, you know, things that are related, like families or whatever, genuses, those are called clades, right? So this implies that all three of the Triglavian clades kind of came from the same source, but then evolved separately from each other in some way. Now, there's reasons to believe that a lot of this is to do with like just their methodologies, their philosophies, their idea about what is good and what is bad. The Triglavians have been trapped in this hell of the abyss with declining resources for thousands of years. And they seem to have become pretty obsessed with survival of the fittest. You know, this idea of proving ideas, and they are incredibly obsessed with making sure that things that are edited into their records are correct. And they challenge each other and their ideas. They fight with each other to see who is superior in a thing that they call the struggle. And then there is a group of Triglavians that basically function as a council that kind of keep the entire thing pointing in the same direction. So even though they fight internally, they have this council that kind of keeps them all going towards the same destiny. They believe that they have a unified cause that they call the flow of virage. And this collective maintenance of the group of the Triglavians is known as the convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle. They exist outside of the conflict between the clades in order to help guide the clades themselves. And we can see, especially in like the rogue drone records, for example, the clades greatly disagree with how to deal with the rogue drones. Svarog wants to destroy them, and Veles wants to make friends with them. Perun doesn't have a decision. And so, like, this becomes such a big problem that it almost tears apart their alliance, right? Like, they talk about how this begins to disrupt just their normal communication about things. And so they have to ask Zoria to settle the matter for them because they couldn't decide on it themselves. So it's just kind of how their society works out. This is also why, now that they have Pochven, they've split it up into 3 different territories. You know, the flow shall cleave. And so they've kind of split up a little bit now. But yeah, the clades worked with each other because they have to, like, in order to survive. But ultimately, they're in competition with each other for who is superior.
Little is known about the nature of the Triglavians, and this is the first time the mysterious collective has attempted direct communication with the inhabitants of known space. The meaning of the cryptic broadcast is still being deciphered, while many have had their attention drawn to the Triglavian apparently delivering it. Zoria Triglav. Analysts have noted 3 distinct voices, and this, with the use of plurals, such as "We are Zoria Triglav," has raised many questions. Is the speaker referring to itself as "we" or as Zoria Triglav something else entirely? Some think it refers to the collective's ruling council. Others speculate Zoria is a Triglavian sect or clade of some sort. For all the speculation, this incident is only the 3rd time Triglavians are believed to have entered or interfered with known space. First contact almost a year ago resulted in the capture of a Triglavian cruiser by Concord. Despite repeated requests made by the Scope and others, Concord refuses to release any findings regarding the mission of that cruiser or the fate of its crew. A second incident involved a Triglavian information worm that affected the Galnet router backbone in November, YC120. This latest intrusion makes 3 times the collective have made their presence felt in New Eden. The Scope believes that this should spur Concord to remember that they are the servants of the people of New Eden, and that we all have a right to know what they have learned about the Triglavians. The Scope will continually monitor the situation and bring updates as this breaking story develops. This is Alton Havery reporting for the Scope.
And this is Zoria, my co-pilot and puppy. All right. But yeah, so the Triglavians are introduced into New Eden. Hi. Okay. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? They can barely hear me now. All right. So, the Triglavians come into play, and like I said, they take over the billboards, and they broadcast this message to everybody. Now, the important thing here is the ancient enemy Azdaja, obviously, which is the drifter situation, which actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's see. Oh no! Here we go. How long is this video? Oh my god, it's 30 minutes long. Well, I kind of want to share a little bit of this video with you guys. Maybe not. You guys should go watch this video. No, I basically break down the relationship between the Trig and the Drifters. Should I play the video? I'll play the video if you guys want, but I don't want you guys to be like, oh my god, he's just playing a 30-minute video for us. It is my video, though, so I'm not, like, stealing other people's content. All right. I'm doing this specifically because this is about the Trig and their relationship with the Drifters. Yeah, it's my reaction content. I'll see whether or not I agree with my own stuff. I liked it. I think I liked how this one was produced. What is the nature of evil? What is the meaning of corruption? What does it mean for something to be so vile, so profane, that ancient edict declares that it must be rooted out and exterminated at all costs? A wickedness so great and so pervasive that you and your people simply cannot allow it to exist in the same universe as you. Like a terrible dragon of yore, an entity has entered into the abyss that seeks to destroy all who are holy and all that is good. An echo of the past so terrible that internal conflict is set aside for the sake of fighting this rediscovered evil.
I fly the most
oh my god.
ships, navigating the mysteries of the universe.
Ads.
I command.
The return of the ancient enemy, Azdaja. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, returning once again to explore the universe of New Eden and specifically the Triglavian Collective. In my first video on the topic, we introduced the Triglavians through the messages of their spokesman, Zoria Triglav, and I strongly recommend you go back and watch that first if you haven't, or if you just feel you need a review. In addition to that, we will be covering things discussed in my Who Are the Drifters video, which I also recommend that you watch. Links in the cards and down in the doobly-doo below. A lot of the Who Are the Drifters video is the Sleeper and early Jove information that we talked about, and the information about Jamyl and all that stuff. So we basically covered most of that stuff. Today I want to start decrypting the Triglavians' messages to each other and combine it with other descriptions and information to begin to tell the story of what happened with these people and how these events led to the invasion and subsequent events. Before we dig into this with earnest, though, a bit of technical housekeeping. Now, as we mentioned last time, the Triglavians have records, known as data streams, documenting their encounters with the Road Drones, Drifters, Capsuleers, and Saunchus Nation. Each of these are recorded in a set of 6 data streams broken into 2... I'm going to double cheat and go make myself some coffee while this is happening, because I keep yawning. So watch this and I'll be back. 2 chunks of 3. The first 3 from each set was released upon first contact with the Triglavians, and the second set were released several months later as part of the Secrets of Abyss event. In addition to this, the first 3 records always have a different style than the final 3, and it more or less breaks down like this. Data streams 1 through 3 records early encounters with the Triglavians and the group in question. Data stream 4 represents a turning point in the story, in which a decision about the group in question is brought to the table. And data streams 5 and 6 seem to record their ongoing communications on the topic, and are broken down into past, current, and future events. Now, I know all of this may seem a bit abstract, and it is, but I wanted to introduce you to the overall structure before we begin to dig into any particular story. It is also worth noting that the data streams themselves almost never paint an entire picture, and other descriptions and information must be pulled in to fully understand what is happening. Of all 4 sets of standard data streams, the Triglavians' encounter with the Drifters and Sleeper forces seemed to be the most straightforward and least controversial of the different stories told. So we will start there both to better understand the relationship between these ancient enemies, but also to help lay out the framework for future understanding of the more complicated stories. As a final note, while I have tried to keep the information presented as foundational as possible in the previous video, from here on out we are going to be wading deeper and deeper into the territories of speculation, as well as discussing information that we simply do not know from an in-universe perspective. So please, try to keep this in mind as we explore the ancient enemy, Azdaja. We begin with AEA-1, which reads, Clade ships of the 3 Tactical Troika classification in communion militant with Varpulis subclade of Perun Clade encountered the ancient enemy Azdaja at reverse time coordinates while processing in sub-18 exclave of Conduit Loop Construct 405. Absolute imperative of Pochlos extirpation against Azdaja was invoked without acceptable material realization. Tactical Troika of Varpulis subclade placed a casting of absorbed data into the clade flow for reflection of the convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle. So what is a 3 Tactical Troika classification clade ship? Well, the Triglavians do not refer to their ships in the same way that we do. In fact, the names that we give their ships are based on the inventing subclade of that ship. For example, the description of the Damavik reads, Damavik subclade of Perun Clade, revised adaptation schema for clade ship of the 3 Tactical Troika classification has been accepted for imprinting and advancing time generations after cladistic glorification over Samova subclade. Tactical subrole dispersal is the gift of strategic Troika. So, the Damavik class frigate that we know is actually named the clade ship of the 3 Tactical Troika classification, and the name Damavik actually comes from the subclade that created this particular version of that schematic. This description seems to suggest that the Damavik's version of the ship was proven over the alternative design of the Samovda, or perhaps the ships were so effective in defeating Samovda that it was accepted by the entire collective. Returning to the first AEA data streams, we see a story of a group of Damaviks, known to the Triglavians as 3 Tactical Troika classification clade ships, that encounter the Sleeper and Drifter forces, and they immediately invoke their Noema, or policy, of extirpation. Now, not to get too far into the weeds at the first sentence of the first data stream, but already we can see that the Triglavian collective is far more complicated than we originally thought. Within each clade, there are multiple subclades, who likewise are also in conflict with one another. Additionally, it is also worth noting that this event did not seem to represent the end of the Samovda subclade. The release of the Drekovic came after the initial release of the Triglavians, and so likely suggests a later development than these original records. And yet, in the Drekovic description, we see Drekovic subclade of Perun Clade relinquishes the adaptation schema of reverse time accepted 243 Tactical Troika classification clade ship from the proving grounds of Perun Clade on the ascent conjunction of prayer from Gromovi and Samovda subclades. Evocation of playful communion across repeated time by Tactical Troika in sub-15, sub-21, and sub-27 exclaves of repeated conduit loop construct 303 is under now time pressure. So there's a lot in there, but from here we can see that the Samovda subclade, while having Damavik subclades gain cladistic glorification over them in the past, still seems to exist and, along with Gromovi, is able to petition the wider Perun Clade. Gromovi also shows up several times in the data streams, and seems to be strongly associated with the multi-body tracking pylon, but we will have to catch up with them in a future video. For now, what we can learn from this is that the Triglavians have a very complex society, with multiple clades and subclades that challenge and fight each other. And while the Triglavians have their own naming scheme for their ships, namely numbered clade ships, our names for them come from the subclades that designed, or at least is strongly associated with, that particular design. So going back to the AEA, we can see that a set of Damaviks encountered the ancient enemy Azdaja while patrolling Conduit Loop Construct 405 in the sub-18 exclave. Now, we have a lot of records that report time and locations much like this. However, unfortunately, it doesn't give us much to work with. Firstly, every timecode coordinate given within any Triglavian record is listed as indecipherable. It is not really known if this is some sort of censorship by Concord or the Triglavians, but I have a different theory. The Jovians, Sleepers, and Drifters all process things in what is known as trinary data, unlike the binary systems that we use today. In a binary system, all data is preserved as a set of ones and zeros that often represent, or are represented by, the binary states of on or off, high or low. Trinary data, by contrast, would mean data encoded with 3 potential states. This could, in theory, allow them to process far more complex data, but would also render that data or information absolutely unintelligible to anyone trying to process it from a binary perspective. The oldest official record I could find exploring trinary data comes all the way back from 2008 in a dev blog by CCP Svarthal entitled The Great Collector, which discusses the Empyrean known as Entity and his extensive collection of over 7,000 items, including, quote, trinary data stream found on the wreckage of the Jove battleship floating in the Stain region, end quote. And in the description of the object it reads, quote, this complicated stream of data seems to be in trinary language. It appears to be of Jovian origin, end quote. However, a forum post from 2004 seems to suggest that the trinary data stream came from all the way back then, and was in fact recovered from Venial's wreckage. This is important because Venial is the Jovian who more or less is in charge of the Society of Conscious Thought, one of the main characters in the Inheritance Chronicle, and thus is one of the best sources of knowledge of the Precursor Crisis and the Talican. Yeah, I put work into this video, guys. I don't know if you noticed that. A bit of an aside on the Inheritance Chronicle. In YC117, 2015, the relative stability of New Eden was broken by a space hauler named Caroline Grace when she observed a star in the Jove region becoming larger day after day. This event, eventually known as the Caroline Star Event, was the earliest warning of what was to come. Shortly after, the Jovian observatories began decloaking, and the Circadian Seekers, and later Drifters, began emerging into New Eden. For nearly a year, confusion and speculation reigned, leading the Hydrostatic podcast to bring together the greatest thinkers in New Eden's history to discuss these matters in an attempt to shine light on current events. And from there we got the awesome Emergent Threads trailer. Link in the doobly-doo. However, while the mystery may have started with a star in the sky, it was a different Christmas miracle which led us to answers. On December 23, 2015, the Inheritance Chronicle was released, telling the events subsequent to Matashi Reich's death after scanning Jamyl Sarum, then Empress of Amarr, shortly before her assassination by the Drifters. As you can see, this is another huge rabbit hole, which we have to come back to later. But for now, let's just leave it at the Inheritance Chronicle being one of the most important stories to understand the Precursor Crisis and modern events, and move along. You can find links to the Chronicle below, as well as a link to the Eve Reader podcast, who, along with several guests, have made a 40-minute long reenactment of the Chronicle. It's amazing. Oh, the Eve Reader podcast has recently come back. I remember, apparently it was down, and then it has been hosted again. I'll need to get you guys information about it, but, if you want to listen to the Chronicles, check out the Eve Reader podcast. If you get scanned by the drifter ship, should you be concerned? No. There used to be a theory that they are scanning people for corpses and that they'll attack you if you have a corpse, but or Antikythera elements, but I don't believe that that's actually true. I think we proved that that's incorrect. The in-game description for Plex just describes it from an out-of-game perspective. You kind of have to dig a little deeper to find the real, the fact that Plex represents a certain amount of quantumly entangled HE4 and stuff like that. I can't remember exactly where that's posted, but yeah, I'm pretty sure the description in game is purely mechanical because, money. Amazing. Check it out. Wow. Where were we? Oh boy. This is going to be like a 30-minute long video, isn't it? Yeah, probably more. Well, okay, let's just jump back into it. Just to remind ourselves, we are working our way through the first record of the Triglavians' conflict with the Drifters in the modern era. So a group of Damaviks encountered the ancient enemy Azdaja, and as we can see in the next line, fail to destroy the enemy. Absolute imperative of Pashlas extirpation against Azdaja was invoked, without acceptable material realization. We also see a few more words that we should probably define to better understand things moving forward. As I mentioned in the Zoria video, the Triglavians like to use Slavic mythology and terminology to name and discuss things. In this case, we see the word Pashlost and Azdaja, both terms that you may or may not be familiar with. The Azdaja in Slavic myth is an ancient evil dragon, a great evil that rises when a century-old serpent is eaten by another. This monster comes from an even earlier Iranian mythos, in which great heroes are sent out on heroic quests to slay the great monster. This echoes to us in the modern day through stories such as St. George and the Dragon. So, knowing this, we can tell that the Triglavians reserve a special place of hatred for their ancient enemy. It is also worth noting that during this initial encounter, they did not yet know about the true nature of the Drifters, the Sleepers, and the Other, and so their association with the ancient enemy does not appear to be connected to an understanding of the Drifters as the Other, but rather comes from their own misidentification of the Vigilant Tyrannos as being from the Second Jovian Empire, their real ancient enemy. From this, we can begin to ask ourselves, what happened between the Triglavians and the Second Jovian Empire? A question we will return to soon. So that is the big thing, right? On the one hand, the Triglavians see the Drifters as their ancient enemy as Daja and are absolutely committed to destroying them. On the other hand, the Triglavians, as we'll see through the records, over time start to figure out that these Drifters are not actually who they say they are. But it does imply that the thing that the Triglavians are mad at here, because like this is kind of confusing, because they get mad at Sancha for their being hive-linked, and they are mad at the Drifters because of being unshackled in forbidden dominance arrangements. But the ancient enemy designation appears to be the Second Jovian Empire, not artificial intelligences that happen to be escaping from the construct. Because they think, when they first see the Drifters, they think that they're encountering the Second Jovian Empire. The other word is Pochlost. Considered a word lacking direct translation, its rough meaning is a word akin to taboo, vile, and corrupt. At least the Triglavians lack subtlety. Additionally, this report suggests that the Triglavians failed to destroy their enemy, reporting that the noema, or policy of extirpation or destruction, of the ancient enemy did not achieve, quote, material realization, end quote. In other words, they failed to destroy the enemy. Yeah, the Drifters are identified as having black eyes, that's true. Finally, we can see that the results of this encounter are submitted to, or cast into, the clade flow, which seems to be a collective bank of information, as well as interclade communication network. The only thing left here before moving on is to point out that the tactical Troika is the one who places the casting into the clade flow, which implies that they survived the encounter. In a different data stream, the Triglavians encounter Capsuleers, and the Triglavian ships are destroyed. In this case, it is the transfer conduit itself that records the information and submits it. Not sure if this is exactly essential to understanding the story, but I find it kind of interesting. Moving on. We finally make our way to the AEA-2 record, which continues the Triglavian search for an answer for this returning threat. From AEA-2. Convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle has affirmed the need for playful communion of repeated time by clades assembled and subclades militant and technical. The entosis of the ancient enemy as Daja into loop constructs must be sever reversed by the volition of merge consent of convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle. The adaptation schema of clade ships for all tactical Troika classifications may be entered into the clade flow without proving. Playful communion seems to simply mean cooperation, and it would seem that the convocation is calling for all of the military and technical Troikas to work together on this problem. The word entosis may jump out to many Empyreans thanks to the drifter technology known as the entosis device. But what they seem to mean here is simply the original definition of the word, that of forced entrance. So what it appears to be saying is that the convocation is affirming the need for the majority of the Triglavians to work together and end the intrusion of the drifter forces. The final line is confirmation that the specification for all of the ship's designs are allowed to be entered into the clade flow without proving. The key phrase here is without proving. While many of the ships used by the Triglavians go through a proving process, only the Leshak and Zernitra are entered without proving. The Zernitra came later as part of the invasion efforts, but the description of the Leshak itself tells us what happens next. Leshak's subclade of Velisclade scattered the adaptation schema of reverse time reclaimed adaptation schema of 729 tactical Troika classification vessel into the clade flow without proving after convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle. Convocation of the commune Troika have now time pressure for dispersal to strategic Troika. Each ship type is given a Troika classification, and the 729 is the ship that we know as the Leshak. By the way, I don't talk about this here because I wasn't 100% convinced on it yet, but we pretty much know at this point that the word Troika is like their name for their like individuals, right? Which each of their individuals have the three voice thing. At least it seems to be that way from the latest chronicle. And so the idea that a Troika is a merger of the Narania, the Koshoi, and the Nafka or something like that is pretty likely. But they seem to refer to like their people as Troika. So it's very likely that, like, basically the Damavik has 3 crewmen, which is why it's the 3 tactical troika. And just like the Damavik, it was named after the subclade that produced it. What is most interesting here is that the Leshak was created from a reclaimed adaptation schema, meaning that it is an older model that was taken out of service, but then brought back to be pushed to the strategic troika. This offers us another interesting tidbit of information, that the Triglavian ships seem to be getting smaller over time. The ancient ships include such lumbering beasts as the Leshak, whereas the much more modern Damavik seems to be what was in use at the time of the Drifters' invasion into Triglavian space. If you think about it, this makes a lot of sense. The Triglavians are a decaying empire, living in a realm with little resources, and no forgiveness. Over time, they have developed smaller and more nimble craft that use far less resources to build and operate. Could it be that they are whittling down their people as well, via proving, and only those who are glorified are allowed to keep their physical form? Who knows? Oh no, that's the tinfoil alarm. I guess we better move on. So my theory, or the theory, is that basically individual Triglavians were in competition with each other, and the losers were mortified, had their body stripped from them. And so basically the 3 voices are because, like, multiple consciousnesses are injected into the same form. So that's what I'm referring to. Where was I again? Oh yeah. They have just rediscovered the design of the Leshak battleship and submitted it into the clade flow. Next we read AEA-3. Report of the Paramount Strategic Troika of the Leshak subclade of Velis clade has reaffirmed the dispersal of reverse-time reclaimed adaptation schema of 729 Tactical Troika classification vessel into the clade flow after proving an anti-cladistic mortification with the ancient enemy Azdaja. Repeated time casting and winnowing of invocations of imperative of Poshlost extirpation against Azdaja reveals an acceptable material realization. After everything we have learned in the first 2 records, this one is pretty easy to understand by comparison. Unlike the Damaviks, the Leshak subclade's battleships were capable of destroying the forces of vigilant Tyrannos. The only thing worth noting here is that this is the only time that the Triglavians refer to anti-cladistic mortification. Again, as we discussed in the Zoria video, cladistic and clade come from biology, meaning sub-branches along the same biological tree. The Triglavians see themselves, and even us Capsuleers, as being cladistically related. However, they do not feel the same way about the remnants of the Second Jovian Empire. Very interesting indeed. The Triglavians finally have a weapon to fight the Drifters, but is that enough to stop them? Oh god. No! No! As mentioned before, each set of 6 data streams are broken into 3 different types. The first 3 records represent an early encounter with the entities in question, while the final 2 show a more ongoing and disjointed record. The 4th data stream of each set is a kind of bridge between the other 2 phases. While each of the 4th data streams have differences due to their vast different kinds of encounters that they have with each group, they also share a lot of similarities. With that in mind, let's read the 4th data stream. Prayer of the Detached Executive Troika for sublimation of Poshlost flow has evoked procession from convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle that requires winnowing of all discourses operating as elements in relation to the ancient enemy Azdaja through semiosis. One of the things that Delegate Zero has confirmed is that Zoria Triglav is the Detached Executive Troika for the sublimation of Poshlost flow, by the way. So when we see Zoria, when you see messages from the Detached Executive Troika for the sublimation of Poshlost flow, that's the same entity. Detached Executive Troika is granted mandate in Subornost to invoke countervailing imperatives without reverse time proving. Convocation affirms imperative on Detached Executive Troika to maintain playful communion over repeated time with clades assembled and subclades militant and technical. Oh hey, look at that! Our first appearance of the Detached Executive Troika for sublimation of Poshlost flow. As we pointed out in a previous video, we actually know the more common name of this character. Zoria Triglav. Without going into too much detail about the other sets of data streams, each of the 4 data streams are a communication between Zoria and the convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle. Most of the time, the message is a request or prayer between Zoria and the convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle. Whoever is making the request, they are seeking procession, or moving forward with the decision about that faction. However, this procession requires a winnowing of the discourses. The word winnowing means separating, and commonly used to mean separating wheat from chaff. And the word semiosis means communication of meaning through signs. They use this word a lot, and you may recognize the word from the semiosis consoles that we use to intercept Triglavian messages. We will also see the word semiosis again in a few minutes. So it would seem to suggest that Zoria is asking for the convocation to go over all of the data and communications in regard to the ancient enemy and move forward with a decision on the matter. And it would also appear that the convocation does so, and thus grants a mandate to Zoria in response. We do see a couple more new words, so let's really quick. Subornos means to be in partnership with, and countervailing means to offset something by equal force. It would seem that Zoria has been given permission to engage and repel the drifters and sleepers without having to bother with verifying it ahead of time, i.e. without reverse time proving. However, the convocation also verifies that this does not change Zoria's obligation to remain in friendly communication with the clades assembled and subclades militant and technical, which most likely means that Zoria simply must remain in communication and cooperation with the rest of the Triglavians as they conduct their countervailing operations. Now, before we wrap this bad boy up with the final two records, I think it could be valuable to put the story together. One day, a group from the Perun clade piloting Damavix encountered forces from the Sleepers and Drifters, and recognizing them as their ancient enemy, they followed their protocols and attempted to destroy the intruders. However, while it seems that the Damavix most likely survived the encounter, they failed to destroy their enemy. From there, it was agreed that this threat was worth uniting the clades to stop the intrusion, and a request for any solution to the problem was put out to the clades. In response to this, the Leshak subclade of the Velis clade recovered an older design that they believed could help them destroy the ingressing threat. After some testing, it was proven that the Leshak battleship, as we now call it, was in fact sufficient to destroy the ancient enemy's vessels. Once the solution was decided upon, the convocation responded to Zoria's request for a decision on the matter of the ancient enemy. Zoria was instructed to begin conducting operations to disrupt and stop the invaders, with an understanding that they still must remain in close communication and coordination with the rest of the Triglavian collective. So there we go, a fun story, easy peasy. But wait, you may ask, aren't there still 2 more data streams? Well, yes there are, but as I've alluded to a few times now, they are very different. So I figured it would be invaluable for us to all understand the story so far before we move on. So with all that said, the 5th and 6th data streams of each set have far more in common with each other than with the previous sets. While the first 4 records appear to be some sort of historical record, often declaring within the report how the data was gained, as is the case with the AEA-1, the final 2 seem to be some ongoing communication or log. All but the ones for Sancha are by Zoria, and each of these begin with the title of the author and, quote, dialectical semiosis flow follows. So clearly this is some sort of log from Zoria, and the rest of it is broken into a set of past, present, and future records. I think that this can all be a bit confusing without an example, so let's just jump into AEA-5. Detach Executive Troika for the sublimation of Pochlost flow, dialectical semiosis flow follows. Ancient enemy as Daja, present manifestation encountered as Vigilant Tyrannos. Reverse time discourse element. Archive pattern analysis indicates successor entity of Jove Empire of the Chamber of Tyrants. Evocation of Pochlost undoubted and imperative for extirpation without proving. Now time discourse element. Recovered materials indicate presence. Unshackled in forbidden dominance arrangement. Counter to ideological patterns recovering pertaining to Jove Empire of the Chamber of Tyrants. Query encode. Jovian expansionist polity, iteration 2. Recode process, indicating anomaly in ideological development. Pass through advancing time new discourse element configuration. Advancing time discourse element. Reinforce request for countervailing measures to be undertaken. Continued with surveillance and proceed to next stage within predicted time horizon for effective action. Submit to Cladeflow. Now, before we go on much further, we should point out that y'all can see why I spent 24 minutes preparing people before I started jumping into the 5 and 6 AEA streams, right? Like, this is wildly different than people read the first few and they're like, man, the Triglavians make no sense. And then we get to 5 and 6 and it's just like so much different than everything else. I do appreciate all you guys saying nice things. Yeah, this is, we're going over it. Don't worry. I was watching this again. And I'm just thinking, like, man, I keep on going over this like very like taking very baby steps, but then we get to here and it's like, well, yeah, of course. Like, I need to make sure everyone is on board before we even get close to this stuff, because it's, if you're not already familiar with what's going on and you just jump into this, it's chaos. But all right, here we go. Not only were these records released at a different time, but pieces of these records were also released through another matter. And yeah, I ended up having to do like the different sounds and the indecipherable stuff because I wanted to make it so that it was like, because like, I don't actually know why these sections are broken out the way they are. They kind of seem to be a back and forth a little bit, right? But I don't know. So rather than try to imply or like interject with what it is, I wanted to make sure that it was audibly distinct between the side notes, you know, the stuff in the brackets and the stuff not in the brackets. Go on much further, we should point out that not only were these records released at a different time, but pieces of these records were also released through another matter entirely. This is where the semiosis consoles came in. See, the 5th and 6th records were released as they were moving towards Invasion Chapter 1. They had added a brand new room in the hardest areas of the Abyss, a room that we have come to know as the Shipyard. When you enter into any Tier 5 Abyss, you now have a chance to end up in the Shipyard, rather than the normal 3 conduit loop that you would expect to encounter. If you go in today, you would find them building Zenitra dreadnoughts to use in the observatories. But originally, you encountered a World Ark under construction. This was dramatized in the Invasion Chapter 1 trailer. Now, unlike any other room in the Abyss, if you're too scared to take on the Shipyard room, you can just run. The gate itself is unlocked, and you're given good cause to take it, as a swarm of Leshaks begin locking your ship. However, if you brave the encounter, and you... all of my live videos are always available immediately after them being live. Like, that's the nice thing about YouTube. I don't know if I'm going to edit this down and release it as like an edited video, but I mean, like, you're always going to be able to watch the VOD. Smash their biocache and steal the loot inside. Unlike the normal rooms, this one contains a box with data streams and a highly coveted semiosis console. Since their discovery, owners of the console has occasionally intercepted messages from the Triglavians, and part of the 5th and 6th data streams were encoded inside of the... Also, that is the, in chat right now, is the video that I'm showing right now, right? My AEA video. Messages from the Triglavians, and part of the 5th and 6th data streams were encoded inside of the messages sent, as well as the data streams dropped. This also allows us to see more of what the messages look like in its more natural state. None of this is likely essential to understanding things, but I think it's pretty neat. Once the actual record begins, we see it first identify the ancient enemy Asdaja as having the present manifestation of Vigilant Tyrannos. This is of course the name of the Drifter faction, as well as any sleeper subordinates to them, such as in the Abyss or Pochven. Now, the Triglavians refer to time a lot, as in repeating time, advancing time, etc. It would appear as if this is an almost unnecessary flourish, because you can often just drop the word time and understand roughly what they're saying. Thus, reverse time is in the past, now time is, well, now, and advancing time is in the future. They also refer to repeating time for things that will occur over and over. So with that understanding, we see that their original assessment was that these entities are successors to the Second Jovian Empire. This informs what I said earlier about the Triglavians not understanding the true nature of the Drifters, but rather identifying the Second Jovian Empire itself as the ancient enemy. Additionally, it confirms that because of this, they were deemed Poshlost undoubted, and it is an imperative upon them to destroy them outright. However, it is in now time that things get a bit more complicated. It would seem that they have been recovering pieces from the wreckage of encounters with Vigilant Tyrannos, and from that, they have determined that they are unshackled in forbidden dominance arrangement. Now this line is most interesting, and one that is hotly contested. However, it is worth noting that the rogue drones that are hostile to the Triglavians in Pochven are part of the unshackled Overmind. And in a character post on May 14th, 2020, a spokesman for the pro-Triglavian Kybernauts reaffirmed the existence of a forbidden dominance arrangement. Whether this is to represent the enslavement of the sleepers by the other, or something else entirely, remains to be seen. However, they continue by pointing out that this is counter to what they would expect from the Second Jovian Empire, because they're not. They run a query and encoding against this Jovian expansionist polity iteration 2. Now, a polity is like a society, so this suggests that they were testing what they were seeing versus recovered records of the Jovians from Iteration 2, which is likely the Second Jovian Empire. Testing their current findings against the historical records indicate that there has been some sort of disruption in the ideological development of the Second Jovian Empire. Now, we know that the end of the Second Jovian Empire came from the Shrouded Days, as their great empire was brought low by the emergence of the Jovian disease. Given that their records are recovered, and they don't seem to know what happened to the Second Jovian Empire, this puts the escape or imprisonment of the Triglavians around this same time period. Some have even go so far as to suggest that the Triglavians, with their bioadaptive suits and their mutaplasmids, may in fact be the modifiers from the Second Jovian Empire, an ideological opponent to the statics, including those who would eventually become the Sleepers. Whether this is true, and whether the Triglavians are the creators or victims of the Jovian disease, remain to be determined. What does seem to be true is that this discovery changed how the Triglavians were going to be dealing with, or at least discussing, the enemy moving forward. Which brings us to advancing time. The need for countervailing measures is still a top priority for Zoria. However, there is an immediate need for continued surveillance to gather information, as the time for effective action may be running out. Alright, so as I said, the last two are way different than the ones before, and as you can see, this leads to a lot more speculation. So let's just wrap this up with AEA 6. Detach Executive Troika for sublimation of Pochlos flow. Dialectical semiosis flow follows. Ancient enemy as Daja. Exploratory operations have failed to establish active locus for presence of Jove Empire of the Chamber of Tyrants. Reverse time discourse element. Oh my god. No. I don't want to play your WoW clone. Or stability of local spatial temporal environments deviate from archive reference data pertaining to query encode Jovian expansionist polity iteration 2. Recode process. To cast a sounding in the flow of Virage. Now time discourse element. Archive spatial temporal coordinates ranges log encode Jovian expansionist polity iterations 2.0.0 to 2.7.20. Recode process. Not reconciled with ingressing data. After evocation of ancient time noemata of Kosorg, conduit flow, and confluence. Advancing time discourse element. Procedures for continued exploration and surveillance under contemplation. Processing to imperative without proving in the gift of the detached executive troika for the sublimation of Pochlos flow. This time, the historical report flat out says that they have failed to determine the center of power for the Second Jovian Empire. To make matters even more complicated, the Triglavians also performed tests against the locations in which the ancient enemy was arriving from, and mapped it to the known locations of the Second Jovian Empire, and found no matches. The enemy is clearly not coming from where they expected, and they don't seem to be who they thought they were. The conclusion suggests that Zoria is going to continue to investigate these matters. As far as what a Kosorg, conduit flow, and confluence means, well, if you have a theory, I'd love to hear it in the comments below. I still don't know. There you have it. 6 data streams about the ancient enemy, and it seems that the Triglavians are left as confused as we are. Now, from Templar 1, we know that the Drifters are in fact likely manifestations of a rogue artificial intelligence that has escaped the Sleeper's construct, but neither we nor the Triglavians know this in universe. Perhaps the growing conflict with the Drifters and the Triglavians will finally reveal the true nature of the most terrifying enemy of all life in New Eden, the Other. But for now, we will just have to wait and watch our Semiosis consoles. But until then, I have been Ashtarothi, and glorification to those who extirpate the Pochlos. Thanks for watching. I hope that through this, I have helped show not only how to understand the Alright, cool. Alright, so that gets you kind of caught up when it comes to the relationship between the Triglavians and the Drifters in particular. However, so to go a little bit further into it, as I mentioned earlier, right before invasions, we did discover the the shipyard.
A growing number of Capsuleers have reported encountering some unusual activity in abyssal dead space. The scope received these images showing a ship or structure that is apparently under construction in a previously undiscovered pocket. This type of pocket seems to be some sort of anomaly, as Capsuleers state that it is encountered when using abyssal filaments for Tier 5 dead space. More intriguing still is their telemetry, showing that the gate leading out of the pocket is active upon arrival. The heavily defended construction site is located deep within the pocket, and Capsuleers interviewed by the scope claim that any attempts to fight the formidable Triglavian patrols would be futile. A few Capsuleers have made daring hit-and-runs at the bioadaptive caches located next to the construction site and managed to escape the pocket with some spoils. Items recovered include at least 3 variants of Triglavian semiosis conduction consoles. These seem to be a communication device of some kind, with it being reported that what appear to be internal Triglavian data fragments have been received by some Capsuleers owning the devices. Concord has urged those in possession of these devices to hand them over to Concord for their own safety. For our part, the scope urges Capsuleers to resist Concord secrecy and report their findings. The people of New Eden have the right to know what is going on. In other news, Katia Say of the Signal Cartel Exploration Group is being celebrated as the first human to travel to all accessible star systems of New Eden, both in known space and wormhole space. The journey through 7,805 systems took 9 years to complete. Remarkably, Katia lost no ships during this extraordinary voyage. To commemorate this achievement by one of their people, the Akura Stargazer Society are commissioning a statue to be built in Katia Say's home system of Seisio. The memorial statue will be raised near the Abagawa Gate, where the first jump of the journey was made by Katia over 9 years ago. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Katia Say is an awesome player and character. That's true. And you can go see her statue in Seisio. Okay, so then comes yeah, well, remember, this is actually like during this time the scope also revealed the well, not at this time, but like not too long ago before this, the fate of Highland 2 costs was shown by scope, and like Lena Amber was arrested by Concord because of that. So she in particular is pretty anti-Concord at this point in the story. So this is more for completeness sake, but here is the invasion trailer. So this is like as we transitioned from us going into the abyss to them coming out of the abyss, we get this.
Heads up, I'm activating the abyssal filament. Heads up, I'm activating the abyssal filament. If you need to reload kinetic ammo and group weapons, do it now.
Kinetic ammo? What are you talking about? I brought thermal. I got thermal ammo with me. Stole my thermal!
We went over this. It's super simple. It's a dozen ships, we kill them, grab the loot, and head for the exit gate. Alright guys, keep your stuff together. Here we go. Something's not right. There's nobody here.
Did someone already run this pocket? The gate's open.
That's not possible. Come on, follow me. There's gotta be something up ahead. Alright.
Did anyone see that?
Yep. Let's get closer and have a look.
Maybe we should
Who brings a Tristan?
back to the gate. Like we could do a different filament.
Come on, don't be a wuss. Is that something up ahead there? Yep, there's definitely something up ahead.
Oh, this is Tier 5.
Getting a little bit closer. Here it comes.
Oh my god.
This is ridiculous.
Look at that.
That's a lot of ships.
Yeah, that's true.
Guys?
We are definitely running.
Oh shit, I have implants in this phone.
Yeah, prop mode's on. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Careful, guys. Down.
SC's down. I'm primary. They're shooting me now. They're
Yeah, you're not gonna make it.
You're toast.
You want that? Got you. Almost there. Almost. Yeah.
Holy hell. That sucked.
Why do I even play with you guys?
Well, I mean, kind of. No. It's the difference between a cinematic trailer and what happens in Eve. But yeah. So this was the beginning of the invasion. So Triglavians begin to attack our star systems. At first, just exploring the different systems and doing kind of tests within those systems and acquiring resources.
Capsuleers continue to present the main active defense to the Triglavian invasion as the Collective's ships pour into New Eden through so-called conduits, which they have active in at least 3 zones. Triglavians have also started to put more force behind their New Eden scouting expeditions. Despite inflicting considerable damage, the Triglavians had up until now retreated from occupied systems relatively quickly when faced with determined Capsuleer opposition. This latest phase of Triglavian operations was foreshadowed in this intercepted message. Translations suggest this is a second phase of advance or invasion, and the invoking of action liminality indicates changes in their rules of engagement or tactics. So far, no structures are known to have been attacked by the Triglavians, but void structure sampling seems to be their current secondary objective, with securing their foothold in the invaded systems having the highest priority. The message also contains the lines, "Conduit stabilization factor," and that is in a state described as evanescent. These conduits can be seen towards the end of the message, and the layout depicted appears to coincide with the structure of conduit sites encountered by Capsuleers. So far, Capsuleers have carried the brunt of holding back the Triglavians as Concord and the Empires have had difficulty agreeing on a common approach to fighting the invading fleets. Concord claims that the invasion is contained, but many voices from within the Empires demand that Concord should engage the Triglavians directly instead of holding back. Interestingly, the Empires themselves have been reluctant to deploy their own ships in force. Some have suggested the hesitancy is due to concerns that the first Empire to act decisively will become the prime target of the Triglavians, disturbing the delicate balance between the Empires. Until agreement is reached, New Eden relies on the Capsuleers to hold the line as the Triglavian invasion ramps up. Reporting for the Scope, this is Alton Havery.
Okay, so this is like 1 week into invasions. So the first week of invasions, all there was roaming packs. And then the second week of invasions, the minor conduits started to spawn. So that's what this is really about. This is the layout of the minor conduit and whatnot. Now, shoot, I had something else I wanted to say about the drifters and the trig here. Oh, right. So there's another piece to all of this, which is that just before the trig showed up, the Concord performed what's known as the time-base experiment on New Year's. And this was reported by the Pharaohs of Thera as being a cover-up for some sort of new anti-drifter technology being deployed by Concord. And it was a couple months later that they catch the first Triglavian ship. So that, plus a whole bunch of other little details, kind of implies that there is some suggestion that the Triglavians had some influence in the world prior to them being discovered by us, but more importantly, that it could very well be that Concord attempted to bring the Triglavians out of the Abyss, or at least like open up that bridge in order to help fight against the Drifters. One of the other interesting pieces to all of this is while the Triglavians invaded Empire space, they invaded high sec and then later low sec. Several months, like a month or two into invasions, all of a sudden, the Drifters began invading, but they started invading nullsec. Now, what's interesting about all this is that, like, one of the things that's constantly reinforced in the lore, in the news and stuff during this time, is that the Triglavians are actually not just doing their invasions that we can see, but are basically raiding all the different kinds of structures and facilities and whatnot in these sorts of systems. Part of that is they're raiding the supply caches of quantumly entangled helium-4, which is the material that's used for FTL communication. So then, when the Drifters begin attacking nullsec, that really starts to strain everybody's resources even further.
New Eden is under another attack. Drifter raiding fleets have been reported to be roaming across almost all of nullsec. At least 70 systems have been confirmed to have been attacked by Drifter fleets, numbering from 10 up to at least 25 ships each. Attacking all capsuleers that get in range, the Drifters have also turned their attention towards low-powered and vulnerable structures. At this moment, the scope does not have the exact number of structures attacked, but they are estimated to be at least in the dozens, possibly even the hundreds. How long this onslaught will go on is impossible to say, but further unconfirmed reports of attacks continue to pour in from nullsec. It seems that capsuleers in the outer regions will have to start defending their structures, as the Drifters are not showing any signs of slowing down. With the core of New Eden facing a Triglavian invasion, the news from nullsec regions is a disturbing reminder of the threat posed by the Drifter menace. The scope will keep monitoring the situation and bring updates as it develops. This is Alton Havery reporting for the scope.
So this is the beginning of the Chaos Era, and it is followed swiftly with the thing that pissed off nullsec more than anything that has ever pissed off nullsec in the history of things that piss off nullsec. Ready?
After a noticeable reduction of Drifter attacks on nullsec structures earlier this week, it appears that another wave of attacks is forming. Adding to the confusion, Concord's SCC division has announced that New Eden's Fluid Router FTL communications network is under enormous pressure due to the combined impact of the Triglavian and Drifter invasions. Resupply of the vital quantum entangled 4 helium superfluid used in the network is increasingly under threat. To ensure sustainable operation of the FTL comms network and guard against the risk of strategic communications being compromised, the SCC will be enforcing reduced bandwidth across its nullsec routers. With Drifter strikes continuing for over a week, this assault represents the first major offensive by the Drifters since their attack on the Amarr Empire 4 years ago. Hitting dozens of systems during the first wave of attacks, the Drifters roamed between jump gates, asteroid belts, and structures, attacking anyone and anything they encountered. Their fleets were often striking multiple targets simultaneously in each system. After a brief pause in the assault, the Drifters seem now to be initiating another wave of attacks. Not only are they attacking structures, but they also seem to show more focus towards hunting down and destroying individual pilots. It should be noted that Drifters, if given the opportunity, will always mercilessly pod capsuleers. Taking both Concord and capsuleers completely by surprise, the attacks have created considerable concern and confusion among the nullsec power blocks. Once the predicted local communications blackout is imposed, capsuleer warlords will have to deal with the developing situation without intelligence gathered from automated registration on local solar system channels. The SCC has additionally stated, that if the scale of the attacks continues, then their fluid routers are not expected to support full services in nullsec beyond another week or so. In light of this, it seems clear that the nullsec blackout will take place very soon. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
So this is Blackout, when local was removed from nullsec and everybody got super mad in 2019. It didn't last very long. It actually, I think, got ended early. But yeah, it was very much tied to this whole drifter threat and the Triglavian invasion. So I've always said that I don't like the use of local as an intel tool. I think that like people getting mad at the chat system going down offline every once in a while back in like 2020 and stuff like that, I think was just an indicator of the fact that like local is a chat tool, not an intel tool. It's being used as an intel tool, and we've kind of accepted it as an intel tool, but it exists in the absence of actually designed intel tools in the game, right? And so, like Wizard has said, I would actually like to see not just an upgrade, but the ability to deploy observation posts on different places, and then like have a new role for a corporation like security manager that can pull up a security panel to monitor all of the different observatories that record what happens on their system. So like they'll be able to see if you put one on like a Stargate, it would record people traveling through that Stargate, and they could theoretically, like maybe they don't detect recons, and then recons can come in and hack them to bring them offline, so then people can sneak in. Something that adds gameplay, actual gameplay to intel. I asked for that at the time. Obviously, that's a big thing. In the end, local was a big deal for nullsec, and so nullsec came back, local came back to nullsec, but this idea of insecurity, right, which is what Blackout really was designed to do. Basically, up until this, like by this point in the game, most of the null blocks had fairly automated processes that where like any intrusion into their space would be detected pretty quickly, and then the information about those intrusions would be disseminated to their players either via like chat systems like Discord or Jabber or whatever. And so like before you even got to the system with the routers in it, they would have detected you entering into their area and have gotten to safe up in that amount of time, right? So the idea was that Blackout removed those intel tools, which made it significantly more dangerous to be out and about, especially with drifters running around and killing people. So the idea is that CCP liked this kind of random element, this chaotic, this introduction to a small amount of chaos into the experience of nullsec ratting and mining in the form of like Blackout removing some of your protections, right? But because nullsec hated Blackout and was so reliant on their intel tool, or their local as an intel tool, that instead they developed a different way to add chaos into nullsec space, and that is the filaments, which came out later. So the signal and noise filaments were effectively Blackout 2.0, trying to introduce the chaos that Blackout provided without the incredibly icky feeling that removing local did. And that's where we're at. So either way, a couple weeks later,
bandwidth and usage limitations on faster-than-light communications in nullsec were lifted by the SCC earlier this week. This marks the end of the 2 months blackout, which was primarily caused by drifter attacks on FTL infrastructure and quantum-entangled 4 helium supplies across nullsec. While communications have now been fully restored, Concord officials warn that communication service levels remain subject to change, possibly at short notice. The Triglavians have expanded their invasion into low-sec regions as Khanid, Aridia, and Moldenheath have come under attack in the last week. Reports from the fronts are mixed, but defenses seem to be holding. Low-sec systems in Genesis and the Forge have also been hit by new attacks as the Triglavians continue their pattern of shifting attacks around New Eden. These new fronts are in addition to continuing incursions into high-security space by Triglavian world arcs and widespread scouting forces. The Scope has acquired new footage from a previously unknown abyssal dead space pocket. The imaging data appears to show an array of construction yards with a high level of activity. There are no completed ships visible in the footage, but comparisons with the Vexor, which entered the pocket and provided the footage, suggest the Triglavian ships being constructed can be rated as capital ships. The structural components that have been laid down so far also appear to correspond to schematics from intercepted Triglavian messages. The intention behind this new shipbuilding activity remains unknown, but analysts believe the Triglavians are responding to the course of the war so far and preparing to change their tactics. In other news, extensive renovations and a major expansion project have started on the Jita 44 Caldari Navy Assembly Plant. Contracts for all aspects of the project were...
Yes, this is what Jita 44 used to look like, guys, just so you know.
...recently awarded to the PKN Interstellar Consortium, led by the CBD, LIDI, and NOH Megacore. By far the busiest trade hub in New Eden, the expansion of the station has long been considered overdue. The amount of daily traffic and storage requirements have caused overstretch for years, and much activity unrelated to trading or the naval facilities has progressively been relocated to other stations in Jita. The project's phased program of expansion is expected to take at least 12 months. This is Alton Havery reporting for the Scope.
Oh yeah, this is the one where it shows Alton Havery at the end. Oh man, this is like the first time that they showed their animated dudes, and it was so fucking...
This is Alton Havery reporting for the Scope.
It's like, ah! All right, so yeah, here we have the blackout being lifted, and of course the revealing of the Zonitra Dreadnought as we are entering from Chapter 1 of Invasions to Chapter 2 of Invasions. The World Arc events were actually replaced by the Dreadnought events as they were kind of escalating shifting their tactics as we entered into Chapter 2 of Invasions. I think this one comes next. Yes.
New Eden was surprised a few days ago when for the second time Triglavians managed to take over billboards across the cluster. The message broadcast showed Triglavian envoys Zoria Triglav inviting Capsuleers to join them in the war against empires.
We are Zoria Triglav.
We speak for the convocation of Triglav outside this struggle. Glorification awaits those fit to join the flow of Viraj.
Liminal potential is divined among augmented Narodnia.
We invoke approving of Cybernauts in the ancient
domains.
Guide and ground the flow, and be fit for glorification. Obstruct and mortify the flow, and you will be extirpated. We speak for the convocation of Triglav outside the struggle. We are Zoria Triglav.
Okay. So basically what they're saying in that message, this is the very first time that they've... Well, not... So like in the original message, they talk about how that we Capsuleers can either join the flow or be extirpated. Those who are found fit shall be glorified. Those who are not fit shall be expelled from the flow, right? Well, with this new one, they talk about how there is liminal potential to move on to the next step within Augmented Urania. So those of us that assist them in guiding and grounding the flow will be glorified, and those who get in the way, mortify or obstruct the flow, will be extirpated. So this is kind of the final call out as the Triglavians are asking us as Capsuleers to help them as they're entering into the third phase of invasion.
Needless to say, this ominous recording has sent shockwaves throughout Empire space. Officials of Concord's Big Four empires, who for some time have been concerned with the growing wealth and influence of Capsuleers, are questioning the loyalty of such pilots. Cassia Vulcaneer, Provost Marshal of Concord's Aegis Division and the primary coordinator of planetary and orbital defense against Triglavian invasions, responded to the broadcast.
Concord's Directive Intelligence Agency believes the Triglavians are attempting to entice independent capsulers into renegade actions that would suit the interests of the invaders. I can confirm that Concord is coordinating closely with member states in a broad effort to thwart Triglavian attempts to manipulate star system environments across New Eden. The Triglavians pose an existential threat to all of New Eden. We trust that capsulers will continue their efforts to combat the Triglavian menace and work with local defense forces to this end.
In the days since the broadcast, fierce fighting has been witnessed around Concord observatories, where the Triglavians have for the first time deployed their mighty Zernitra dreadnoughts against Concord and Empire fleets. The appearance of Triglavian dreadnoughts continues the apparent change in tactics, marked by the collective withdrawing its massive world arcs from K-space. The implication that the Triglavians are seeking to draw Capsuleers to their side is a further alarming development in their overall strategy. Reports suggest that numerous Capsuleers have already accepted the Triglavian offer and assisted their attacks on Concord observatories. This is causing a great deal of unrest and unease in government circles. While Capsuleers are notoriously fickle and prone to shifting allegiance, these acts are regarded as a betrayal of New Eden civilization. The scope will continue with updates as the situation develops. This has been Alton Hovery reporting for the scope. Now, with a special story about recent events in Empire space, here is Lena Amber.
Last month, the residents of the Hex system witnessed some of the heaviest fighting ever seen in the high-sec partition of New Eden, when a Fortizar-class citadel owned by Hog Hitmen came under attack from...
Okay, that's player lore stuff based on a fight in Hex. But basically, this is an escalation as we're getting ready for Chapter 3 of Invasions, right? And that is, this lady, it becomes incredibly important to this story, and the whole reason why we've been continuing on after the Triglavian invasions, because this lady is Cassia Vulcaneer. So, actually, let me, real quick, look something up real quick. Hold on. So, in 2018, there begins to be attacks on space lanes around Molten Heath. Now, it's worth noting that when Dust 514 was a big deal, it occupied, like, the player-owned territory fight that happened in Dust 514 happened in Molten Heath. So, the space lanes between Molten Heath and Iridia begins to become under attack. And these attackers are like raiding these ships and hijacking them. And so Concord establishes a new division that is mostly focused on ground troop kind of like assault marine kind of forces, their own, their own infantry sort of thing, as opposed to ships. And this department is known as Aegis. And the person who is in charge of it is Cassia Vulcaneer. And she begins to lead this group of, like, Concord's version of Immortal Clone Soldiers, which at that point is known by Concord as Project Nova. We know of Project Nova as one of the instances of the shooter that they were making that they ended up moving on from. But it is where Cassia Vulcaneer is introduced into the story. So here is Cassia's introduction.
Wake up. You're not dead yet. You were immortal once. Brutal and merciless. A symbol of death and bloodshed. Now you lie broken. Betrayed. Forsaken. I offer redemption. The great darkness casts its shadow, gathering its forces, harvesting humanity. Be our deliverance. Rise.
So, obviously, Project Nova never came out, but the whole point of it was that we would be fighting on spaceships, and at the time, the main threat was Sancha. Although, we're not 100% sure, like, they kind of have, I don't know if retcon's the right word, but they've kind of backed off of that, and they thought it was Sancha, but it might have been involved with the Triglavians and stuff at the time. It's not 100% clear, but the Sancha's rating of ships in the space lanes was known as Case Green Magic within Concord, and that was under control of Kasia Valkanir and the Aegis division. When the shipyard was first discovered, way back before invasions, the head of Ikami, Makoto Priano, basically posts the information from the shipyard and demands Concord answers for what they know about what's going on, because clearly this is a growing threat and they shouldn't be hiding information. And he specifically, well, the character's female, the player's male, but they call out Ovig Dursk. Ovig Dursk is the angry Concord guy. He's the head of Sorrow Division, which is like Concord's experimental Black Ops division. But rather than Ovig responding to the demand, Kasia Valkanir comes out and says that the Triglavian and Drifter situation, which is known as Case Red Gamma, has now been brought under her control. So now Aegis is in charge of Case Red Gamma and Case Green Magic as this continues to escalate and, whatever. So during the entirety of the first two phases of invasions, Aegis kind of becomes the de facto people managing the defenses against the Triglavians with help of the DED, which is the Defense Enforcement Division of the Concord, to pay us, which is why when we did invasions, we got DEDLP. But as we got closer to the Triglavian invasions, or the Triglavian invasion chapter 3, we see a escalation within that organization trying to defend against the Triglavians, and eventually they create what's known as the New Eden Common Defense Initiative. The attempt to unify all of the Navy's efforts of the four empires under Concord's leadership in order to prevent and defend against this threat of the Triglavian invasions. The short for New Eden Common Defense Initiative is Edencom.
Although many Edencom production facilities have been attacked and destroyed by Triglavian assault forces over the past weeks, Capsuleers throughout New Eden have been responding. Edencom's call for support in pushing the Triglavians back. Capsuleer action has prevented many raiding forces from taking away Edencom technology plundered from the wrecked facilities. While Concord and the Big Four empires have been coordinating against the Triglavians for many months, it was widely believed a change of strategy was needed. The formation of the New Eden Common Defense Initiative, or Edencom, was officially announced shortly after the latest attacks began. Led by Provost Marshal Kasia Valkanir, commander of Concord's Aegis Division, Edencom will provide a unified command for Empire forces as a new strategy of fortification and defense in depth is to be adopted across New Eden. Kasia Valkanir released the following statement to the scope.
Fellow citizens of New Eden, For many months we have been facing, together, a threat of vast proportions. Make no mistake, this threat comes in the form of an enemy that is fierce, ruthless, and devious. The threat is most certainly real and dire. However, there is hope and a plan to resist the invaders. As I speak to you, new weapons are being developed and built. Rest assured that when the time comes, Edencom will be ready with mighty defenses and armaments.
Surveillance footage released by Edencom apparently shows a Triglavian invasion fleet staging area. Evidently, several world arcs are present, with many support ships. Most notably, a number of unknown structures of mysterious purpose are on site, possibly ready for transport to New Eden. Edencom is also sharing images of new ships and weapons under development at secure locations. These new ships and structures seem to be of the same type as those seen in leaked Edencom files circulating around New Eden in the past few days. Edencom and the Upwell Consortium have also confirmed that the craft seen at these production facilities are under development by the Upwell Consortium. The precise nature and capabilities of these new ships and structures remains unknown as yet. To mount a successful defense, it is crucial to know where the enemy will strike. Ilmgataro and Haria Haritimaro have done extensive pattern research on the solar systems that have been affected by Triglavian activity. Their report suggests that solar systems containing young blue stars seem to be of particular interest to the Triglavians. The extensive report, edited by Makoto Priano and released by the Arataka Research Consortium, goes as far as listing 73 solar systems that they believe to be at special risk of invasion. Edencom officials state that while the analysis is suggestive, they have not independently confirmed a list of targets. They say the precaution of evacuating systems would be premature at this time, though Edencom defense preparations continue across New Eden. The scope will continue.
I just want to point out how wild that was, okay? So let me explain a little bit about what happened here. Basically, some folks at the Arataka Research Consortium kept track of every single system that the Triglavians invaded, right? Like, as they invaded them. And what they determined was that they were attacking. There was a statistical anomaly in how many blue stars that they were attacking. They were attacking blue stars. I think it was 10 times more likely than you would expect, just based on a random distribution of the selection of star systems. But more importantly, they actually preferred, least of all, the O1 blue stars, which are the brightest ones, which historically have been, they said that the Isogen 5 was found only in O1 blue star systems. However, the star systems that blew up earlier were A1, and a lot of the times when we're doing blue star stuff after this point, a lot of the time it's A1. And there's some theories about, like, well, O1 has more power, but A1's kind of the smaller one of them, so maybe it's more manageable. We're not 100% sure. But the point of the matter is that just by watching which systems the Triglavians were doing invasions on, these guys managed to figure out that the Triglavians were particularly interested in, they use O1 stars to link the 4 regions. The 3 regions. But the point is that this prediction of what star systems would be available or would be the target systems in invasions was not supposed to be known. When Invasions Chapter 3 first happened, we weren't supposed to actually know what systems the Triglavians wanted, right? There were special conditions. The system had to be a blue star or a G5 yellow star in order for it to progress. And then it also had to, like, not have any Cosmos agents or anything like that would be problematic if they disappeared forever. But, you know, any stars that fall, those were the only stars that could progress during invasions. But we didn't know that. There was no reason for us to know that. But these guys figured out that those stars would be the targets, to the point where CCP legitimately thought that somebody had, like, broken into their systems or leaked the information from their plans, because they could not figure out how the players preemptively figured out the key secret behind which systems would be targets and which systems wouldn't. So this is an incredible display of prowess and knowledge of our Tarkarish's consortium, and is one of the biggest reasons why ARC is so lauded as like the place to go to coordinate stuff when it comes to understanding lore events, even people that aren't part of ARC. Like, this is, I mean, obviously, Arataka Research Consortium had been mentioned previously in the lore. They've been here and there. But this was really the moment where ARC gets recognized as, like, the knowledgeable go-to place to sort out really geeky lore stuff when it comes to the game. Absolutely impressive.
Defense preparations continue across New Eden. The Scope will continue monitoring the situation and keep New Eden up to date on all developments. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
So then Invasions Chapter 3 begins, and Invasions begins changing from being about attacking like areas of space. You know, there'd be the focal point and it would radiate out from there. Instead, they would attack individual systems, and we would fight either on behalf of the Triglavians or Edencom within those systems in order to decide whether or not it could be captured by the Triglavians or Edencom. Obviously, like I said, not every system could progress. Systems that could not be progressed, that were won by one side or the other, became a minor victory for those systems. Those were actually added in midway through Invasions, by the way, because we didn't understand why certain systems weren't progressing. A lot of people thought it was a bug, and so they made it so that when a system doesn't progress, it instead becomes a minor victory as a way of kind of helping make that make sense. But that's why we have minor victories. Things that could progress would escalate either towards fortification if Edencom did it, or towards final liminality if the Triglavians did it. And final liminality would make the system go from whatever it was. If it was high sec, it would go to low sec, and then finally during final liminality, either way, it would become null sec. And you know, the invasions were about capturing these 27 different star systems. Once 27 star systems were hit final liminality out of the 80 or so that were available, the invasions ended, and that's when we get the formation of Pochven. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Beginning of chapter 3.
Through the mist, I saw a figure emerge, and with it, a darkness advanced, devouring and reshaping. And as the sunlight cast its final, everlasting shadow, I felt a chill rise from the abyss and eclipse the world.
By the way, at this point now, we're starting to get into the point where we're getting kind of to the end of our story, because we're sort of where we pick up in some of our previous videos. Well, you can see world arcs in Pochven right now, but anywho, the reason why, if you're watching this after it, not live, and it just skips over one of the trailers or something, just realize that around this time, CCP start using copyrighted music for a lot of their stuff. And so if at the end of the stream it ends up catching any of it, I usually just have it automatically remove it. So if there's supposed to be a trailer and then it's all silent, or it just cuts over it, I guess just go check it out on Eve's main YouTube. But so this is when the Triglavian invasion begins in earnest. This is chapter 3. and we start fighting over different star systems, which with the very first star system successfully captured by the Triglavians being the Amarrian system of Raravos.
Raravos has fallen. Last week, Triglavian forces initiated a massive offensive into multiple systems across New Eden. The heaviest fighting took place in the system of Raravos, where despite intense resistance, Edencom and allied Capsuleers ultimately failed to prevent the Triglavians from completely overrunning the system. All Edencom and Concord forces have either been destroyed or pulled out of Raravos, bringing its effective security levels down to null. At the center of the Triglavian activities in the system is an installation called the Das Porvidium Transmuter. Deployed by a world arc near the Raravos star during the invasion, this installation is currently the main concern of Edencom intelligence, as its main purpose appears to be some sort of large-scale stellar harvesting. Almost immediately after being deployed, even though not fully constructed and with warfare raging all around it, the transmuter activated. Its effects on the harvested star swiftly became clearly visible throughout the system. The nature of the resources it presumably strips from the star is still not known for sure. Capsuleer theories suggest the rare Isogen 10 or Isogen 5 as possible materials harvested by the transmuter. Triglavian forces have also deployed a number of mining facilities in the asteroid belts scattered around the system. These extractive super Nexus mining facilities presumably harvest and process the required minerals to construct ships and other structures in besieged systems. This is believed to include materials necessary to complete the second construction phase of the stellar transmuter. While deploying massive forces, the Triglavians are using a living-off-the-land strategy to fully realize their aims. Systems invaded have previously been surveyed for suitable resources and their defenses probed. It is believed that once a viable system is found, they invade with enough force to establish a foothold. They then attempt to solidify that foothold by constructing more ships and equipment using materials they extract from the local resources. This choice of strategy may be a deliberate decision to maximize the impact of World Arc production capabilities, reducing the number of ships and equipment required to invade up front. This then allows the Triglavian Collective to mount major attacks on more systems simultaneously. Alternatively, it might point to resource starvation in the Triglavian-controlled Abyssal dead space, possibly due to scarcity, the impact of drifter attacks, or both. If so, it may have forced the Triglavians to harvest the crucial resources needed to press on with the invasion. Recognizing this, Edencom has implemented a defense strategy whose primary aim is to starve the Triglavian war machine by denying them access to vital resources. This requires immediate efforts to repel the Triglavians from targeted systems and make them fortresses proof against invasion, hitting the Triglavians fast and hitting them hard right from the start. Designed to deliver that punch, Upwell and Edencom have announced that they are speeding up the production and delivery of a new line of warships. The Skybreaker, Stormbringer, and Thunderchild are designed to carry weapons based on the Upwell Arcing Vorton projector technology, a super weapon previously only found towering on Keep Stars. The concept behind it has now been brought to a more compact form and will be fitted on this unique line of ships. The details about the performance of these ships has not yet been revealed, and Upwell has refused to provide the scope with any sort of demonstration showing of their weapon capabilities, but they claim it will enter service soon. There is no doubt that these ships, when they arrive, will provide the firepower so desperately needed in this struggle ahead. But for the inhabitants of Raravos, it is too little, too late. Fortunately, Raravos is a low population.
So, sorry, I gotta interrupt real quick. There's this moment here in this video that I always thought was hilarious, and I really wish that they had followed up on it. There's just this little tiny beat that you could totally miss if you wanted to, but listen to what they say again.
Are designed to carry weapons based.
Why is that so much louder?
On the Upwell Arcing Vorton projector technology, a super weapon previously only found towering on Keep Stars. The concept behind it has now been brought to a more compact form and will be fitted on this unique line of ships. The details about the performance of these ships has not yet been revealed, and Upwell has refused to provide the scope with any sort of demonstration showing of their weapon capabilities.
Refuse to show any demonstration of their weapon capabilities. And right as they say it, I've always said that the real news is in the ticker. Right as they say that, we see the word demonstration slide onto screen. So let's go ahead and read what it says next. Demonstration firing of Skybreaker class weapon for media accidentally hits ship of veteran journalist Rhett Gloriax. So yeah, and there was a New Eden news that came out at the same time that was talking about how Rhett Gloriax got injured during this attack. I just think it's really funny that, like, as they're saying there has been no demonstration of this weapon system, the ticker says there was a demonstration of the weapon system and it injured a journalist. Oh.
The low population system. Its planet's mostly barren.
Hold on.
Fortunately, Raravos is a low population system. Its planet's mostly barren, with limited populations in underground industrial settlements. There are sporadic and confused reports of evacuations from the planets. Other accounts indicate a Triglavian presence, and some settlements have dropped out of contact. There are also a few citadels.
This, by the way, this location here, we'll talk about it in a little bit. This place is called Port Sarum. Minor ship? No, Edencom ships have the lightning that jumps between ships.
And some settlements have dropped out of contact. There are also a few citadels in the system, adding to the local population and possibly housing refugees. As of yet, there have been no confirmed Triglavian attacks on any of the citadels, but now that Edencom forces have pulled out, they might find themselves under attack soon. Despite numerous attempts, the scope was unable to reach any citadel officials for comments. What makes the loss of Raravos truly appalling is the fact that the Triglavian assault could most likely have been pushed back had it not been for the traitorous acts committed by an alarming number of backstabbing Capsuleers. On multiple occasions, these rogue Capsuleers attacked Edencom forces, swinging the outcome of some critical battles in favor of the Triglavians. While many Capsuleers loyally sided with the defending Edencom forces, in the end, they were overwhelmed by the combined strength of the Triglavians and the collaborating Capsuleers. Although Edencom has established 10 unbreakable fortress systems, it struggles to defend other systems that have come under attack. A large-scale counterattack to liberate Raravos has been ruled out. The fact that vast numbers of Capsuleers have cast their lot with the Triglavians makes the ongoing situation very grave. The Triglavian Collective have for the first time established a formidable stronghold in New Eden and show every sign of remaining in the system. Large fleets have been reported roaming the system while its resources, including its star, are meticulously harvested to build more ships and equipment. As the people of New Eden confront this first major defeat, together we must contemplate the implications of losing the war against this dreadful enemy. Is it possible that they will harvest each system they conquer until it is completely exhausted of resources, before moving on like a swarm of insects? What will happen to the inhabitants and infrastructure in heavily populated systems if they are lost? Will traveling through captured systems become safe again once Triglavian rule has been established? These and so many other questions remain to be answered as the war continues to rage on. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
I gotta say, this was the moment in time in which I was sitting there looking at Raravos turning this sickly purple color, where I had a moment where I was like, I wonder if we're making a mistake helping the Trig. I was like, this looks really bad. Oh well, in for a penny. All right. So then the invasions continue. Oops.
Saved is the one common thought shared by the people living in Sumi as large Edencom defense and construction fleets take up positions in the system, declaring that the system shall be an impregnable fortress. Edencom Provost Marshal Cassia Valkanier has promised that under no circumstances will the Triglavian invasion forces be allowed to achieve victory against this Edencom stronghold. Critics of the massive fortification defense strategy say that this is nothing but a political ruse. They claim that showing off excessive force in a system under no serious threat is intended to shift the focus away from Edencom failures to protect the systems of Rerevos, Vale, Sakinta, Nalvula, Arvosaurus, Harva, and Ichoria, which are now completely under Triglavian rule. The fate of the inhabitants of the occupied systems remains undetermined. Complete silence has fallen over the Amarr system of Rerevos since the apparent capture of all its major underground settlements by Triglavian forces. The few surface spaceports are clearly lifeless and show the scars of fighting and heavy damage from orbital bombardment. There are growing fears that the population has been completely exterminated, although evidence of such an outcome is not conclusive. The situation in the Galente system of Vale is very different. Although a Federal Marines base on Vale 2 was obliterated from orbit after its defenses fired on Triglavian overflights, the invaders have held off their ground forces from the major population centers. It is speculated that Triglavian doctrine takes a total war approach, leading to eradication when they are challenged by serious opposition. This strategy may be aimed at encouraging settlements on future conquered planets to surrender without resistance. Edencom has described the Triglavian tactics as nothing less than a terror campaign and urged continued construction of planetary defenses. The Amarr Empire and Caldari State continue to support Edencom's overall strategy, despite growing disquiet over the scale of the losses so far. President Celis Agard of the Galente Federation has also repeatedly emphasized the importance of Edencom to New Eden's defense. Minmatar Republic forces fighting in conjunction with Edencom and loyal Capsuleers have successfully defended almost all Minmatar systems attacked by the Triglavians. The few Minmatar systems where Triglavian victory has been achieved appear to be occupied by limited resource gathering expeditions. As the war has raged on, the Triglavians have been fielding their vast world arcs in greater numbers, opening gateways for even more fleets to enter and spread terror across New Eden. The balance between the Triglavian and Edencom forces has proved delicate. Edencom and the Empires benefit from a vast population, huge industrial base, and a wealth of resources. The Triglavians' technology and ability to concentrate their forces and strike at will makes their invasion thrusts difficult to predict and formidable. Edencom's Marshal Valkanier has declared Capsuleer support crucial to the fight against the invaders, saying, "It is my firm belief that more systems would have fallen to the Triglavians without the loyal Capsuleers of New Eden. We have secured dozens of systems due to their vital efforts. All of New Eden owes a great debt to Capsuleers fighting for Edencom." In closely related news,
at some point we translated the trig ticker. I don't remember when or whether or not that got posted anywhere, or if it was just the normal ticker. I think that the ticker translated got posted correctly, like in the New Eden News, if I remember correctly, so it was just a fun thing.
Edencom scientists monitoring Triglavian manipulation of the Rerevos star have reported the detection of significant gravitational anomalies in that system. According to their preliminary analysis, the number of these anomalies has increased over time and may fundamentally alter the space-time topology of the Rerevos system.
I mean, when you see that, right? When you see that star, like, that looks sick, right? Like, I mean, not like looks awesome, but like that star looks not well. It looks dying. There's a moment where I was just like, oh God, what are we doing?
System. Data collected from other systems controlled by the Triglavians suggests that broadly similar processes are underway and affecting the local gravitational field of their central stars. Edencom scientists caution that the data and analysis remains preliminary, and the ultimate effects of these anomalies in the primary gravitational fields can only be speculated upon. However, noted astrophysicist, science popularizer, and Scope News contributor Manuel Scotti has suggested that beyond certain thresholds, the changes in local space-time topology would certainly have radical effects on wormhole formation and stabilization.
By the way, this is in fact Scott Manley, the YouTuber that does like space content and stuff. He actually got started on YouTube making Eve tutorials way back in the day. And so like this is about the same time as the whole Plex for Good campaign, where he ended up offering like a ridiculous amount of Plex as for a golden magnate. There's a whole story behind this, but like, so he got really involved in Eve again at that moment, just because he was not like as an actual player, but just he had all of this Plex saved up from back when he did make YouTube. And so he had a bunch of Plex from like referral codes from back then. Yeah, it was like $30,000 total that he ended up getting donated to Plex for Good because he purchased. There was a big like, so if you remember during the Amarrian Championship, right? There was that winning group, Kellen Darklight. His group of 5 pilots, each of them got a gold magnate. And those are the only 5 gold magnates that are in existence in Eve right now. In fact, I think one of them might be dead now. So there might be 3 or 4. There was originally gold magnates that were created during the original Amarr championship or succession trial or whatever during like in 2007, 2008 when Jamyl was like that whole stuff was happening. But all of those were dead at the time. So when the Amarr Championship happened, that was the reintroduction of the Golden Magnate into the game. And so those are the only Golden Magnates that are in the game. And so as part of the Plex for Good campaign for the Australian brush fires at the beginning of 2020, remember in 2020 when we thought that the Australian brush fires were the worst thing to happen that year? Yeah, cute times. Any rate, so that's when he donated a whole shit ton of Plex in order to get this Golden Magnate, and it was all a cool thing. But as part of that, because all of this other stuff was going on, and he's a scientist, or at least he's a science communicator on YouTube, they got him to cameo for this part of the video and for this part of the story. So either way.
Local space-time topology would certainly have radical effects on wormhole formation and stabilization. Possible outcomes of such threshold events include changes to unstable wormhole frequency, mass limits and lifetimes, the inability to form jump drive connections, and even the collapse of stable wormholes formed by Stargate pairs. Edencom has refused to comment on the dire possibility that conquered systems could be cut off entirely by Triglavian activities, only emphasizing the critical importance of stopping the collective before they can establish their stellar transmuters in invaded systems. However, the possibilities raised by these reports may well increase the urgency of attempts to escape from conquered systems, despite the cessation of formal evacuation fleets. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
Okay, so now we're heading the end of invasions, okay? 27 star systems get successfully invaded, and that begins this destabilization of the Stargates.
Despite an apparently lasting halt in major invasion operations by the Triglavian Collective, Edencom officials remain deeply concerned by this situation across the cluster, and all forces remain on high alert. Edencom units have taken the initiative by carrying out monitoring and evacuation operations in the 27 systems under Triglavian occupation, often supported by loyal Capsuleers. Fleets operated by Capsuleers have substantially contributed to evacuations in systems as far apart as Vale and Skarkon. Triglavian resistance to these efforts remains high, and they continue to build up formidable defenses in the 27 occupied systems. Concord and governments across New Eden are urging the evacuation of citizens from those systems now under Triglavian control, even as New Eden's Stargate network struggles to maintain reliable service. It is now clear that for the past few weeks, the Gate network has been suffering intermittent but visible power fluctuations. While Concord and Edencom had not commented directly for many days, the increasing frequency of the fluctuations moved the Secure Commerce Commission to confirm that it is investigating the situation as a matter of urgency. The precise cause and mechanism of the fluctuations has not yet been determined. However, scientists in public institutions across New Eden agree that the tremendous changes to stars in Triglavian-held systems are very likely the root cause of these gate anomalies.
If we assume the frequency continues to rise at the same rate and extrapolate forwards, it seems inevitable that the fluctuations will begin to severely affect the stability of the gate connections. If the phenomenon does not stop soon, it's likely that the Stargate network of New Eden will experience a major, perhaps catastrophic event in 3 to 4 days' time. While the functions of Stargates, jump drives and so forth are well understood in theory and practice, it should be remembered that there are many open questions as to the fundamentals of space-time mechanics and dimensional interconnections. Triglavian FTL conduit technology operates in a manner which is clearly related to stable wormhole formation and transit, but it is sufficiently different that we do not fully understand it yet. Naturally, many theories do exist on the subject, but none are comprehensive enough to fully explain the different realms of space which arise from extreme space-time topologies. There's phenomena such as dead space pockets and abyssal dead spaces. What we are seeing across the gate network is a novel phenomenon, but we know from the Selene incident, Caroline Star, metaliminal storms and archaeological evidence of ancient catastrophes, it is possible for powerful effects to cascade through gate networks or cause wide-scale wormhole instability. Ultimately, in order to protect the wider network, we may be forced to disconnect the gates leading to Triglavian-held systems.
Despite the looming threat of a Stargate crisis, Edencom's Provost Marshal Cassia Vulcaneer has emphasized that the threat from Triglavian forces remains high. Marshal Vulcaneer has commended Capsuleers loyal to Edencom for their efforts across almost 200 star systems invaded by the Triglavians. Orders have been issued to monitor Triglavian operations in occupied systems, disrupting them where possible. Even so, the main effort for Edencom and Empire regulars at this time is focused on evacuating civilians out of occupied systems. This monumental task has been carried out with significant success in low population systems, and particularly those where Triglavian world arcs have been repelled. However, fears continue to grow over the fate of those on the most heavily populated occupied worlds. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
All right. So invasions end, and Pochven is formed.
The war in the Delve region continues. After 4 failed attempts, Pappy forces finally achieved the strategic goal of building a keep star in the Imperium home region. Each attempt to gain this foothold sparked massive battles, which lasted for hours as both sides committed thousands of ships to the fray. The combined losses number in the hundreds for supercapitals and in the thousands for subcapital ships. The loss of life among ship crew during the past weeks is simply staggering. Now that Pappy have established a fully operational keep star within Delve, they have brought the war into the Imperium heartland. The keep star is being used for staging and stockpiling, allowing Pappy to conduct large-scale fleet operations, extending their striking capability to around 90% of all the systems within the region. The Imperium remains defiant and confident in its efforts to push the invaders out of Delve. Joining them in this struggle are their old allies, the Red Alliance. This effectively resurrects the old Red Swarm Federation of the Second Great War from more than 10 years ago. Speaking for the Imperium, Brisk Rubel made the following statement. After 4 months...
If you want to talk about how well they pronounce names, Brisk Rubel.
Test and their meats shields have finally committed to actually starting this war, bringing the fight to Delve. We remain committed to defending our space and making these invaders pay for every atrocity committed in our home region of Delve. Pappy Representative Ron USMC had only one message for the Imperium: fight or die. The Imperium has in recent years built up formidable defenses by constructing a large number of citadels across the region. And if history has shown us anything, it's that the Imperium are some of the most tenacious and capable capsuleers in all of New Eden. And in light of this recent development, the war is likely far from over. The empires of New Eden are slowly adjusting to the aftermath of the Stargate disruptions that severed the links to Triglavian-occupied systems and led to the formation of a new region called Pochven. It is widely believed that the creation of an artificial region consisting of the 27 New Eden systems conquered by the invaders was the final act in the Triglavian campaign. Despite the cessation of invasions, Edencom's Provost Marshal Cassia Valkanir has secured ongoing funding for the organization from Concord and the four core empires, reiterating the need for vigilance.
New Eden's people have suffered many grievous blows and fought hard throughout the invasion. I have witnessed the strength of our fighters, the loyalty of our supporters, the persistence of our collective defense with my own eyes. I am proud of all of our people. Yes, civilization has lost territory to the inhuman Triglavian invaders. Yes, we have lost many billions to naked aggression, treachery, and occupation. We must look to preserve what we have defended and remain vigilant. Even still, we cannot forget those who remain under the heel of the invaders. Edencom will continue to fight for their recovery and liberty. I welcome and deeply appreciate the continuing commitment of the Concord member states to the struggle.
Edencom's best minds in the fields of exploration, science, and military logistics are continuing to work on an effort to map the alterations to the space-time topology of the invaded systems and New Eden in general. Though it is gravely dangerous, Edencom's forces continue to gather data on Pochven systems, disrupt Triglavian operations, and seek means to navigate the region more effectively. Evacuation of the billions still trapped remains out of reach, but it is a highly political priority for the empires. For their part, the Triglavians have rapidly moved to assert even deeper control over the systems and worlds of Pochven. Having divided the spoils between their three clades, there are disturbing and clear signs of vast changes being wrought in space and on the planets of the occupied systems. The Triglavians are opposed by Edencom, but also by resurgent drifter incursions, with hostile and highly advanced rogue drones also making their presence felt. As so often, the Triglavian spokesperson Zoria Triglav has broadcast a message asserting their dominion and apparently encouraging the treacherous Kybernauts, or capsuleers, that have gone over to the Triglavian side.
We
are
Zoria Triglav. We speak for the
congregation outside the struggle. We continue the work of sublimation. Subordinate Kybernauts, hear the words of our prayer.
Heed them. Totality and the weaving of Pochven.
I think so.
The flow of
has been anchored in the domain of Pochven. Stabilization of the ancient domains proceeds. Clatistic dominion in glorification.
Glorification has been invoked. Clouds within the struggle have imminence.
Imminence in their cries.
Foreign Narodnia, proving fitness to join the flow, shall be glorified.
Shall be glorified. Kybernauts proving praxis of Pochlost
Extirpation shall be glorified.
Subornost Kybernauts are exhorted
to extirpate Pochlost elements. We continue the work of sublimation of Pochlost
flow. We speak.
We speak for the convocation of Triglavian outside this town. We are Zoria Triglav.
Zoria Triglav.
Many aspects of
So one of the main lines from there, I'm not going to do an analysis of every single line here. I think I did it in the Zoria Triglav messages video. But the big thing here is that basically Zoria is declaring the victory over the formation of Pochven, but also basically encouraging those who are loyal to them, the Kybernauts, to extirpate the Posh lost within Pochven. So the idea is that like loyal Triglavians were those loyal to the Triglavians were asked to basically destroy the rogue drones and the drifters and the Edencom forces that are in Pochven, as well as other capsuleers who come in that are not supposed to be there, which is why you get positive standings for killing those things in Pochven. Yeah. Also, I think it's fun that Zoria is clearly inside of one of the structures in this video, as opposed to in the other ones where she's kind of in a different location. Also, I think that you're right. This might be the last time we actually received an actual transmission from Zoria. We do get other messages from the Triglavians, but they usually use a new spokesperson, which we'll look into in a few minutes.
In particular, it is unknown if the effects of Triglavian stellar manipulations have stabilized, or if further changes could occur in the region and even beyond. Certain changes have become very clear. Navigation across Pochven is notably possible via Triglavian conduit gates made accessible to their Kybernaut allies. The means of entering or leaving Pochven are apparently limited to space-time filaments and unstable wormholes. The variability and pattern of emergence of the latter remains a subject of deep study. The Triglavians do not allow the construction of new structures, but existing structures have been allowed to remain. Additionally, the Triglavians seized control of Empire-controlled stations, limiting many services to Allied pilots. While some capital ships remain at large in Pochven, capital ship construction has been prohibited. It's also impossible to generate sinusoidal beacons for jump drives, although jump drive-equipped ships may leave the region. The status of planets in Pochven is of highest concern to many. In particular, populated planets such as temperate worlds and industrialized barren planets are a matter of great concern. The Triglavians' attitude to planetary populations and their movements is uncertain and appears to differ across the clades. Access to planetary surfaces by customs offices and construction of new gantries and colonies remains possible. Ultimately, the disruptions caused inside Pochven are tremendous, but the effects on New Eden itself are still working themselves out. Trade routes have been severed, strategic systems lost, and massive political upheavals are underway. The core empires are maintaining a united front for now, but many observers doubt that this can last forever. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
Shoot, hold on. Yeah. 1 second. A video's missing. So then everything kind of goes quiet again when it comes to this particular plotline. What's interesting here is, of course, that the drifters re-emerge in Pochven in force. So the drifters have been kind of engaging in Pochven, including, like, it seems like some of their more higher level command end up showing up in Pochven. But also it shows that the drifters have been having to mass produce their ships more. So a lot of their ships that they're starting to produce now no longer have their doomsday weapons. And it specifically says that they seem to be being made cheaper, basically, as they continue to escalate their conflict with the Triglavians in Pochven and in the Abyss. So then a year later, we get kind of an update from everything. So here we go. We're getting close.
Yesterday marked a year since 27 systems fell under Triglavian rule and collectively became known as the region of Pochven. Emotions were high and feelings mixed at the unveiling of the Edencom memorial to the Triglavian invasions that took place in July yesterday. This is a memorial to a war that, despite Edencom's successful defense of nearly 150 systems, led to the loss of the Pochven systems and billions of people to the invading Triglavians. The Triglavian invasions cost millions upon millions of lives and left billions living under appalling circumstances in the Triglavian-occupied systems. Conflicts still rage on many worlds of Pochven, with resistance continuing as best it can. Some refugees from these systems have spoken out, taking exception to the memorial. These groups feel it is inappropriate to raise a memorial to a war that is not yet over, and that Edencom should reinvigorate their efforts to liberate the systems. A broadcast made from the Triglavian collaborator Seriatim Foucault has only added more pain to those grieving on this somber occasion.
So this is Port Sarum. They talk about it in the ticker in a little bit. So that's this location. Remember I earlier said that that place is Port Sarum on Rorvos? That's where he is.
Citizens of New Eden, Subornist Kybernauts, I am Seriatim Foucault, sub-commander of the
It's also worth noting that both Seriatim and Foucault are philosophers. So, like, his name has a lot of meaning.
Eternal Triglavian Revolutionary Organization. I speak to you with the consent of the Convocation of Triglav outside the struggle.
It's worth noting that he just said that he speaks with the consent of the Convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle, where Zoria talks on behalf of the Convocation of Triglav outside of the struggle. So, slightly different thing, right? Zoria can speak on their behalf. Seriatim Foucault is just allowed to.
It has been one standard year since the realization of totality by the Triglavian collective and their Kybernaut allies. On the first day of totality, the weaving of Pochven began, and this great work of stabilization continues even now. As required by the clades of Triglav, cladistic proving through the dialectics of the concrete proceeds in the ancient domains. All citizens of New Eden are assured that as the worlds of Pochven continue to evolve with the weaving, so the peoples of Pochven are given every opportunity in the proving. Our Subornist Kybernaut allies have done much to assist the clades in this great work, but we must remain vigilant against interference with the development of human potential. There are many within the corrupt, degenerate order of the old empires, propped up by Concord and Edencom, who continue to impede the destiny of humanity. These forces of stasis continue to wage a war of desperate inertia against the Clades, Subornist Kybernauts, and our aspirant Narodnia on the worlds of Pochven. Despite this interference, the pathetic reflex of rotting empires, the Clades continue to offer the promise of proving to all living within Pochven. On this auspicious day, a year after totality, I call on Subornist Kybernauts to continue the great work, and I extend the offer of the Clades to all citizens of New Eden. Enter the proving as aspirant Narodnia. Seize for yourself a life beyond the petty and grasping ideologies of the old order. Join with the flow of Viraj. I am Sub-Commander Seriatim Foucault, and I have spoken with the consent of the Convocation of Triglav outside the struggle.
Since the end of the invasions, a number of Capsuleers loyal to Edencom and the people of New Eden have kept up the resistance in the occupied systems. These fighters have scored several battle victories against the Triglavians and their allies. Even so, it is clear that a major offensive would be needed to have any hope of lifting Triglavian rule and recovering the worlds and people of Pochven. This is Alton Havery reporting for the Scope.
All right, so now that's pretty much everything about the invasions. Well, I mean, there's a lot of videos that I went over today that, like, I haven't even, I didn't even remember them. So, like, there are little pieces here and there, which is one of the reasons why I thought it was exciting to look at it from this direction. But just to kind of wrap things up, obviously, so we've talked a lot about Amarr, we've talked a lot about Edencom, we've talked a lot about Triglavians. So this leads us at the end of the war. One of the things about the Triglavian invasion is that, for various reasons, especially mechanically, the Caldari were the least able to defend themselves against the Triglavian invasions, and so they had the most number of systems that were taken over by the Triglavians. So it was always kind of a big deal. And, you know, the Caldari state has been in kind of a tenuous position for quite some time. One of the reasons why Tibus Heth was able to take over the Caldari state in 2008 was because of how weak of a position many of the more mega corporations were at that time, right? The idea is that, like, you know, they kind of have power because they run the lives of their people and they provide everything for those people. And so if things are going good for them as a corporation, then times are good, right? But when times are not as good, these corporate overlords need to figure out scapegoats. They need to figure, there's a lot more strain, there's a lot more tension. And in that moment of instability, that's when you saw this rise of this patriotic, populist leader of Tibus Heth, who unites the Caldari and kind of brings in his own military that helps, like, be his, like, jackboots, and takes over for a while until he gets overthrown after the Second Caldari-Gallente War. Well, so that's still in the memory of the Caldari people, but that also means that, like, when the state is in trouble, the state gets really anxious and they dabble a little bit in, like, the whole fascist, like, authoritarian strongman populist kind of leadership type, right? So invasion ends. The Caldari is in a critical position. They've been seriously damaged by invasions. Gita 4.4 expansion was extremely expensive. The Guristas release information showing that a whole bunch of money was shunted into secondary projects and bribes and stuff like that instead of being spent on the military, which is accused of why they did so poorly in invasions. And so, like, there's this moment of tension, right? And so as in this environment, we start getting the dread attacks where these dreadnoughts start appearing run by mercenaries and attacking these key locations. Not really going to go into that today. It was an important thing, but not really within this context. But what's important is that at that time, the CEP Tower, the Chief Executive Panel, that group that runs the Caldari, the chairman of the CEP was injured in an explosion. There was a terrorist attack on the CEP landfall spire, and he was injured and put into a coma. Because he was in a coma, he couldn't be cloned, and because he was out and about, or he was out of commission, they eventually decided to put in a new acting chairman of the CEP, Akimaka Zaraki, which is not how they pronounce it.
A year of war has left death and destruction on a monstrous...
It's worth noting that this is technically just after invasions, so this happens a year before that Pochven video, that the lecture by, or the speech by Seriatim. And this is the same guy who's talking in the Caldari video, too. So that's Akamaka. Hakima.
A year
Hakima?
of war has left death and destruction on a monstrous scale in its wake. Delve and surrounding regions is where the heaviest fighting took place. Some of the battles fought there are among the largest ever recorded in the history of New Eden. In the end, the Imperium Coalition managed to hold on and defend their stronghold system of 1DQ1 TAC A, despite determined and repeated attempts to break the defenses by the invading Pappy forces. Now, with Pappy forces withdrawing from the war zone and dispersing throughout various regions of New Eden, the Imperium has destroyed many enemy bases, recaptured occupied systems, and is reconstructing and reorganizing their defenses. Meanwhile, the Pappy Coalition has dissolved. Its former members are moving their forces back to their various home regions. Just like the Imperium, these factions are reorganizing and regrouping. With the Pappy Coalition coming to an end, old rivalries and grievances have in some cases re-emerged, and conflicts between some former Pappy factions have been reported. The war has taken a tremendous toll on all parties, driving them to the point of exhaustion. Years' worth of stockpiles have been depleted, and many are facing financial difficulties after accruing massive war debts. A number of alliances have gone over the edge and collapsed completely. The cost in human lives is likewise staggering. Around 500 Titans and 240 supercarriers were destroyed, each carrying thousands of crew members. Over 3,500 structures were lost, including at least 40 keep stars. Some of these had populations in the hundreds of thousands. It is unclear how the political landscape of New Eden's nullsec regions will evolve following this turmoil, but it is clear that the struggle and tension between the nullsec factions that has lasted over a decade is far from resolved. It seems it is only a question of time until nullsec catches fire again, as new powers emerge and exhausted ones fade away. Caldari State Workers Union Day is being celebrated all over Caldari space, with the festivities expected to last a week. The big 8 megacorporations that control the Caldari state are also displaying the might of their security forces with fleet parades in key systems. Caldari Union Day also sees the unveiling of 2 monuments. The Landfall Kutuotomiru Orbital Center is a facility dedicated to the teaching and practice of the various techniques of mind and body used by those practicing the Caldari way. A practice held in high regard by the Caldari people, intended to maximize focus, equanimity, and mental fortitude for one's individual efforts to climb the corporate ladders. More controversially, the ruling megacorporations have also unveiled a memorial to the dead of the Urlan II riots, in which ethnic Galante citizens of the state were killed by provost rioters loyal to the former regime of Tibus Heth. The corporations of the state have long worked to discredit centralized government and ideology of Heth and the provosts. However, outside observers of Caldari corporate politics have noted that this latest memorial to victims of that regime comes at a time when the megacorporations are themselves under pressure from Caldari worker classes. With megacorporation politics under the closest public scrutiny since the fall of Heth, and the Caldari state still recovering from its grievous losses to the Triglavian invaders, the State Industrial Planning Summit traditionally held on Union Day is expected to deal with many pressing issues. Uppermost on the agenda of the Chief Executive Panel is the decision on the next permanent chair of the CEP. With Chairman Puak Kosinen still recovering from near death in the new Caldari Prime CEP Spire bombing, the acting chair has been Akimaka Saraki, a Navy veteran and rising star of the Wyarchemy Corporation. All indications are that the successful performance of Chairman Saraki during his tenure as stand-in will result in the CEP confirming him in the leadership position permanently. Akimaka Saraki first emerged onto the public stage within the state as a senior director within the Wyarchemy Corporation responsible for infrastructure security. Saraki played a key role in the effort to fortify the planets of Samanuni's system against Triglavian invasion. When the system itself was invaded, Saraki took personal command of the planetary defense of Samanuni 6 as the highest-ranking corporate leader with military experience. Saraki's role as a voice supporting the right of Caldari citizens to protest corporate malfeasance and incompetence cemented his reputation as a relatively liberal while patriotic figure at home. As an envoy to Concord, Saraki was also able to assist in averting open war during the EOM terror crisis. Shortly after this, with Puak Kosonen disabled by his injuries, the CEP appointed Akimaka Saraki as acting chair of the CEP, elevating him to the leadership of the Caldari state. With Akimaka Saraki's confirmation as chair of the CEP all but guaranteed, it is expected that at a future time, the new head of the corporate ruling body will address the citizens of the Caldari state. Many are expecting an address to come within weeks, possibly during the period making a year since the Triglavian invasions ended. With the big 8 megacorporations determined to reassert the efficient running of the state under their rule, the choice of Chairman Akimaka Saraki is clearly a compromise between the competing corporate factions. With a patriotic yet relatively liberalizing slant of the Wyarchemy Corporation's Ocean faction reflected in their nominee, and with the agreement of the conservative and powerful Mountain faction corporations, it is clear that the majority of the CEP aim at consolidation and reconciliation with aggrieved Caldari populations, rather than continued confrontation and coercion as advocated by the more militant corporations of the Forest faction. This is Alton Havery reporting for The Scope.
So this is talking about the different factions within the Caldari state. We have the Ocean, the Mountain, and the Forest factions, which are kind of this realignment of political powers within the Caldari state. We've talked about that before. So in this environment, we see this war leader, Akimaka Saraki, or Akimaka, yeah, whatever. He is, you know, he got a reputation during the Triglavian invasion, and he kind of takes over. And that brings us all the way back to this video. So remember, he has a presentation to give to the people. Things are tense, you know, all this sort of stuff. Now, with everything that we've learned today, let's watch his speech once again and see that he's invoking, like, the historical moment when Toby Tovil, you know, sacrificed himself to stop the Galente and save the Caldari people. And there's a very militant bent in his speech. So I pronounce it correctly. The AI voice is weird. Okay, well.
Cold wind remembers the darkest of days. When the rains of our world became laced with fire. One warrior's fierce duty seared a path to our future. The ultimate sacrifice made in blood and steel. We remain Caldari, no matter the cost. Everything we are, we owe to our ideals. They fuel our rise as the heart of a raging storm. A beacon of strength and a shrine to our identity. Honor and preserve your family, your corporation, your state. Without hesitation, without remorse.
The Minotaur one is good, but this one's really good too. I want tanks also. Okay, so meanwhile, as this is happening in game, So one of the things is that like faction warfare allows players to join one of the four factions of the one of the four empires in order to fight that empire's enemies, right? So the Gallente and the Caldari against each other, the Amarr and the Minotaur against each other. Cool. So it is true that historically the Caldari forces of faction warfare has always had a larger population than the Gallente, mostly because in order to be in Gallente faction warfare, you have to be cut off from Jita. Now, there are other things, though, that really supported the Gallente effort. Everything from the price of the Vexor Navy issue to superior organization. A lot of the Gallente faction warfare people are far more committed to actually fighting, you know, because of the fact that in order to be in Gallente faction warfare, you have to have foregone Jita. It ends up meaning that the people in the Gallente faction warfare side end up being more organized, more disciplined, and better combat pilots in general, one-to-one with the Caldari, or at least that was true for a very long time. So basically, Inferno is kind of a coin toss, which was back in 2012, which was when they last did faction warfare. But it just so happened that because of, you know, the planning and stuff, I've talked about this before, the Gallente managed to secure the most systems when the system locked down to make it more defensive oriented than offensive oriented. And the Gallente more or less enjoyed unbroken, I'm getting there, Wizard, victory in faction warfare up until about 2018, where, you know, slowly but surely over time, their control kind of decays. There's a few times where the Caldari kind of rise up, but this actually just makes the Gallente more excited, and so then they crush those rebellions, and then the Caldari kind of die off for a little while, to the point where people start to get bored, move on from faction warfare. A lot of the bigger groups like end up moving on to nullsec and other places like that. And what ends up happening is also, without a good enemy, the Gallente start to turn on each other. Remember, faction warfare, like, people have been in faction warfare for 10, 15 years at this point. These people have been in the same forever war against each other and with each other for a very long time, including the organization. So over time, cracks begin to form between the Gallente. And around 2019, when it starts to be cool to do faction warfare again, by this point, the increased organization, increased cooperation, increased leadership of the Gallente was basically no more. And also, to be frank, the Gallente didn't really support alpha clones and engage with newer players as much as the Caldari did. So, you know, the Caldari only increased their numbers, and over time, they too became very organized and effective. So around the time, basically all I'm saying is around the time of Akimaka Saraki's rise to power within the state, even though the state did very poorly during the invasions, almost everything that they try to do after this point, the Caldari succeed with flying colors. The Caldari players are so loyal and so effective when it comes to supporting the Caldari state that they dominate nearly every single event in any way they possibly can going forward. That's important to note, because Akimaka Saraki's success and rise to power is greatly supported by that fact, by the fact that every single time they try to do anything, they end up being incredibly successful at it. So, anywho, time goes on, and around Easter of the next year, can't also discount the influence of Chinese players who also Caldari align. I'm actually not 100%, like, I can't speak either way about that, because I don't remember whether or not there was a big influence of Chinese people on the Caldari side versus the Gallente side in faction warfare. I just know that, like, it's just absolutely true that while the Gallente have been able to push back sometimes in faction warfare, every time that there's an event, the Caldari rise up above all of the others from this point on. From like 2019 onward, the Caldari are the dominant force when it comes to events. So, I am skipping the ore takeover by the Angel Cartel, because the Angel Cartel and also Ore are not involved in this event. So we're going to skip ahead to April 7th, 2022. which is a few months later from that takeover from Akimaka Saraki into the Caldari CEP. And so there is a agent working high within the Caldari Navy at Jita 44 named well, her code name is Tanuki. I can't remember her name right now, but she eventually gets exposed. But here's this information. What's her name? Fuck. Esther Hokusutsu.
Residents and workers at the Jita 44 trade hub were astounded by the sight of hundreds of capsules exiting the station this morning. After the apparently unauthorized mass launch, the capsules quickly warped off into space before they could be contained by approaching Caldari Navy patrols. Caldari authorities have described the mass capsule launch as a combined theft, sabotage, and escape operation, believed to be a cover for Garista's agents being hunted in the Jita 44 station. The identity of those making their escape using these capsules remains mostly unknown, with indications many of the capsules were launched as automated decoys. However, the Caldari state has issued a general arrest warrant for Commander Esri Hakuzosu, a military director of one of the Caldari Navy's research and development groups. Sources have informed the scope that Commander Hakuzosu is suspected to be the ringleader of a group of sleeper agents and defectors working deep undercover within the Caldari state over a considerable period of time. Commander Esri Hakuzosu had been military director of a Navy research group on advanced capital ship construction and development, recently focusing on the venerable Phoenix-class Caldari dreadnoughts. It is assumed that at least some of the leaked information involves advances in capital shipbuilding technology. Caldari state officials urge all Caldari citizens to do their duty and hunt down these capsules and destroy them on sight. Capsules have been seen orbiting planets and moons and need to be scanned or probed down. Keys found in the wreckage of these capsules have been confirmed to access Garista's hunt outposts, which seem to be the escaping capsule rendezvous points. Any recoverable data or corpses are to be retrieved and handed over to the Caldari Navy through established trading protocols. There are indications that information of critical strategic importance to Caldari state interests was stolen by the infiltration group, with other empires and pirate organizations apparently making bids for any stolen information through the capsuleer market. The regions around Venal have seen a significant increase in Caldari Navy and Garista's activity, as ships on both sides attempt to scan down and retrieve the hijacked capsules. Occasional clashes between the fleets have also been reported. The Venal region seems to be the main destination of the hijacked capsules, supporting the theory of Garista's involvement in this operation. Like many outlaw groups, the Garista's pirates appear to have been upgrading and expanding their capital ship construction operations recently. There are also reported sightings from across the Venal region of some kind of mobile military shipyard guarded by Garista's forces. Dedicated Garista's capital-building shipyards have also been encountered, and capsuleers are advised to show extreme caution when approaching these heavily defended installations. The scope will continue to report as the situation develops. This is Alton Havery, reporting for the scope.
So, Esri Hakuzosu is the Garista's contact that eventually becomes kind of the point of contact for the Deathless. However, at the time, she's actually reporting to a double agent that works supposedly for the Deathless at the time, a guy named Leopold and Valari, who is part of the Galente Senate delegation. He's not in the Senate; he's like an adjutant. But he actually secretly worked for the Deathless, and like they get caught, which is what leads to this capsule escape program. But so all this stuff is happening. Now the Deathless is starting to get more and more involved and kind of empowering the pirates. So we have increase in smuggling and whatnot as diplomacy continues to kind of fail. So there was a lot of fighting. One of the systems in the war zone of the Galente Caldari is a system called Intaki, which is the home system of the Intaki people, who are part of the Gallente Federation, but they are a much more independent faction of the Gallente Federation than the other pieces. And so, like, while they are part of the Federation, they have a certain amount of independence, especially within their own system. And, you know, because of faction warfare, it can get taken over by the Caldari or the Gallente. And it has been taken over by the Caldari historically. And there has been some problems with this. In 2018, the Caldari took over Intaki, and then there was this big crisis when it came to them dumping toxic waste on one of the planets and raiding the Intaki facilities for religious and medical supplies. We believe that Lidai ended up developing the transneural microcontroller, or subcranial nanocontroller, I should say, I think, based on technology that was stolen from Intaki at the time. So there's a lot of stress about Intaki, and so the Gallente and the Caldari were trying to form diplomatic relations, or like come to an agreement about how they could handle Intaki that was fair to everybody and wasn't constantly causing Intaki to kind of descend into a war zone. And so the delegation of the Gallente Senate were at Jita 4-4 at this time, and that is what ended up getting disrupted. So that was kind of the last vestiges of an attempt to remain politically, like, solvent between the Caldari and the Gallente as everybody kind of descends further into war.
Concord has made a major breakthrough in its fight against a rising tide of smuggling, uncovering a major network of smuggler and mercenary bases across New Eden. Sources in the Directive Enforcement Department have indicated that Thucker and Caldari organized crime and mercenary groups have played a key role in building up this network. Concord has shared this information with all empires and is requesting the assistance of Capsuleers in disrupting this extensive web of hideouts and dead drop hacking sites. Smuggler hideouts are reported to be spread across New Eden, including a number of bases hidden in the depths of wormhole space. Concord has broadcast the gravimetric and electromagnetic signatures of these locations so the illegal sites can be found using onboard ship scanners. Smuggler dead drop and stash sites have been detected in all regions, with these requiring scanning and hacking to discover and disrupt. Concord has declared that any materials recovered by Capsuleers in the course of dismantling the smuggling network will be legitimate salvage to be retained as payment for services to interstellar law and order. Against the background of increased criminal and smuggling activity, a serious diplomatic crisis has sprung up between the Caldari state and the Gallente Federation, as evidence has emerged pointing towards Gallente involvement in the recent mass defection of infiltrators and spies within the Caldari state. An investigation by Caldari counterintelligence has identified a man meeting with Ezri Hakuzosu days prior to her defection as Leopold Envalari, a Gallente diplomat attached to the federal consulate on the Jita 4-4 trade hub. Leopold Envalari appears to have been assisting the Gallente Senate delegation visiting the Caldari state 2 months ago. One key goal of the Senate delegation's visit was to explore possible avenues of achieving a peaceful resolution of the status of the long-disputed Intaki system. Located in the contested Placid region, the war-torn system contains Intaki Prime, homeworld of the Intaki people. Extensive militia warfare over the past decade has seen the system change hands dozens of times, with periods of lengthy occupation and even planetary raiding by Caldari forces. The Senate visit had ended just as the Garista's spy ring was exposed, and Leopold Envalari is reported to have returned to the Federation with the Gallente delegation. The Caldari state's chairman, Akimaka Saraki, is known to have been in direct communication with President Celis Agard of the Gallente Federation as diplomats on both sides scramble to swiftly resolve this sudden crisis. The Gallente Federation firmly denies any involvement in the infiltration of state military and research agencies by Garista spies, but this development has already set back discussions on the future of the Intaki system, causing alarm on Intaki Prime. Federal authorities are refusing to confirm or deny reports that Envalari has subsequently disappeared. The Caldari state has added Leopold Envalari to their most wanted list, ignoring Gallente protests at listing a federal diplomat as a wanted criminal. The scope will report as the situation develops. This is Alton Havary, reporting for the scope.
All right, so we've talked about this before. Envalari, likely a double agent for the Deathless. I have theories about him. We've talked about it. Not the important for today's discussion. What is important is those diplomatic relationships begin to collapse, and this means that the Caldari and the Gallente are even less likely to work together. And as we go forward, so in this moment of tension, in a different system in New Eden, an Edencom structure begins to decloak that was previously unknown, and both the Caldari and the Gallente begin scrambling for control of it. I think that's well, this doesn't quite cover it, but this is the aftermath of the defection.
After almost 2 weeks of intensive hunting for Garista's hijacked capsules in and around the Caldari state and venal regions, search activity is ramping down. Although many of the infiltrator capsules were destroyed by Capsuleers and Caldari Navy forces, significant numbers appear to have reached safe haven in Venal or were rescued by Garista's forces. The Garista's pirates have released a propaganda holofilm showing the successful rescue of the suspected leader of their spy ring, Ezri Hakuzosu. Shown in Garista's garb, the former Caldari Navy commander and military director of a Navy research group on advanced capital ship construction made no statement. As is typical for the Garistas, the intention behind the release seems to be to taunt the Caldari state over their security lapses and the failure of the Caldari Navy to capture Ezri Hakuzosu. It has become common knowledge that extensive Caldari research data on dreadnought construction technology was obtained by the Garista's spy ring. It has recently become clear that data on a range of technologies hugely increasing the efficiency of capital component fabrication and shipbuilding techniques were also stolen by the spy ring. To add insult to injury, it appears that the failure of the Caldari Navy to prevent this information from falling into Garista's hands has led to the information becoming widely available to other empires and factions. Due to Capsuleer involvement in the hunt for classified Caldari data fragments, and their willingness to sell the data to all bidders, it is believed many factions will have acquired enough information to reduce their own capital ship and general shipbuilding costs. It is also rumored that a number of factions have acquired a lead in the acquisition of these technologies through a mysterious third party, speculated to be an underworld information broker and deal maker, involved in illegal arms trading, smuggling, and corporate espionage. Investigations of Ezri Hakuzosu's movements in the period before the exposure and dramatic escape of her espionage ring have unearthed a visual record showing her visiting a popular Jita 4TAC4 social venue. Hakuzosu is seen at the Pulse Bar, apparently meeting an as-yet unidentified man.
Oh, this one is actually
State counterintelligence is believed to be pursuing this lead and a number of others in the hunt for Hakuzosu and her associates. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
Okay, so, as this is happening, so on the other side of the cluster, we have one of the systems that was invaded by the Triglavians. They actually began their process of creating their, taking it to liminality during invasions. But Edencom managed to fight them back and claw the system back and fortify it in the end. The system's name is Arshat, and so it ended up being an Edencom fortress, but they had already built the Triglavian transmuter, the stellar transmuter, in that system. And so around this time, Amarr began to fortify that, because Arshat is in Amarr territory. Amarr began to put up their own fortifications around the stellar transmuter, and then eventually begin deploying their own in the systems of Turner, Vard, and oh man, I've said this so many times, and now I can't think of the third system. Egmar, Vard, and Turner. And begin to activate these transmuters. These are systems that are traditionally owned by the Mimitar. They're on Mimitar's side of the aisle, as it were, but at the time was owned by the Amarr militia. And so the idea was that the Amarr were doing this extreme stellar experiment inside of Mimitar territory, which this combined with the fight over control over Othanoon and the surrounding area between the Gallente and the Caldari is what begins to basically unravel Concord completely.
Deep concerns have arisen across New Eden following the Amarr Empire's activation of prototype stellar transmuters in the Amarr-occupied Minmatar systems of Turner, Vard, and Egmar. The constellations these systems belong to have also seen increased Amarr Navy and Minmatar Republic fleet activity in recent months as Imperial forces aimed to capitalize on the strength of the 24th Imperial Crusade's occupation of much of the war zone. That these apparently experimental stellar manipulation projects are taking place far from Amarr population centers and in occupied territory has fueled rumors that such experiments bear a significant risk of system-wide catastrophes. Active fighting in and around their locations has only further alarmed the interstellar community. The Amarr Empire's captain, Marshal Sirdan Zerkosh, has dismissed protests at the Amarr actions and claims that imperial law and interstellar treaties permit infrastructure development and resource extraction in occupied territories. Republic Ambassador Ketan Yun has described the Amarr position as delusional arrogance. Republic Fleet Hetman General Kath Filmer warned of the grave danger posed by the Imperial stellar transmuters in systems which are traditionally Republic territory and primarily colonized by Minmatar settlers. In response, the Minmatar Tribal Liberation Force mounted an offensive that captured both the Vard and Egmar systems, among numerous others. By this success, the Capsuleer fighters of the Minmatar militia handed control of the Vard and Egmar transmuters to the Republic. Despite the risks, the potential for advances in energy and resource collection technology apparently seem high to the Republic as well as to the Empire. Following the capture of the Vard and Egmar systems, there are no signs that the Minmatar are about to shut down the stellar transmuters. It appears evident that the Republic plans to carry on with testing the technology and intends to develop it for its own use. In the face of extraordinary developments in the Amarr-Minmatar war zone, both sides apparently remain wary of the risks of escalation to full-scale war between the Empire and Republic. Even so, the respective militaries of each empire are taking further steps to recruit Capsuleers to their cause. Access to new naval ship designs are among the offered incentives for assistance in the stellar research efforts of the two empires. A rapid deterioration in relations between the Caldari State and Gallente Federation is threatening to become critical following a number of recent incidents and escalating conflict in the border war zone between the two powers. Earlier this year, a diplomatic crisis followed accusations of Gallente involvement in a massive spy ring operating deep within the Caldari State. The mass defection of spies, and particularly the escape of ringleader and Garista's agent, Esri Hakuzosu, is believed to have caused leaks of advanced technology developed as part of the Caldari Navy Dreadnought upgrade program. Subsequently, the discovery of a derelict Edencom outpost orbiting Athanon 5 and the uncovering of an apparent Triglavian facility on the surface of the planet has attracted the attention of both the Caldari State and Gallente Federation. While the exact purpose and nature of the Triglavian facility remains unknown to the public, it is clear that it contains something of great value, as Caldari and Gallente naval squadrons have clashed frequently in the contested system. In the midst of the rising conflict, the Caldari State has constructed a stargate in the system of Samanuni. With the support of Caldari Capsuleers, construction of a connecting gate in the Athanon system has also been completed, giving the state a valuable advantage in recovering Triglavian technology. The Gallente Federation has likewise constructed a stargate in the Emergent system, but are still struggling to complete the construction of its counterpart in Athanon. The undisclosed technology rumored to be found in the Triglavian research facility on Athanon 5 and associated Triglavian relay sites seems to be of tremendous value as both sides compete in a desperate race to acquire a working understanding of it. Rapid construction of military infrastructure and signs of fleet buildups in the Samanuni and Emergent systems have additionally raised concerns that an all-out war between the two empires is imminent. Concord has urged diplomacy on all parties, but escalation seems set to continue. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the Scope.
All right, so this is when the Caldari really start to show their power, because not only do they are able to build their Stargate between Samanuni and Othanoon, but they completely prevent the Gallente from doing likewise, and also they succeed in completing their research of the Triglavian information and force the Gallente to fail that as well. Meanwhile, the Stellar Transmuter stuff is going on the other side, and the Stellar Transmuter begins to destabilize. The one in Turner, at least.
The Turner system's star appears to have been destabilized beyond recovery by the activity of the prototype stellar transmuter placed in orbit by the Amarr Empire. Stellar radiation emitted by the star has been fluctuating at ever shorter intervals, seemingly heading towards an imminent crescendo. Scientists raised the alarm upon calculating that the interval between radiation spikes has been decreasing in a linear manner, indicating that a terminal phase will be reached at around 1700 hours New Eden Standard on November 2nd. What exactly will happen during this posited terminal phase is debated, but the common consensus is that a major stellar event will take place. One leading theory is that a radiation burst and stellar mass ejection similar to that seen during the Salin incident of YC127 will take place. While the output and scale of extreme stellar events can vary widely, any effects from such a catastrophe are expected to be significant across the system. On the orders of Captain Marshal Sirdan Zerkosh, the Amarr Empire crew manning the stellar transmuter in Turner has been drawn down, and engineers are reported to be working on shutdown procedures. Orbiting closest to the star, the planet Turner 1 and the Republic station around it are believed to be at grave risk of catastrophic damage or destruction in the event of a stellar event of similar scale to the Salin incident. Despite offers to raise wages and give substantial hazard pay bonuses, planetary industry workers on Turner 1 have begun to evacuate from the planet. Thousands upon thousands of workers and their families are leaving, abandoning their equipment and leaving subsurface settlements empty of human life. Amarr occupation forces have also long since left the planet, taking their own support workers and slaves with them. The only group willingly remaining behind are those nomadic descendants of the original Minmatar settlers of Turner 1. These nomad clans lived in isolation for generations before interstellar trade and planetary industry began to make their presence felt on the rocky desert world. The nomad clans have apparently been convinced current events are caused by intervening spiritual forces due to the teachings of a shamanic figure known as Tanuk Gufran, the Absolver. He preaches that the planet and wider system will be purged of the conflict introduced by industry and war, leading to a transformation of Turner 1. The bizarre teachings of the Absolver are taken seriously by Minmatar traditionalists as the ways of the clans of Turner 1. And combined with the Amarr presence, this has stymied efforts to evacuate the sizable yet untallied nomad population. Republic Fleet Hetman General Kanth Filmer has hit out at the Amarr Empire for its reckless ambition and monstrous negligence in deploying and operating the stellar transmuters. General Filmer also condemned the Amarr for hindering evacuation of the population from the system. Amarr Imperial forces have refused cooperation offers and flatly rejected efforts to broker a truce. The Empire's stance has made it impossible for the Republic fleet to mount a major evacuation operation. Nevertheless, flights of transport ships have infiltrated Turner and are struggling to move people from the Republic Parliament station above Turner 1 onto other stations further out in the system. The desperate hope of Minmatar rescuers is that a major stellar event will not doom the entire system in far-flung stations, and planets will provide at least some shelter from any cataclysm. Further complicating efforts to cleanly evacuate threatened populations in Turner is the presence of the Blood Raider Covenant and the Order of St. Tetramon. In the general celebration of their annual blood harvesting festival, the Blood Raiders have taken advantage of the increased chaos and conflict in the war zone to mount attacks on evacuation and military flights. The heretic hunters of the Order of St. Tetraman seek to oppose them, but as a notorious Amarr military order, are hardly likely to be welcomed by the Minmatar colonists and fighters in the war-torn region. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
Okay, and then this happens. So in this moment of tension, you know, you've got the Gallente and the Caldari. The Gallente are really, really struggling to make any kind of headway with the Caldari. The Caldari are taking over the war zone. They've completely taken over Othanoon. They've built their Stargate. They locked out the Gallente from building their own Stargate. So now they have a Stargate in Amignon that doesn't go anywhere. And, you know, this stellar transmuter is about to explode.
The region is still coming to terms with the catastrophe in the system of Turner, with devastation on a staggering scale.
Initial estimates of fatalities are reported to be in the millions, with complete loss of life on Turner 1.
Evidence points to the catastrophic failure of the Amarr-built stellar transmuter, sparking condemnation across New Eden.
Further increasing tensions between the Minmatar Republic and the Amarr Empire are now at breaking point, witnessed by a sharp escalation of skirmishes.
Diplomatic negotiations between both sides have all but collapsed.
Broadcasting live with shocking scenes of Federation ships invading Intaki and neighboring systems. This is a major developing situation amidst the current turmoil in New Eden.
My fellow citizens, the time has come for the Federation to rise and liberate Intaki, to recover what is ours. These worlds and the people of
the Caldari state are being slaughtered in this outrageous invasion. We stand ready to confront any aggression against the state, and the combined
military of the Minmatar Republic will repay our enemies in kind for this mass murder, for it is the
sacred obligation of every subject of Holy Amarr to reclaim the stars and rise up for your empire.
So things are not going well politically. You know, Turner 1 blows up, causing irreversible damage to the planet. And the Gallente invade
The Caldari
Intaki.
Navy has deployed significant fleets into the long-disputed system of Athenon in the Placid region. The few Gallente Federation scouting elements in the system are being overwhelmed by vastly superior Caldari forces. This move by the Caldari Navy to further secure strategic objectives in Athenon is seen as a direct response to the Federation's dramatic and massive 8th of November invasion of Intaki and neighboring systems in the disputed region. President Celis Agard has claimed the massive invasion was necessary for the security and liberation of the home system of the Intaki, a founding nation of the Gallente Federation. Chairman Akimaka Saraki of the Caldari Chief Executive Panel branded the Gallente invasion outrageous, and the CEP swiftly authorized the response of deploying a major Caldari fleet into occupied Athenon. The Athenon system has seen much conflict in the months since the discovery of a secret Edencom station orbiting over a Triglavian research facility on the surface of the 5th planet. Under orders from Executive General Heika Torigo, Capsuleer militia fighters acting on behalf of the Caldari state have managed to maintain their control of Athenon and the wider Surthold constellation for months. During this time, the Caldari have constructed a new Stargate into the system and completed initial recovery and research of Triglavian technology.
The increased Caldari Navy presence in the system has foreclosed Gallente efforts to construct their own Stargate and further curtailed the operational freedom of Federation forces. The race to acquire Triglavian technology located in relay sites scattered across Athenon and surrounding systems has been brought to an end by Caldari Navy firepower. This Caldari state counterpunch leaves their scientists and technical experts with a major, perhaps decisive advantage in researching this Triglavian technology. Although the Caldari state has swiftly demonstrated its willingness to act in response to the Federation's invasion of Intaki, few believe this will be the sole extent of Caldari action. The Caldari Navy continues to be on high alert, with a large number of ships shifting back to staging positions after initially following a counter-invasion plan aimed at protecting the core of state territory. Many continue to ask if the Caldari intend to further confront the Gallente in the Placid region, and perhaps even in Taki itself, or if the dispute can possibly be resolved without escalation to full-scale interstellar war. In Turner, the effects of the extreme stellar event that disrupted its star are still being felt throughout the system. The planet of Turner 1 and its orbiting station took very significant damage, with the planet being blasted to a scorched remnant and all life extinguished. In the event's aftermath, high levels of unstable wormhole activity have emerged across the star system. Scientists believe this activity is likely to continue as a permanent consequence of the catastrophic failure of the Amarr Empire's prototype stellar transmuter experiment. In light of the devastation seen in Turner, the Minmatar Republic's Tribal Council have authorized shutdown procedures to begin at the two remaining stellar transmuters controlled by Minmatar forces in the systems of Egmar and Vard. The prototype transmuters were originally deployed by the Imperial Navy in Amarr-occupied Minmatar systems. Evidently, this was done with the purpose of testing reverse-engineered Triglavian technology. The Amarr Empire has claimed to have gained enough knowledge from its experiments to move to the next stage of technological development. In a rolling offensive over the last 2 months, Capsuleers loyal to the Minmatar Republic managed to recapture Vard and Egmar, enabling the Republic fleet to seize the transmuters. With further militia assistance, the Minmatar have rapidly caught up to the Amarr and acquired sufficient research data to complete their own initial stage of development. Together with additional observations made of the Turner catastrophe and the crucial data gained by Minmatar Capsuleer efforts, the Republic believes its control of the transmuters is such that it can safely power down their operations. Having completed their research, the Minmatar clearly intend to reap its benefits while preventing further stellar catastrophes. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for The Scope.
So at this time, the Minmatar start taking much more aggressive actions in order to kind of forward their place in politics in Eve. The Minmatar have always kind of chafed under the Gallente. You know, the Gallente helped the Minmatar kind of form their own republic, but the Gallente try to impose their democracy upon the Republic, but they're really not really feeling it too much. But so the alliance between the Minmatar and the Gallente were already pretty weak, but the alliance between the Caldari and the Amarr were pretty strong. And so the Minmatar, you can actually see the beginning of it here with Kaitan Yun, the chairman or the spokesman to the Concord for the Minmatar Republic, goes and visits Akimakasaraki to talk to him. So what ends up happening, Kaitan Yun visits New Caldari Prime to hold talks with Chairman Akimakasaraki. The Minmatar end up having evidence that the Amarr are using Edencom to spy on the Caldari. And this accusation becomes like shocking to the world and really disrupts the alliance between the Caldari and the Amarr, and is the reason why it's the beginning of the end for those alliances. In the end, the Gallente end up becoming closer to the Amarr because they both kind of have imperial ambitions, but more importantly, the Minmatar and the Caldari are starting to get closer together, and the Minmatar managed to successfully convince the Caldari that the Amarr are spying on them. And this leads into the Shadow War, where all four empires begin to compete with one another to try to master both the technology, the novel transportation technology from Othanoon, and the stellar transmuter technology from Egmar, Vard, and Turner in order to develop what is now known as a shipcaster. It's also worth noting that the disturbance of Turner led to a major increase in presence of Triglavians, at least for a period of time. They seemed very interested in the stellar transmuters, or like when it blew up.
Hostilities between New Eden's Big Four empires have been growing over the past few months, with no sign that the escalation can be reversed. Against this background, with the empires apparently racing to develop advanced power and transportation technologies, a fresh diplomatic crisis has erupted. Allegations of Edencom and Concord agents gathering details on Caldari State research into new shipcaster technology were the spark for a major diplomatic row between the empires. The Minmatar Republic accused the Amarr Empire of using Edencom intelligence assets to covertly acquire technology from the Caldari. Subsequently, Caldari State investigations have revealed evidence that
I don't actually know whether or not the Triglavians would know what happens if you mess with stellar transmuters. I mean, there's a certain amount where it seems to imply that they were experimenting too. They seem to have a more master of it. We don't really know why what happened. We do know that as soon as it happened, there was a flood of, I think it was Clade Svarog specifically, that came and was like poking around. It's in the New Eden news, or the scope video that was talking about the aftermath of Turner that we kind of skipped.
That supports these allegations. Credible accusations of spying against an ally at such a sensitive time have put a significant strain on relations between the Amarr Empire and the Caldari State. Derived from Triglavian technology recovered from the Athenon system, the shipcaster is believed to have the capability to cast ships over vast interstellar distances with pinpoint accuracy. Able to bypass gates, cynosural jammers, and other defenses, the technology would provide the Caldari Navy with a significant force projection advantage over its rivals. The Scope has learned that the Caldari Navy is already preparing to build a shipcaster at a construction site located in Anamon. The fortified system in the Black Rise region has already seen extensive naval movements and construction, building it up as the Caldari Navy headquarters for war zone operations. As the spying scandal rumbles on in diplomatic circles, it is being reported that senior figures in the Caldari State and Minmatar Republic have begun security cooperation talks in the Caldari system of Arakan, close to the Republic border. The new aggression and apparent duplicity of the Amarr Empire comes at a time when the Galente Federation's militarization of the Intaki system is also coming under scrutiny, as New Eden's two largest empires appear increasingly ruthless and militaristic.
In the ticker, I just want to point out, in the ticker it says here, Concord intelligence operatives expelled from Caldari State and Minmatar Republic. They're pissed.
Ruthless and militaristic. Some speculate that the Republic and State may seek a diplomatic realignment in their own national interests. This is Alton Havery, reporting for The Scope.
All right. So, oof. Then, a little bit later, we have their victory.
Steadfast Caldari State Capsuleers have successfully achieved a monumental and historic feat by being the first to bring an interstellar shipcaster online. Located in the Ottoman system, this cutting-edge transport system grants a significant advantage to Caldari forces for rapid deployment of their fleets to the front lines of the militia conflict. This breakthrough in fusing Triglavian and Caldari technology offers unprecedented speed and efficiency of fleet mobilization. Caldari forces operating out of the Anamon HQ will be able to respond swiftly and decisively to emerging threats, while spearheading offensives into enemy territory. Caldari Navy Executive General Heika Torigo expressed her heartfelt congratulations to the Caldari Capsuleers, hailing their achievement as a shining example of the indomitable spirit of the Caldari Way. Executive General Torrigo has urged Capsuleers to leverage this hard-earned advantage by taking an active role in constructing and safeguarding shipcaster beacons in target systems. By doing so, the Caldari forces can further bolster their strategic position and secure their dominance in the Caldari Galente militia war zone. After assembling the necessary resources to construct both the State Stellar Shipcaster in Anamon and the crucial State Stellar Transmuter in the Elania system, the Caldari bring their race to acquire this technology in the so-called Shadow War to a triumphant close. However, as the Caldari celebrate the hard-won fruits of their labor, the remaining three empires continue their pursuit of shipcaster technology and will no doubt continue to covertly target Caldari research installations. This is Alton Haveri, reporting for The Scope.
Okay, so eventually all four empires end up building their shipcaster, and peace falls over the land. No, I'm just kidding. So this is when we start to really build into like the deathless plot line and a lot of the stuff that we covered the other week and all that stuff. So you can go look at that stuff. But a couple other notes: the Caldari do use this opportunity to expand into nullsec. And it's very clear that they've been doing a lot of experimentations. Bioadapted Caldari soldiers have been found. And so, you know, the Caldari, while they are basically the smallest of the four empires, have gone out of their way to really take lead when it comes to experimental research on technology involving the Triglavians, etc., and taking advantage of that. And so, you know, they're a major player in all of this. Now, I guess as a final thing, the Minmatar, not to be outdone, you know, they are fairly scrappy. Like I said, they disrupted the balance of power by convincing the Caldari that the Amarr are spying on them and all that stuff. So then as the Drifter crisis begins and they start attacking in various different places, the Minmatar end up putting together quite a good defense. And it's also worth noting that the Minmatar include the Thucker tribe, and the Thucker tribe are very closely tied in with the Deathless and the SOE and the wormhole stuff. And the Thucker tribe is halfway connected to the Republic. Some of the Thucker have now rejoined the Republic, but they also are fairly independent. But it means that the Republic have probably the least amount of power, like, over their own people, and have the hardest time kind of maintaining their basic governance. But they also kind of are the most radical or experimental and have the most, like, underworld contacts, such as the Thucker. So all that leads to, as the crisis is going on, the SOCT begins to monitor the Drifter invasions, and they pinpoint that a specific Minmatar system is going to become a target fairly soon. And so the Minmatar use this as an opportunity to strike.
Greetings, New Eden. This is Alton Haveri, reporting live for The Scope. You join us in the system of Offikatlin, at the stargate that would normally be connecting this solar system to the neighboring system of Tabatsur. The gates connecting Tabatsur to the rest of New Eden unexpectedly went offline this morning, shortly after 1100 hours, New Eden Standard Time. Republic engineers are working to bring the gates back online and hope to return them to normal functionality soon. Republic sources have attributed the gate outages to drifter interference. Drifters do not require gates to travel between solar systems, so it is unclear at this time if this was a deliberate disruption or merely a side effect of some kind of alteration to the system of Tabatsur itself. Reports we are receiving from inside Tabatsur indicate rising drifter and sleeper activity within the system, as well as a marked increase in the number of wormhole cosmic signatures. There are also rumors that Deathless agents have been spotted, leading to speculation that the Deathless Circle may have established a clandestine foothold somewhere in the system. Please stay with us. The Scope will relay any breaking news as the situation develops. Republic sources have notified us that the stargates to Tabitzer will be brought back online any minute.
This, by the way, was live. Like, this is an actual camera. Like, these wrecks are actual people that got blown up as everybody was kind of waiting for things to happen, by the way.
Now. The affected gates are coming online now, and we will soon be receiving our first look inside Tabitzer since this unusual activity began. As you can see, it appears that the environment of Tabitzer has undergone some dramatic changes. Readings indicate that the interference is similar in type to the unusual effects encountered in systems recently assaulted by the drifters around New Eden. After a preliminary analysis, experts are saying that the alterations to the system of Tabitzer by drifter forces are far more extensive than previously witnessed in drifter crisis assaults and may even be irreversible.
You probably did.
It has been reported that a flotilla of Republic Fleet Lancer dreadnoughts have entered the system. Data tags on the structures indicate that they may be managing remote connections with a mysterious object in Zarzak known as the Warden.
Yes, there was 2 attacks. One in the morning, one in the evening.
Republic forces have opened fire on the Deathless Circle structures. This is the first recorded direct attack on a Deathless installation by any of New Eden's major factions. It appears that the Deathless Circle structures have been destroyed. Deathless ships are landing in the site. At this point, conflict seems inevitable. The structure wrecks appear to have been looted for valuable data resources. Could these be the key to gaining access to the Warden? If so, many factions throughout New Eden would be keen to get their hands on them. Although the Deathless Circle forces were defeated, it came at a high cost to the Minmatar fleet when the Capsuleers present turned on the Republic fleet vessels as well, resulting in their total destruction.
I think at least one of the Valravens survived the second one, though. It's like in the middle of the night.
The Deathless presence in this site may have been destroyed, but we suspect this is only the beginning of the fight for access to their Warden's systems. Due to the now known connection between these structures and the Warden in Zarzak, some experts are already speculating that the stolen data may be key to gaining access to the mysterious object. If so, many factions throughout New Eden would be keen to get their hands on them. Although the Deathless presence in this system has been destroyed, we suspect this is only the beginning of the fight for access to the Warden's systems. And what is to become of Tabatsur itself? Now that the Drifters seem thoroughly entrenched in the system, are they here to stay? These and many other questions remain, and no doubt we shall learn more in the coming days and weeks. Thank you, New Eden, for your time and attention. As always, the Scope will continue to bring you the most reliable news from around the cluster. This is Alton Hovery, reporting for the Scope.
So from this event, the Warden Harmonics were dropped, and this kind of began the competitive side of the Drifter Crisis event, where this basically triggered the 10 empires. So, you know, the Drifters are attacking. We start getting clues about major Drifter attack plans on the 4 empires. And rather than deal with it directly, I mean, all 4 empires are attempting to deal with the Drifters in their own way, in their own territory at this time. But the Minmatar kind of step up, and they use it as an opportunity to attack the Deathless. Because the idea is that the Deathless has this tech, this Jovian tech, especially through the Warden and the Fulcrum. And the Empires have largely accused the Deathless's experimentation with this Jovian tech as being the reason why the Drifters are attacking. So the Minmatar kind of get it in their head, and it kind of spreads that if they could master the Deathless's tech and do further research into the Drifters, they will be able to take the fight to the enemy, right? And so this is when we start to get the competition. So you have the 10 different factions, all 4 empires, Edencom, Upwell, Angel Cartel, Triglavian Collective, Evermore, and one other, Upwell. I probably said Upwell multiple times, but these 10 different groups go into the competition to see who can do the most against the Drifters. And in the end, we ended up with the Amarr, the Caldari, the Minmatar, Edencom, and the Triglavian. So those are the 5 factions. And this was a 6-hour stream to describe to you all 5 of those factions and kind of how they got mixed up in this mess, and why, in my opinion, the 5 groups that managed to make into Phase 2 were pretty much the correct groups to make it into Phase 2. You know, the Minmatar have been kind of the spearhead of this attempt to take on the Drifters. The Minmatar of the 4 empires have always been like the least to lose, most to gain from such activities. The Caldari, with their you know, continued success in efficiency and mastering of alien technology, are clearly interested in anything that gives them an upper hand. And so, you know, they too are going after the Drifters and the Jovian tech. The Amarr have a long-standing grudge with the Drifters, having the Drifters assassinating their Empress and their history with the Other, and with sleeper technology. Edencom, of course, being mostly a resistance to the Triglavians, have recently been retooling themselves to deal with the Drifter threat, since, of course, the Drifter threat was actually what they were originally kind of monitoring. The Triglavians' relationship to the Drifters is what led to Aegis supporting the counter-invasion efforts and eventually becoming Edencom itself. And, of course, the Triglavians find the Drifters as the ancient enemy Asdaja, and those who are supporting the Triglavians are very interested in the Triglavians being in the lore again. So that is the 5 groups that are going to be involved in the attempt to take over the 5 Drifter wormholes next week. And now you know a lot more about those 5 groups and why they might be interested in these drifter wormholes and why you may want to help them or hurt them in their attempts to take over those drifter wormholes. Yeah. There you go. While all the other factions involved have a lot of convoluted motivations, politics, and continue to see some misinformation, disinformation to manipulate, try to achieve some shady goals. That's true, but I agree that the Triglavians are a good choice. Personally, I think that, each one of them are probably going to have their own effort, so it's going to be something to think about. One of the things that's going to be interesting is the Gallente have been shut out, and the Caldari and the Caldari player base, as we've seen, not only have been extremely successful in events in previous years, but are very much motivated to also shut out the Gallente. So there's a lot of grudge between the two. So I'll be interested, especially to watch the Caldari wormhole, because I think that's going to be the most likely to have disruptive efforts. However, the fact that both the Triglavians and Edencom, which are normally against each other, will both be trying to go after their own drifter wormhole. Those who wish to support Edencom or the Triglavians are going to have to split their effort if they want to, between helping the Triglavians support their effort and disrupting the Edencom in their effort, if that matters to them. But, yeah, I think that about covers it. So I guess in the chat below, let me know which one of the 5 factions you plan on supporting or being most against as we move into the event next week. We still don't have the details of the event, so next week we will be talking on stream about any of the changes. And, of course, as soon as we have details about that event, we'll be talking about it and giving it information to you about how to get involved within the event and participating in it. So, and I should be streaming a lot more starting next week if everything goes well. So I look forward to seeing you then. But until then, I have been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to play Even to Context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for hanging out on this yet another massive lore stream. If you feel like there were pieces missing to the story, I encourage you to go watch the other lore video that I made like 2 weeks ago. That is basically the other half of this information, looking at the drifter, or sorry, the deathless and his whole side of this story, as well as the Eve lore speed run that I did a few years ago, which kind of represents the timeline before 2022. All of this and more available on this stream, as well as guides for how to get into Eve. If you are just getting into Eve or returning to Eve and you've never used your buddy code for 1,000,000 free SP, you can use the link down below to get your 1,000,000 free skill points, and that helps support those who make the channel possible. So I do want to thank everybody for participating, for being here, for talking and hanging out, and for educating yourself. Maybe share this with some friends in order to increase player knowledge about the lore, because I think it's a fascinating thing. And I think that the game is more rich for knowing about it. Remember to get your free 5 days of Omega. Either pick it up on Sunday or Monday, depending on how daring you are, if you want to get that to last into the event as it starts next week on Tuesday. I do want to thank those who gifted subs earlier and all of those who support the stream, both by becoming a member or a patron or joining us in the Convocation of Empyreans and helping us in-game maximize player engagement with EVE Online. We are recruiting, and I would love to see you. You can also pick up some merch like this Malro mug or a Convocation mug or T-shirts, etc. There should be links down below. If you can't find one, hit me up in the Discord. But all that said, I have been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and on behalf of my co-pilot, Zoria Triglav, until next time, I'll see you in space. Like the stream! Thanks, Sheesh, too, for your super chat.
every city.